morning. Good morning, and I hope you all are having a glorious Sunday. Sorry, I just woke up not too long ago. I'm still trying to wake myself up fully. I've got gamer subs with some caffeine, and whew, hopefully that'll help here in a little bit once I get some more of it in my system. Hey, Tenwin. Welcome, welcome. Is everything set up? Audio's looking good. Everything's looking good on my end. Double check this Twitch manager. Come on. Make sure that's showing up. Why does it say unstable? I don't like that it says unstable. Is the audio and video looking good, Tenwin? Can you give me a heads up on that? Alright. Then I guess Steam is just being weird, because OBS looks fine. It's saying I'm all good on my bitrate and everything, so I don't know what's going on with Twitch. Alright, let's just dive back in. We got more shit to do in Defiance Bay. We're not done yet. That's for damn sure. We are not done yet. Okay, we finished up everything that was in
those
the
feathers. That's a blessing of Helia?
So they say.
Well, that's lucky. Where I'm from, we see a feathered lady, we start worrying maybe her dad got frisky with his hens.
I guess you can always trust a farm boy's head to go there first.
What the fuck, Ader? We literally just started. We are 2 minutes into the stream and you are already pissing off everybody. God damn it, Ader. Was that you go to the tavern or to Nora, rotate through your companions, talk to each of them. There are a bunch of them you haven't spoken to. Ah. That would probably be a good idea. At the same time, what were we going to do? Oh, right. We had done the first portion of the lighthouse, but we need to go to Brackenbury and talk with the captain of the Red Dawn, if I remember correctly. That was one thing that we've got to do. So many side quests. It is a 6-hour stream, so it'd be good to get through today. That is true. That is true. I was also hoping to get through as much of Defiance Bay as possible, since we've just been kind of on a side quest kick. I've also... I went back over some of the stuff reading for Cypher, and I'm honestly considering dropping the... I'll keep the pike, so I have a reach weapon, but I'm honestly considering switching to 2, like, daggers or stilettos similar to the Grieving Mother, just so that I have a fast attack option, because sometimes it really feels like I'm just missing the big attacks, and if I was just attacking faster, at least I'd get something out of it. Rotate through, you can go to Kidno. Yeah, because I thought you couldn't do it at the taverns, because the taverns are just your characters that you have now. Let me see here. Let's go check in the goose place. You can absolutely do it. You switched out Aloth after all. Well, I mean, switching them out, yes, but I don't... Oh, so you're saying you don't have... that they don't have, like, dialogue only accessible in Caed Nua. Let me see.
Hello.
Gotta get a room. Go to here. Just taking them... talking to them to get to know them a bit more. Oh, you're right. Actually, yeah, speaking of which, actually. We haven't even... hold on. Okay, Ader's got nothing. Durance... oh, right. I forgot that he can... I forgot after the times that he's given us discussions after we've rested that he actually has some dialogue options we haven't actually gone through. I wanted to ask you some more questions, Durance.
If doubts and curiosity plague you, you're skidding your knuckles on the wrong door.
Right. We asked him about how we met. We asked him about the Godhammer. We'll start with him. I want to know more about you. He grunts. Where are you from?
Where I hail from? From one of Margren's fires. A cathedral. Ashfall. Made of blackened trees.
Durance sighs, his hands tightening on the staff for a moment before relaxing.
I studied the scriptures there. The fires carved into the land. The trunks of the burnt trees. and in the factories where the rifles and cartridges were shaped. All are chapels in other devotions.
Other devotions? Durance nods. For Magrin, any fire is enough for worship, physical or no. A blacksmith's anvil, a craftsman's bench, all are arenas where fire is waiting to be born. Durance snaps his fingers. It just needs a spark, like an alchemical fire, or a spark to cartridges, to speed them to purpose. To purpose? Durance tilts his head, thinking, well, their purpose then. It was many thens ago. Durance scratches at his beard. Beard was a little brighter than now. Are essentially flintlocks, they don't use cartridges, or am I right? No, you're correct, Tenwin, they don't. Hold on. Any fire, where is it? Cartridges were shaped. Well, it is, no, because they probably wouldn't have breech loading artillery yet. So that's the only other that's the only other weapon I can think of that would have a cartridge early on. I suppose it's possible that there are specialist constructions. Well, they are still cannons, but they didn't use cartridges for cannons. They didn't use a pre-assembled shell and powder for cannons until they had breech loading ones as well. Whereas rifles did get some cartridges before that with the invention of the Minet ball during the American Civil War and shortly before that. You actually had pre-assembled cartridges for a rifle that had the musket ball at the front or a slightly shaped. Technically, it was one of the first bullets because it was actually pointed at the tip. With a predetermined powder load inside that you could ram the whole thing into the barrel of a muzzle-loaded weapon. But muzzle-loaded artillery didn't get cartridges until after that, I think. Not until we actually had... unless you count Grape Shot, which I think did have an early cartridge version. My knowledge on black powder weaponry is not as advanced as I would hope. But in general, cartridges were not used for muskets or most muzzle loaders until very, very late in their development. I suppose it's possible that much like, since the Deerwood is very much a 13 colonies kind of XP with the way they've gone with it, it's possible that there are people in the Deerwood who own what would essentially be the equivalent of Kentucky long rifles, which were very early rifle-barreled muskets that I suppose maybe they would have the ability to create cartridges for. If they haven't refined the rifling process, then that would still be very difficult because they would... early Kentucky long rifles had to be cleaned regularly, like sometimes after only like 4 or 5 shots. Otherwise, the rifling would foul from the amount of black powder and scorching that would be left. That would be handmade stuff, not factory stuff. You're right. That's the problem. If it was like that, it would be handmade stuff and it would be hand cleaned, and the ammunition would probably also be made by hand as well. It would not be something that you would do. At that. Though to be fair, this might just be a case of fantasy writers not remembering real world history, because a lot of people forget that sometimes forget that bullets have not always been fired from rifle cartridges and things like that. They can't comprehend of a world where that wasn't the case because we've gotten so used to it in the last couple of centuries. Okay, moving on. But yes, cartridges, guns all had a purpose, and that purpose was punching holes in mages and letting their pompous air hiss out. Durance gives a half smile, then a nod. Woke their kind right up, and kept them staring at the ceiling in the dark instead of sleeping, that's for certain. I can almost imagine Durance giving Aloth a side-eye right now, since he's the only real mage in the party. Like, you better keep one eye open. You never know when someone will bring a gun to a magic fight. Oh, there we go. Aloth rolls his eyes. Pompous air indeed. A little violence is an accounting, an answer for unchecked power. Magrin gave an answer for that. Yeah. As I said, that's why I'm kind of tempted to eventually do an Arcanum playthrough, because Arcanum's universe makes magic and technology directly opposed. In Arcanum, if you're a wizard, you can't use a gun. Your magical aura essentially will cause the firearm to malfunction and probably explode in your hand. Vice versa, if you're wearing a whole bunch of techno steampunk armor and you try to cast a spell, it'll probably backfire and blow your arm off. That one's an interesting setting too. Almost, I really wish it had it really needs an update to run on modern systems because it can be a pain in the ass to get working. So Magrin put soldiers and mages on equal footing. Durance nods. Mages were troublesome in that time. Firearms made every man a mage, and a caster's pretty arcane shield was little match for him. It turned each commoner into a beast that spit fire. It leveled the field of battle. That's for certain. It made many a mage a grave. Okay. He's talking about the democratization of force here, which if this is the 13, if the Deerwood is the 13 colony XP, it's a little on the nose, but it's technically correct since you get a lot of political theorists that talk about how the modern democracy and the modern republic only exist because you went from nobility leading armies of other professional trained soldiers to mass levies that could be equipped with basic weaponry that could outfight them thanks to rifles and muskets. Yeah, it's the same concept here. It's the same concept here. More than likely in most of Aedir in history, mages were probably at the top of their military and the top of many of their noble houses. With the advent of gunpowder, though, suddenly you have something that can directly counter a guy who spent, especially among elves, 50 to 100 years practicing magic. It doesn't matter. One musket ball to the head and he's gone. Can you tell me more about Ashfall? Durance grunts. You're more curious about it than most of Magrin's faithful. Well, what can you tell me about it? What more is there to tell? Durance frowns, his hands tightening upon the staff again, his fingers seeming to sink into the wood with the tightness. It is one of the greatest fires of Magrin, the High Seat, he shrugs. Some say the blackest. Not of evil, no, the ash. All that remains after fire has been fed. He pauses. I called it a cathedral before, but that's not the full truth of it. Still works the other way around. The only difference is the wizard can use a pistol as well as a fireball to kill 10 people at once. Yes, but if that wizard is... If in the past that wizard is used to killing 100 people before he goes down, if he's only killing 10 before the remaining musketeers manage to blow his head off, well, that's still a much greater net loss than what he used to be able to be accomplished on the battlefield. Hey, Oro, welcome, welcome. Thanks for swinging by. Thanks for swinging by. It is more a battlefield. It lies in the heart of the War of Black Trees, its timbers built upon the burnt forest there. Each timber blessed by fire, and one of Magrin's greatest battles. Many of us helped shape the war effort there, with flame and firearm. All I meant is wizards need an escort, so of course, yeah. As I said, as we even talked about before when you first mentioned it and we first saw that there were firearms, it doesn't remove wizards as a force in this world, but it definitively shifts how they're used and where they're used. So what is this cathedral like? It is massive, beautiful, blessed by the goddess. Flame cannot strike it twice. Durance's eyes travel to his ashen staff, studying the etchings. Beneath, tunnels, chambers, bellows, fire pits, and so many of the faithful, looking for a means to bring fire to the world. Interesting. This is the first time he's really talked with any reverence about something from Magrin. Usually it's all whore and, mistress and all the other words you could use that just kind of sound a little off. But here he's actually sounding like he misses it. He turns his gaze from the staff to you. Guns, explosives, alchemy. All of these are our holy symbols, and we are eager to share. So that staff of yours, was it made there as one of your holy symbols?
This? In a way. This is more of what's left behind when flame strikes. If Ashfall is a cathedral propped up and fenced with such sticks, then this stick, well, this is what props me up as I walk the cathedral of my road, to other Ashfalls waiting to be made, perhaps.
To me, it seems Durance is less venerated for Magna, more venerated. Oh, no. But it's still, given Magrin's area of influence, that being struggle, conflict, and self-growth, it's kind of both. It's like the only time where he's like, this was like the one good thing Magrin did for us was she set us on this path. And so there is a little bit of reverence there, but it is also more reverence for what the people of Ashfall were able to make of it. I guess that's a better way of putting it.
The wood is taken from the War of Black Trees. Sturdy. It served me well on my travels. Been a boon companion.
What are the etchings on the staff? I've seen them glow several of the times that we've talked. Are you a servant of Whale? Let the mysteries and questions remain with him, at least until the next time we need rest. Okay.
As a peripatetic loner, I'm not privy to the latest news, but the Hollowborn Children is a tale that has reached even my reclusive ears. Or, rather, ear.
Well, then I have to ask, Haravius, what do the Glenfathan Druids think of this plight? Have your people been affected?
It's been a long time since I've spoken with my circle. They'd probably tell you what I'd tell you. This plight was most certainly the consequence of someone trespassing into Engwithan places, not meant for folk. I mean, what else other than the gods could inflict punishment of such impressive scale?
He's got a point. Yeah, the problem, it's like, on the one hand, he could be entirely correct. On the other hand, we've seen that despite the treaty, there are still people who, maybe not regularly, but at least semi-regularly, trespass in the Engwithan ruins and haven't caused anything to this extent in hundreds of years. So it's hard to believe that that's the whole story. But again, Haravius seems like the type who's at least willing to acknowledge that that might not be the case, but he is giving the standard answer of, if you people would just stop fucking with things that you don't understand, maybe we wouldn't have to deal with this. And so, what are your thoughts on the Hollowborn specifically, Haravius?
Any time a life is separated from its soul, I wanted to pretend it was just a rumor when I first heard of it.
He has several starts and stops before finally deciding how to finish his thought. Okay, well, I mean, he's obviously... I was half expecting him to be a little bit, I don't know, flippant about it, but at least even he's acknowledging, like, okay, no, this, from what I've seen, yeah, given the what we've seen of the Glenfathan so far, I have to imagine that even they are like, this is a bit much. Like, it seems for the Glenfathans, it's one thing to kill somebody, like, killing as a punishment because you trespassed or something like that, that's harsh but understandable. For the Glenfathans regarding children and souls, though, this seems like a double whammy of, dear God, what the hell happened? Yeah, dealing with children dying or dealing with, like, childhood sickness, essentially, with this being what it is a lot for a lot of cultures.
In my youth, I'd curse the dear Woodens for being ignorant to spoilers that breed out of control. But soulless babies? What heartless gods would inflict that kind of tragedy? No parent or child deserves to be a part of that horror.
Exactly. Like, it's saying something that the guys who are quite literally on the cusp of, like, yeah, if you disturb too many Engwithan artifacts, we're just going to straight up genocide you, is also saying, nah, this is too much. This is too much. Let's talk of other matters. Tell me about yourself.
My second favorite subject.
Oh, how did I know? He runs his fingers through his scalp, preening his fur.
What would you like to know?
How did you come to be trained as a druid among your people? Haravius thumbs his half-shredded ear and thinks to himself for a few seconds. Well, it wasn't entirely by choice. Not at the start, at least. My ambition was to be a hunter. I merely arrived by a different trail. I can't quite get his inflection of voice. I'm trying when I'm speaking, but it's really not coming through. As a child, an Anamfath came to visit. Honored guest is occasion for a grand chase, but I was left out. Instructed instead to be cupbearer to the old wise one, while the rest were on the hunt. I'm sure you can guess what happens. Wise Anamfath gives dumb child a shred of attention, and we ended up talking until the hunters returned. And he gave me this. His hands dart across his body, scouring his pockets and folds of his tunic. This. He presents a rusted iron medallion fashioned in the likeness of a cown's head, a common icon amongst frontiersmen, explorers, and other seekers faithful to Galloway. The Anamfath insisted I be trained, and none in my village would defy him. And now, he smiles broadly, I don't need a bow to hunt. Then where are you from
My
originally?
mother's crotch. You?
Given the other accounts, I have to imagine that this actually is good because he likes this kind of stuff. What a coincidence. I also came from your mother's
For the
crotch.
record, only I'm allowed to insult my mother. But I respect your dedication to banter, so I'll let it slide. This time. I grew up in Glonfoth, specifically in and around Thane Bog. My people, the Fisher Crane tribe, are migrant stewards of the land. I've walked the whole of Glonfoth many times.
Hard to read at times. Yeah, I can see that. It's hard to tell with him how far he wants, because it's very obvious he wants banter. He wants you to hit back verbally, but he also seems to have a line where if you cross that line, he's going to give you exactly one warning, and that's going to be all you get. I feel like Ader kind of crossed that line back when we were in Deerford when he made the horrible fucking phrasing of that, not even a joke, that stupid saying from frickin' Gilded Vale. Yeah, the racist saying, let's be honest. All right, what's the story behind the symbol of whale on your eye patch? Well, whale is known as the eyeless face, so his symbol seemed a good fit for my eye patch. He absentmindedly runs his finger across the strap of the patch band. Whale iconography is rather popular in my home tribe, but it seems he's not so widely venerated here in the Deerwood. I remember thinking that if I consecrated my eye to he who obfuscates and reveals, then maybe with enough devotion, Whale would make use of the old ruined thing. He pulls on the eye patch strap and lets it go with a loud snap. So if you think you see me staring at rumps and cleavage, oh, it's really just the will of Whale controlling my gaze, honest. A lot of internal race they don't think is racist due to growing up around it. Yep. And I mean, again, despite the military alliance between Deerwood and Glonfoth, that doesn't change the on-the-ground people from like Gilded Vale and outer settlements. Those, again, the military alliance between the Duke and the leaders of Glonfoth, that's great. That's great that they're no longer constantly trying to kill one another. But that doesn't change the reality on the ground that for hundreds of years, the common settlers of the Deerwood and the common people of Glonfoth were brutally murdering each other. They're both going to have hangups about the other even being near them. I have a feeling when we finally get to Glonfoth territory, we're going to be treated pretty harshly. Maybe we'll have a bit better of a reputation simply because we're a watcher and a godlike, but I imagine there's going to be some who aren't nearly as friendly as Haravius is. I mean, hell, we ran into those tribesmen right at the beginning of the game who weren't even willing to listen to us that we hadn't approached the ruins. I mean, to be fair, that was the inciting incident of the entire adventure, hero's journey, blah, 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 but still. So you're a worshipper of Galawain, then? I was raised as a disciple of the Seeker God, as champion of the hunt, be it the simple struggle for sustenance or the scholarly pursuit of knowledge. Depends a bit on the tribe. Oh, of course. Some tribes that have had a longer, better relationship with the locals are probably going to treat people better. And those like the Nine Claws, who have been basically in a low-level guerrilla war for the better part of 300 years, are probably not going to be as welcoming. Big shocker. In my older years, I found... He cuts himself off, shakes his head, and then starts again. Well, life has shown me I'm more suited to the ways of Whale. The furious hunt for knowledge often outpaces the journey to real understanding. I have a feeling that has to do with his missing eye and missing ear. Something tells me he got into a hunt that he couldn't really handle. Druids have been known for changing into various animal shapes. What sort of creatures can you become? He takes a half step backward as you ask the question. All sorts of things, he says quietly with a long, uncomfortable gaze. Haravius stares at you blankly, arms folded. Let's discuss something else. Haravius, can you only transform into your cat form? Is that the problem? Any man with your scars has a story to tell. I'm just going to ask you later if you don't tell me now.
Yes, I suppose you should know.
He grips his forehead and turns his face away from you.
I struggled with spirit shifting, the final rite of passage in my druidic training. I prayed to Galawain for insight and, in the style of seekers of old, went to the forest, alone, to ask for guidance. Then I got my answer. An answer at least. in the form of a vibrantly colored Stelgar that pounced from the underbrush and made a salient demonstration of its capacity to eat things 1/15th its size.
By the gods, that's terrible. I am thankful you've managed to survive then.
Aye, it only cost me half my face. And for the record, the Stelgar limped home with worse.
I mean, I kind of expected that. If you had gotten taken down by that, obviously there would be a lot you wouldn't be here. His fingers play gently on the ear stump before a smile comes over his little
As
face.
the beast was lopping off bits of my handsomeness, I remember trying to fight back, swinging with arms too short to reach. I felt I had the energy for one last swipe at the beast's nose, and when I lashed out with a punch, my arm felt twice as massive, and my fingers sprouted talons. In a rush of power, I shifted into a mirror of my assailant. Apparently, he couldn't pick on someone his own size. By the battle's end, his severed arm was in my maw. The beast limped away in defeat.
That's quite an impressive tale. I thought learning to spirit shift would win me some respect. Maybe trap myself in a Diran lass with a lust for small men. Alas, I might have been better off staying a novice. When I wandered back to my village, they saw my wound and asked what happened, and I showed them. The name they called my form was the Autumn Stelgar. And his mouth opens, but he hesitates for a long moment. They were not impressed. The Riao of my circle believe the Autumn Stelgar to be a heinous abomination. It is said that if it eats you, your soul is lost. As this was my first and most intuitive form, they deemed me a carrier of its evil. Even though I never so much as threatened any of my kin, I was ruled unfit and cast out. Heravius sighs, scratching his scarred face. I don't know what message Gallowayne was trying to send. The only lesson I learned was that the Seeker God will punish you for seeking. So, they think you're some kind of soul cannibal. Heravius stares at you with a frown before covering his face in his hands. No. At least I think not. I've never actually sat down and eaten an entire person to find out. I'm not that curious to find out. In the sequel, subclasses become... Yeah, you mentioned. Druid, amongst other things, gets one called Shifter, which focuses on shapeshifting. The Revis, if he had subclasses, would be a Shifter. He always talks about the hunt, the physical part of Druidism, and the spiritual. Yeah, that would kind of make sense. I mean, he does still have the spiritual side to it. He does seem like he is personally spiritual, but he doesn't know how to... I guess evangelize is not the right word, because he's not trying to proselytize to anybody, but like the outer aspects of it, like the actual living the spiritual part of it. He's much more still kind of brutally naturalistic. Then again, he's the only druid we've met, so maybe a lot of them are like that. So you don't choose your spirit shifting form? No, he says with a huff. It chooses me, or so I imagine. I always assumed I would shift into a stoat. Seems more true to my nature. He points to the embossed pattern of whale on his eye patch. And as the obscured teaches, when the answer is inscrutable, one must be content to ponder the question. Were you at least recognized as a proper druid? His brow furrows. No. But I know I passed an initiation rite 5 times more perilous than any of those kin betrayers that insisted I was a failure. Also, it really sounds like his tribe was just looking for the opportunity to kick him out. It also begs the question, given that one of the, does it still have it? Where is it? No, it's too far up. The honored person who came that convinced him to go down the path of the druid, you'd think he would go seek out that person or someone like that since they insisted he be trained. And then he was kicked out just because he followed the training that he was supposed to be on. Would it be possible for you to learn how to spirit shift into something less terrifying? Already can and do, he says with a beaming smile that quickly returns to a scowl. The druids of my circle assign great meaning to one's first form. I've always been unclean to them. Possible they are dead? That's true. Well, but he talked about them in the present tense, so I guess we'll find out when we finally get closer to Glonfoth territory, because I imagine, like most games, there will be quests for all the companions. So we've already got stuff for Aloth and Durance and all that. It will be interesting to see with Heravius. We'll probably have to deal with his former tribe at some point.
Well,
thank you.
If you don't know me, you can't trust me. And if you can't trust me, odds are low you'll leap in front of a flying arrow to save my life.
I mean, That'd be kind of impressive given that I'd basically have to dive towards the ground in order to stop an arrow trying to hit you, but...
I've been meaning to visit the druids of Twin Elms to see if they know more about my spirit shift. If our journey takes us there, perhaps they can enlighten me with more information about the Autumn Stelgar. But for now, maybe we can talk about something less depressing?
You're the powerhouse of our group. Yeah, I mean, between his spellcasting being very straightforward, that lightning spell alone makes him worth it. I do want to hear more about Galawain and Whale, and the perspective that the Anglanfath people have on them. He stares at you blankly with his one eye. Oh, not sure what more there is to say on the subject, unless you are itching for religious debate. But we wouldn't have to dive to do that. We'd literally just have to stand in front of him because he'd come up to about knee level anyways. Or, I mean, he'd be higher than that, but if the archers have anything competent, he'd be aiming at center mass, so he'd be aiming slightly below where his head is. Well, tell me your thoughts on Whale and your people's perspective on him. I came to know Whale in earnest in my first years of exile. I asked myself why Galawain would punish me for asking questions. What just and fair god would punish me for doing as he asks? Questioning why I had been mauled just drove me mad. And at the height of my worry, I would have dreams where I only saw with my injured eye. My healthy eye was blind. He lifts up the eye patch to gently itch at the socket, and you catch a quick glimpse of a puckered and scarred abscess under the whale-embroidered patch. So one afternoon, I stitched a stylized eye motif on the patch. I like to think of it as my self-initiation into the Brotherhood of Whale. Whale is not an instructive or overbearing deity. He does not freely dispense wisdom and expects all of us to question and explore the world with our own minds. Whale reminds me that curiosity is being receptive to any and all truths, not hunting for any one answer. Has the god ever spoken directly to you, ever sent a sign? Never directly, which is as it should be, given what he represents. Personally, I like how Whale never sends wild beasts to maul me, but maybe I have a low expectation of such a thing. And what more can you tell me of your tribe's worship of Galloway? A frown overcomes his face as he ponders your question. Consider it a lapsed devotion. I will always respect the Seeker God, but he visited ruination upon me when all I sought was knowledge, just as he taught it should be. He meshes his fingers together and flexes his digits until the joints pop and click. Galawain has left his mark on me. When I see my shifted reflection, I'm reminded of his presence. Galawain still inspires fear, but not my worship. So about the Avowed is that, like all other open world, they have skill trees, which in a sense does really work lore-wise. Each of the classes take the few are lifetime professions in lore. You can't just pick up a Goimar and start casting spells. Yeah, that's the peril of skill trees. Like, I get why people do it for open world games. At least I kind of get it. And on the other hand, I really don't like it. I guess I understand it from a game developer standpoint, but from a player standpoint, yes, it gets a little tiresome after a while. Hey, Grizzly, welcome, welcome. Thanks, man. Thank you. Hope you stick around for a little bit if you want to. Oh, and thanks for the follow. Is that showing up in the corner right up? Yes, it is.
The Silent Grizzly is now aboard.
Hey, Darkstar, welcome, welcome. Oh, we got a whole group here. Thank you. Honestly, a lesser man would accept the indignities of the gods and ask for seconds. I think it's good that you walked away from him. That or number two? No, because... Tentatively way into the +8 poison damage skill. But yeah, it gets a little ridiculous. Either you make the skill trees incredibly diverse and where every choice leads up to something that matters, but each individual skill is largely, well, underwhelming, or you make the skill trees really short, every choice has a massive amount of impact, but then you feel like you don't have any customization, which defeats the point of a skill tree. You either end up as Path of Exile or you end up as Vanilla Skyrim, and both of those options can be pretty underwhelming in different ways. I don't know. I feel like 2 is pushing that there might be some reconciliation between him and his people, whereas 3 might push him away from that. But no, I honestly think Haravius has the right of it. And plus, he's still pursuing Galawain's tenets of growth and self-discovery. He's just not giving Galawain credit. In that way, he's kind of similar to Durance. Durance still believes in what Magrin taught. He just doesn't believe in Magrin herself. A lesser man would accept the indignities from the gods. I think it's good that you walked away from him. His cheek turns red and he nods in agreement. Well, I wish my kin saw it that way, but I guess I value my own self-respect over the gods. I probably shouldn't have said that out loud. Yeah, true. This is a world where gods are a definitive fact. We're probably going to get smited for that later in some fashion. Okay, yeah. No, we're not done. We're not done. There was more. What can you tell me of Glanfa? It is a verdant land of history, culture, and natural beauty. His voice falls into a half-whisper as he adds, and we already have enough unwanted trespassers, so I recommend that you never visit. Well, do you miss it? Used to, he says with a slight frown, and scratches at his shredded ear, looking eastward. It's home. I'll go back one day, but... He turns his attention to his shoulder and picks a small seed from the fibers of his tunic. You see this? He holds up the seed. I know, just a seed. But I've never seen this type before. I'm itching to find out what grows from it. Every day, I find something new out here. One day, I'll return home, but for now, my curiosity exceeds my nostalgia sevenfold. Alright, I'll bite. Why should I avoid Glanfa? He looks at you puzzled. There's no cities to visit, no great centers of commerce to explore. It would seem most visitors come to our land just to pillage the dam and Guathan ruins. The ancient Ingwithans gave the forest to our ancestors, and in return, we watch their ruins and see to it they remain untouched. And before you ask, no, we don't have a secret passphrase or hand gesture. Nobody enters the ruins, not even the guardians or the watchers. And what can you tell me of your tribe? Fisher Crane tribe. Most of my people live far to the southeast, around the Thane Bog. He weaves his fingers together and cracks his joints in a flexing motion of wet snaps. Tribe is not one of great renown, but we... Pauses for a moment. They protect their lands in accordance with the sacred oaths, and as much as it pains me to say it, I wouldn't want any other tribe's name attached to my own. So I suppose then his full title would be Haravius of the Fisher Crane, or Haravius of Fisher Crane, or something like that. So you grew up in a bog? Only briefly. Here, let me show you something. Just don't commit any of it to memory, please. Haravius rolls up his sleeves and shows you his forearms. The soft brown fur of his arms is lined with the faint stains of henna and scar tissue. This is where I grew up. The migration trail, marked on my arms during my training. While much of the tribe guards the Thane Bog year-round, many of us, including the Circle of Hawk and Ivy, honor the oath by patrolling the lesser ruins scattered throughout the lands. He points at several of the henna crescents on his forearms. We eschew houses, we take only what we can carry, and we move camp every 2 moons to ensure that our sacred sites are visited at regular intervals. This nomadic patrol is how my druid circle came to name itself. We circle and protect like hawks, but we only ever perch on the ivy of the ruins, nearby trees, and never enter the builder's lair. So why aren't the Fisher Cranes well regarded? Because the other tribes are insufferable sibling spawn? He grins broadly and stares at you for a few moments. I suppose the Fisher Cranes have a reputation for being a bit passive and reluctant to fight, which is another way of saying that other tribes fight hard while we fight smart. Our namesake, the Fisher Crane, is a marshland raptor that remains stark still from sunrise to noon. We are invisible stewards of the land, and we are patient hunters of those who trespass. The 3 Tuskstelgar tribes see our methods as soft and unbecoming, but I hear they use the same word for cousin as they do for whore in their dialect. Just an observation. Would it be possible for you to join a different tribe since they cast you out? Haravius frowns and shakes his head. There are tribes that would take me. Twice-split arrows adopt outcasts like myself all the time, but their ways aren't mine. Some of them even live under roofs. How obtuse. He looks to the southeast and sighs. I long for home. Not just any home. but Whale has made my wanderings fruitful, and I accept that it may not be until my soul passes that I rejoin the Fisher Cranes in truth. And we're not in Orland, so we can't ask that one. Aren't most of the Orlands in Glonfoth wild, like yourself?
Wild? Yes, I suppose all of us were a bit wild as my tribe was migratory and we didn't live in permanent houses.
I didn't mean it as an insult, Horavius, though given everything that Adair talked to you about, I suppose I should have seen this one coming.
But I understand what you're trying to ask. Yes, a slight plurality of Glonfoth and Orlands have forest plumage. Growing up with meadow plumage, I was assumed to be weaker than others my age.
So that's meadow plumage. So is that reference to the skin tone? Because, Tenwin, you mentioned that humans are also referred to as having meadow features, which is referring to their skin color.
The huntmaster of my tribe only chose apprentices from the forested kin, or rather, wild Orlands, as they're called amongst slave-owning bigots, as well as bigots too broke to own slaves.
Interesting.
I grew up in Glonfoth, specifically in and around Thane Bog. My people, the Fisher Crane tribe, are migrant stewards of the land. I've walked the whole of Glonfoth many times.
Oh, so, okay, so when Adair made that comment about furry-fared Orlands, he was literally bringing this up in a much less roundabout or circumspect okay, that's why he slapped you back, Adair, you fucking idiot.
What would you like to know?
Back to... No, we were not done. There was more dialogue options.
Something?
I think I already have a good idea of what you're going to say, but nonetheless, I'd like to hear it. What do the Glenfathans think of the Deerwood and its people as a whole? Horavius spits on the ground. Foreign looters obsessed with wealth, wine, and bullshit. May their bowels be obstructed with pus-seeping nodules, every one of them. His scowl lingers and he scratches at his ear stump. Not exactly that you're asking a neutral party. When I was an insufferable child, and I usually was, my parents told me Deerwoodans would enslave me in this life and the next if I didn't behave. See, that's what I mean, though. Like, even the common people in the Deerwood have given up on the idea of slavery for over a century and a half now, and their founding mythical figure of their nation purposely went out of his way to abolish it, not just for the Glonfathans, but for everybody. But I'm in their lands now, and I will, in the interest of academic fairness, admit that I've met several decent, mostly non-rabid Deerwoodans. He looks askance and folds his arms. But my suspicion about them all being drunkards was proven entirely accurate. I wonder what great wonders they'd accomplish if they all sobered the hell up.
I grew up in Glonfoth. What would you like to know?
Why is it doing this where it takes me back to that and I have to keep recycling the dialogue? We're not done yet. Okay, that's all done. We did that one. I'd like to discuss our fellow party
Curious about
members.
your compatriots? Whom in particular?
Oh, this ought to be good. All right, give it to me. What do you think of Adair?
He's nasty, brutish, and tall. So, 2/3 like me, I suppose. The circumference of his neck exceeds the circumference of my torso at its thickest point. They sure do breed them big and dumb in the Deerwood, don't they? No, I'm being a brat. Truthfully, I think the guy's a lot more gentle than he pretends. He's certainly got a big heart for animals, at least, which is rather telling of who he is under that soldier exterior.
See, at least this tells me that he's really, like, it does kind of tell me that Adair's little faux pas with the racist statement isn't even the worst racist statement that Horavius has had to deal with since he came to Deerwood. Like, he didn't even bring up anything about that. He's just like, yeah, he's just a bit dumb and he's a big dude. And what do you think of Pelagina, our latest companion?
Her zeal is sincere, and I can tell you she's destined to die on her feet. And she's easy on the eyes. Can't fatten a thoroughbred, that's what I always say. I just wonder if she has a cloaca or not. Ooh, the curiosity is killing me.
Nope, we're moving on. I don't even want to contemplate that, Horavius. We're moving on.
Hey, you wanted to gossip, not me.
Oh, apologies. And they had to cough there.
We can speak another time.
No, we're speaking now, dipshit.
Curious about
I did not say you could walk away from this conversation. All right. What do you think about Aloth, our resident split personality awakened?
Oh, him I don't mind too much. Though I could pitch a tent with the pole wedged up his anus. I could smell something funny on him. 2 cents? Not quite. Well, whatever it is, take note of his mood swings. I don't think he's unstable. I just think he has a lot going on up there.
Okay. I suppose Awakened are probably a little more common among the Arglonfoth given their open embracing of natural abilities regarding ciphers and the like. So he's probably more used to dealing with that. What about Sagani? What's your impression?
She steps lightly when we travel outdoors, which is more than I could say for the rest of you. They do things differently where she's from, but she knows her way around the woods almost as well as I do. Almost.
That's high praise given his people's perspective on things. Moved out of a very dour and sad area, he lightens up and honestly comes off as kind of dumb most of the time. People accuse him of flanderization. Gets into a better mood. He isn't as serious and dour. I'm assuming you're talking about Adair? Oh yeah, I missed the first part of your comment. Way more clear in the sequel. Well, yeah, he's just kind of... I'd have to see the dialogue when we get to the second game, because stuff like that can get into flanderization if you're not careful with it. But it might also be a case where a lot of players feel more protective of him since he's the first companion and he tends to be like your buddy throughout most of it. So it might just be a case of it's not really flanderization, but some players took it as flanderization because they have like a good connection with him. Any thoughts on our dear friend Kana?
Oh, I think I could fit 3 of me, plus a remainder of a 4th Haravius inside that giant. Gods, am I glad he's friendly. And between you and me, he has a better singing voice than the prettiest lasses I know from my tribe. It's 1 part unsettling, 2 parts arousing. And it makes me wish I still had both ears.
Oh, so your complaining about his singing earlier was to cover up for the fact that you found it attractive. Okay. That's something I didn't know. All right, Haravius, calm down, my dude. What about the grieving mother?
Oh, right. The peasant woman that's been traveling with us? I guess I haven't kept a close eye on her. Not sure what to say. She seems harmless enough, but she must be a glutton for trouble if she's traveling with us. She'd probably be safer on her own.
Interesting. So yeah, even he hasn't been keeping track of her. I thought Haravius of all people would at least try to keep an eye on her. Yeah. Well, I mean, just given that the the Glonfothans have way more like open acceptance of natural cipher-like abilities, I figured he of all people would at least try to keep an eye on her. Like, I wasn't expecting him to succeed, but I was wondering if he would actually have some kind of insight. But it seems she's fooled even him. And what about your thoughts on Durance?
Oh, love at first sight. It's like WoW carved an ever-changing gash in his brain, and every hour he's a different flavor of angry. Durance makes me feel like I'm the sane one. He smells like fear in the mornings and rage in the afternoons. I'm keeping my eye on him. He's a laugh, but he might someday be a problem.
And funnily enough, that's kind of the same conclusion I've come to. Ah, that's true, Tenwin, that's true. And also, it might be a simple case that because Haravius is so used to people being open with their cipher abilities, someone like the Grieving Mother who's using hers to purposely obfuscate herself is something that he wouldn't pick up on. That's a good point. That's a good point. All right, that's all for now. All right.
Speak another time.
We're finally done with yours. Durance doesn't want to talk to us right now. Ader's all full. Aloth is all good. And now we have our new companion. Pelagina's eyes glimmer with a divine spark as she coolly appraises you. Need something? I wanted to know more about your order. The Brotherhood of the Five Sons, was it? She nods. Back in the Republics, we call it the Frema... Oh god. Fremas mes canc suila... Suolias. Fremas mes cane... That's an... Oh no, canc. That's a C at the end there. Fremas... Why do you have fremas mes next to each other? Fremas mes canc suilius. Oh god, it's another one of the smart bots that put a space in its frickin'... Yeah. Hey, if it wants to increase my... Just, you know, at least nobody can accidentally click on this stupid shit. Dumb bot wants to increase my fucking viewer count for a little bit. I'm fine with that. Ugh. The five... Yeah. Back to where we were. The 5 sons are the Dukes Bells, the great dukes who rule over the most powerful of the republics. Sperento, Ankense, Selona, Osia, and Orevua. The Dukes Bells keeps the republic moving forward, keeps us at the forefront of trade and technology in the world, helps us keep strong against our rivals. We brothers are sworn to aid and protect them for the good of the republic and all of its citizens. You say brothers, but my breastplate bulges in the wrong spot? She cracks a grin. I may look like a woman and sound like a woman, but according to the Republic's laws, I am not. What they call godlike, people like me, we cannot bear children. And so, by the laws of the Republics, we cannot be real women. For what that's worth. Most women in the Republics, if they can't bear children, it's like the sun has set upon their lives. But what it was worth to me? Freedom. The Brotherhood has a prohibition against women entering, but legally, I was allowed. Many resented the decision, but I learned long ago not to care. I mean, yeah. I mean, it sounds like, from the sound of it, if we're getting a very big Mediterranean Italian city-state feel from this. We're also getting a very legalistic perspective on their society, which tells me as well that, hey, you guys wrote the laws. If you decided to leave that in there where she's legally classified as a man because of it, well, you only have yourselves to blame. How does it work? I can't imagine that the 5 dukes can agree at all times. She throws her head back and laughs. Of course not. They argue endlessly in the Segreta Ducala. The Brotherhood is forbidden to take sides in the debate, not that I would ever want to anyways. I'd rather risk life and limb fighting our enemies than listen to the droning lectures of the Ducal Congress. Our loyalty is not to the individual duke, but to the dukes as a whole, to the collective will and resolutions of the Valian republics. We follow the mandates of the Congress. The individual dukes direct us, but they have an understanding that we are of how we are not to be used. I'm trying not to say ducks. The dukes. And how exactly did the people of your republic feel about the godlike such as yourself? Like with anyone who's different, most people are curious or afraid. And if they're afraid, she shrugs, they get angry. They want to make sense of the world, and people like me are confusing. And believe me, people are easily confused. Her tone becomes far more serious as her voice shifts and her gaze drifts off. But after a long moment, she looks back at you. We all have to protect ourselves no matter where we are. Being different means always looking over your shoulder, no matter what company you keep. Yeah, I mean, it couldn't even have included... If it had said something like, you're one of the godlike, but which type are you or something, like it could show that your character is at least like, oh, I'm aware of what's going on, but I'm not as well versed in your specific type of a godlike. It would at least make a little more sense. This is one of those questions where I'm going to have to read it differently so it doesn't sound as stupid. Though funnily enough, I actually kind of like her statement here. People are easily confused. We all have to protect ourselves. Being different means always looking over your shoulder. And funnily enough, that kind of applies to most of our companions. Haravius' spirit shift form looks different, and so he was cast out of his tribe. Adir worshipped a different god, and he was cast out of Gilded Vale. Aloth has a different awakened soul within him, and that got him basically thrown out of Adiran's society. Durance has a different opinion of how Magrin's teaching should be done, and got basically, well, self-exiled, maybe less so than thrown out. Sagani's probably the only one who's normal, but she's only normal among her people. Out here, she's kind of the stranger. The Grieving Mother is the Grieving Mother. That's a whole Pandora's box of shit that we haven't even gotten to. Kana's might be the only other slightly normal one, but he's just so nice and happy most of the time that I don't think nobody in the party seems to dislike Kana. Everybody seems to get along with him. He's a good dude. Initially, I thought Haravius didn't like him, but then we learned the truth is that Haravius actually really likes his singing, so what do I know? So you're one of the godlike like me, aren't you? Though I've never seen your features before. I think you mentioned it was Hyleia that you were an aspect of. She lets out a small laugh. That is what they call me, yes. I've never met a god, so I don't know what they're like. I can't say why everyone else presumes to understand why I was born this way. Fair enough. So which of the Valian Republics are you from? I was born in a fishing village. Oh god. I was born in a fishing village near Biagepe. I hope that, god damn it. Now, we've got Welsh, we've got Italian, we've got Pseudo-Latin. This game is just trying to teach me a foreign language at this point. It's just, it hasn't decided which one. Her brow furrows, her golden eyes looking away. She searches for a memory. Can't remember the name, honestly. She waves her feathered head dismissively. I was only there for a few years. My best memory was of leaving that place. Like all the other brothers, I grew up under the Ozian bastions. It wasn't easy, but I preferred it to gutting fish. Difference is there are voice actors there to read it. Oh god, yeah. But at least then it's like, okay, I'll just use whatever pronunciation they use. And there's faux Scandinavian. Oh god. Yeah, I should have realized if Sagani and them are there, there's gotta be, yeah, there's gotta be other ones. Oh god. Why exactly are you concerned about the practice of animancy in Defiance Bay? People look at the republics as a nation of traders. We engage in much commercial trade through Defiance Bay and other regions, but the greatest value we have found is not written on a ledger line. Intellectual wealth, the ideas that we exchange. The Deerwood and the Valian republics are the world's leaders in animancy. If the Deerwood institutes prohibitions against the research and practice of it, it will have serious repercussions for the Valian republics. So you just see animancy as another good to be traded? She snorts dismissively. I am no scientist. I believe animancy can benefit us. There are many questions to be answered about who we are, why I am the way I am. If we can answer them, perhaps we can make life better for everyone. Interesting. I suppose that is also the supreme irony of her. She is a godlike of Hyleia, the goddess of childbirth and like grieving and all of the various aspects that one would consider very motherly, and yet she can never be a mother. It's sort of the ultimate irony of this. Like, the other godlikes seem to be very straightforward. A fire godlike is of Magrin and wants to burn things. A death godlike is of Bereth and has the ability to drain life from those who are already weak. But she is a godlike of a goddess that is supposed to be all about caring for people and all that things. And she is a warrior. And that's really the only thing she can be, because she can't be anything else for Hyleia, except for, I suppose it would be fairly disingenuous to be like someone who helps people with with birth and stuff like that, when you yourself can't have any children at all. It does make me wonder. I think she does want to be a soldier. She wants to be a warrior. She wouldn't choose at a very young age to become a paladin otherwise. But I think she's also very concerned about what the goddess blessing her took from her without her consent. I've got a feeling she's not a very particularly religious person, despite being a paladin, which honestly is a nice combination. If you're going to have paladins that aren't rooted in like a clerical order or in a clerical order or religious order, it's a very interesting way to do it. Don't you think there could be some dangers in animancy? Well, of course it's dangerous. But we who live in the Eastern Reach are the children of pioneers. We sought out this danger. She nods her head. This is why all the best research happens in the New World. Okay. Let me ask your opinion on something. How do you think things are going in our party and in the area in general? I am glad you know how much can be gained from diplomacy. In the Brotherhood, we are trained to keep our physical strength in reserve and use wits and words to navigate our way through most conflicts. She raises a feathered finger to emphasize her point. There will always be a time for a war, but I am glad to see you have the restraint not to succumb to the desire every time the opportunity arises. Oh, okay. She likes the diplomatic stuff. Interesting. You've spent a great deal of time in the Deerwood. What do you make of it? It is not the Republic's, but it is our closest ally. We trade more with the Deerwood than any other nation, and we have no greater ally in supporting our animancy research. Pelagina shakes her head slightly. Still, I do not understand the Deerwoodens' obsession with revenge and feuds, nor the widespread hatred of Orlands. I mean, I think you literally just described it. Why are they obsessed with revenge and feuds? Why do they have hatred of Orlands? Boy, could it be that when they arrived, the Orlands were the first thing they saw and was the first thing that attacked them? The Orlands who have a massive complex about people touching anything that they're not supposed to, and thus getting revenge in their own mind for what other people did. The Deerwoodens and the Glenfathans are really, their cultural exchange is pretty much predicated on pissing each other off. Yes, that did not help either. And yeah, you can tell that the Valian Republics, because the Valian Republics were part of the Adirian Empire as well, and broke off on their own. You've got the feeling that the Valian Republics did not have nearly as warlike a history as the early Dirwooden colonists did. The Orlans from Glanfath fight for their homes and their culture, as anyone would. Yes, they fight dirty, but I would too if my enemies were all thrice my size. Yeah, see, this is a good point. This is a good point as well. I just find it a bit weird that she can instantly identify why the Orlans and the Glenfathans act the way they do, but can't understand how that would immediately begin to shape the Dirwoodens' culture as well. Especially after almost 2.5 centuries, or somewhere between 2 and 3 centuries of colonization. Do the Republics still view the Adirian Empire as a threat? We used to view the Empire as a threat. Since the revolution in Deerwood, the Republics have benefited greatly from the shield that the Deerwood provides. It's another reason why I fear the fall of Defiance Bay. If Deerwood is weak, then Adir will test the Republic's dominance of the Eastern Reach. And what do you know of far-off Rautai? They have done impressive things with cannon and artillery, and their ship designs are quite interesting, but they shout far too loudly over even the most minor of accomplishments. She smiles softly. No one seriously questions that the Republic controls all sea lanes in the Eastern Reach. See, this is interesting. That tells me that the Valian Republics are still operating a navy that is pre-gunpowder, or at least partially pre-gunpowder. And if our own timeline is anything to indicate, the second the Rautai figure out how to properly mount naval artillery, the Valian Republics are in a lot of trouble. Because once the first true galleons started to appear in the Mediterranean, galley-based warfare that was relied upon by the Italian city-states and the Ottomans went out the window. I think it was the Battle of Lepanto when a combination of shore defenses and galleons was enough to overwhelm most of the Ottoman fleet, which was mainly galleys at the time. Yes, them already being a thing is fine. It's once you figure out how to produce them properly, as well as to produce naval cannons that can function properly on a warship. Don't forget, early galleons had to have the cannons strapped down, and that wasn't exactly the best solution either. It took a little while to properly create the mountings and moorings to run proper naval artillery on the side of a warship. Once the Rautai figure that out, the Valian Republics better learn fast what's going to happen. All right, good. We've got all of that.
Yes.
Did I check Aeloth? Yeah, I checked Aeloth. Okay. Now let's talk to the barkeep real
Good day,
fast.
stranger.
We'll just go ahead and grab all three. So
Corres.
May
Yeah.
Wal watch your step.
just go ahead and grab them, swap them out. Oh, good. And we need to level her up as well. I liked the idea of making her a dedicated stealth character as well. But we'll keep her lore up, I guess. Body attunement. Finding the strength of its defenses, stealing them for its own. Drains a portion of the target's damage reduction, granting the same amount as bonus. 7 damage reduction stolen for 20 seconds. Mind Lance is piercing and does a good interrupt. I like that for her because I do like using her more as a rogue. And going between... She's not as much on buffing other people. Again, that would be really good if there was any way to reduce the randomization of that. Because if you could target a specific stat, it would be so good. Plus 10 damage reduction. Wait a second. 7 damage reduction. Ally target gains plus 10 damage reduction and endurance. We'll still go with Silent Scream for now. Well, maybe. Hold on. Provides an ally with a mental block on his or her pain, granting a bonus to their damage. That's still pretty good, actually. We'll grab that, and we'll grab Silent Scream. There we go. All right, Sagani. Oh god, yeah, we haven't done any of her conversation. Shit. What is on your mind? I want to know more about your homeland, Sagani. Can we speak? Nasitak. She rubs her nose with one broad finger. It's a big island in the middle of the Dreadfire Archipelago, just off the coast of the White That Wends. Tundra, mostly, with a few snow-covered forests in the warmer parts. Most of us live in the small villages, by standards here anyway. Mine is Masuk. And what's Nasitak like? Cold. Not as cold as the White That Wends. The few kith who visit Nasitak find it sparse. But there's plenty to sustain a village if you know where to look. She takes the items off on her calloused fingers. We get hides and meat from the caribou, the seals, some small whales, bone too, which makes fine bows and arrowheads. Community's important. We survive or perish together. Everything we do, every week-long hunt, every wall we build, it's for the village, for everyone. Who lives there? Mostly the Enutanic, like me. People here call us the Boreal Dwarves. The migratory clans of Glenfallen from the White That Wen sometimes spend the colder seasons on Nasitak, but we don't see too many foreigners who can tolerate the elements. She pats a weathered, bronzed arm. Those of us born on Nasitak like to say we have a hardy layer of sealskin just beneath the flesh. Glenfallen is pale elves? Ah, so yeah, northern boreal elves and boreal elves to complement the boreal dwarves that we have. Can you tell me more about Masuk? We're a tundra village. To an outsider's eyes, we're probably not much different from the others all around us, but our elders have stories and records going back hundreds of years. Epic hunts, battles with neighbors, sojourns across the sea, and we share those stories. And what exactly were you back in Nasitak? Just a hunter and a tracker? Lone hunter. I stalk game across the tundra with some of the other wives. We usually hunt caribou and oxen, but we find birds and hares too. It's good and respected. To see too much of Nasitak in the company of my friends and sisters, that is one of the pleasures of life in Masuk. And what about Itumak, your companion? She scratches the fox behind his ear. He's a good hunter, not much of a talker, and that's fine by me. When we hunt in Nasitak, we almost always bring our foxes with us. They help us keep track and flush out game, and they are fearless defenders against bears and snow leopards. Clever Itumak has always been my favorite. He wags his bushy tail. Aw, that's adorable. I can see why, after Haravius making the comment about Ader's love of animals, I really get why that little scene where he's just like, I want to pet the fox. And she's like, you shouldn't do that. He's going to bite you. He's like, I don't care. I want to pet the fox. You mentioned that you had a family back in your village, right? A husband and some children. Of course. We'd never send a woman who hasn't had the chance to find a mate and have a couple children of her own. I feel like that's a little personal. It is a hunting fox. Yeah, I know. What can I say? Ader's a bro. Aside, his dumb comments aside, he's really not that bad. I hope he gets a chance to pet the fox without the fox biting him. That's also why I'm bringing all the pets. I've got all the pets. Why wouldn't I bring them? He can pet any of them. Even the undead cat. Are you not worried that your husband will... Are you kidding? I'm the best shot in Masuk. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. We're taking the Southerners' approach to this. If he tries anything, he's a dead man. Got it. Fair enough. That is perfectly acceptable as an answer. What about your kids? Are you worried about them? I've had 5. Yakona, Estuya, Nauro, Anik, Malak. Estuya and Anik died young in the long, lean winters. Malak was barely talking when I left. She scrapes a thumbnail along the handle of her hunting knife. And he probably won't even know me when I get home. Yeah, exactly. She's not dumb. They're not dumb. Her husband's not dumb, hopefully. She frowns, her hand falling from the knife. Even in Nasitak, I spend most of my time on the hunt, but it's easier to relish the hunt when I know it's my family enjoying the kill. And what's your husband like? Kalu's a good man. He raised the kids well and built us a strong home while I was away on hunts. Our parents chose us for one another when we were young. Not the way things are usually done here, but ours chose well. She smiles. We came to appreciate each other as helpmates first, then friends, and, well, you know how it goes. There's a small hint of a blush below the stripe of face paint. Okay. I'm curious. I'd like to know more about your search for Persak. I'll tell you what I can, but Tarnak Ilitsak pilgrimages like mine are rare. Do you know exactly why your people have this tradition? Why is it so important for you to hunt down the future soul possessors of those who once came from your village? She pulls the bear figurine out of her satchel once more, running a finger along its smooth back. It's something we've always done. The elders say it was first began to forge ties with the other villages. It's hard to fight over caribou herds when you see someone you respect on the other side. Yeah, that makes sense, but again, this is very much a case of a society that didn't know that there was a much wider world that those souls could be born into later down the line. We also believe that passing our history on in this way helps make us stronger. It helps them, the elders, I mean. return to us after they've been away for a generation or more. They can use the experiences they've accumulated over lifetimes to lead the village again. Are elders usually reborn so far from the village? Most often, they return somewhere in Nasitak, a member of another village. Or they're reborn among the Glenfelin of the White That Wends. Even so, it's hard to say what's usual. A mischievous grin crinkles her eyes. When my grandfather was a boy, the elder came back as a polar bear. The huntress chosen for the task had to recite half of her village deeds while running from the beast. Okay, that's a funny image. Trying to give the history of your people while the polar bear's trying to eat you. Yeah, that's a great idea. Also, it's a fucking polar bear. It's not gonna stop. Those things don't stop. You either go running for miles to get away from that thing, or you die because it's gonna come and find you. Her expression sobers. Even so, there have been journeys longer than mine. Some last decades, and there have been some records of the huntress never returning. What exactly are you going to do when you find them? Depends on the man or woman they've become. It's easiest when the rebirth happens somewhere else in Nasitak, where the tradition's understood. Even in the White That Wends and the southern isles of the Dreadfire Archipelago, there are still people who at least somewhat understand the custom and will welcome you politely enough, even if their souls don't remember. She shrugs, but sometimes you find someone whose soul has no memory of the village, and you have to tell him of people who remember him still. As disheartening as this is, you just have to hope that the reminder will aid his soul in a future life. Why were you selected to come search for Prasak? Another old village tradition. The elders watched the caribou migrations. They cast seal bones to determine the right time for the journey. When the omens were determined, the village wives drew shark teeth. We're the ones that go to hunt and fish. We're the best suited for a task like this. Anyway, I grabbed this little tooth. She frowns. Traveling so far is a rare privilege for us, but as you can see, the journey is a bit unpredictable. And what are your thoughts on my search? It helps to know what you're hunting. You have a lot of tracks to follow, but where they'll lead is anyone's guess. Was that all of it? Oh, yep, that's all of it.
Yes?
Kana!
It's good to be on the road again. A wanderlust is nothing rare in the people of Rawatai, but often I think myself alone in loving the land as much as the sea. What
How are
shall we see next, I wonder?
How are you holding up, Kana? I'm ready if you are, Kana grins. Tell me about yourself.
What shall I tell? I am Kanarua, born in the royal city of Takoa, from which rules the Ranga Nui. There. That is a solemn enough start. I am a lore chanter in the college there, or at least a student of lore and a chanter both.
Do you have any family back in... Oh, right, because we did pick Dreadfire Archipelago as our start. The accent's right, but you don't look like you're from Rawatai. Do I not? He grins crookedly. I take your meaning. My family's from the Dreadfire, like you, but I have never seen the islands. My parents traveled to Rawatai many years before I was born. They found more opportunity in Rawatai. My mother took to crafting cannons, aspiring pirate that she is, and my father's work with coral caught the eye of someone important. And then the Ranganui himself, and well, the rest followed. What would you like to know? What made you leave the college?
I was on the usual path at first. Theology, the traditions, when the Gate of Great Teeth was completed. It was all my father had hoped for, the greatest commission he had ever received. But it was also a sign that Rawatai was changing, looking inward. Meanwhile, I was neck-deep in the writing of a dozen nations, marveling at all the things that lay beyond our borders.
He is an island Amawan, after all? Okay. That's true. A lot of the ones we've seen have been blue, at least on the character models. Coastal Amawan, yeah. And in so many of those books and records, I found accounts of the ancient Engwith. The Adherents hold a great hunger for their relics, and why shouldn't they? It was the civilization from which the Glenfathans learned to read souls. I decided that my third degree would be in history, and I would study the Engwithans themselves. They were at the heart of so much discussion abroad, so many discoveries. It drew some mockery. We watched Adir draw itself into several conflicts with the Glenfathans over those ruins, and Takoa had its own concerns. And soon I found it, a section of the Tanvi Oratoa, in an Adiran translation of an ancient Engwithan script, just sitting there without explanation. It was like a gift from the gods. What can you tell me about the Lore Chanters? I'm not very familiar with your order. My oldest brother thinks we spend our days in song, weaving wreaths from flowers. The truth is far less exciting than that. The college preserves what knowledge our people have gathered. I would have had it said that the Lore Chanters are Rawatai, for without them we would have no beginning, no sense of how far we've come. We would forget ourselves with every generation. I am only a student yet, but someday I will return and tell the keepers of what I have learned, and she will add my verses to the chant. What would you like to know? The Gate of Great Teeth? I'll admit I have no idea what even to contemplate about that. Ah, much as it sounds, it is a maze of walls like the teeth of a nautical terror. It sits outside the city and guards Takoa from all invaders and storms. And the storms have always been more trouble. Nuitanri, angry titans throwing themselves against Rawatai shores. Invaders I'm not so sure about, but perhaps I'm like the man who, being dry, throws off his raincloak during a storm. So my mother would have me believe. What is a Ranganui? A leader of some kind? It is the king, our great king, the ruler of all Rawatai. He leads our people well, and he has treated my family very well. My father and he are good friends, as much as one can be friends with a king at least. Oh, interesting. What else can you tell me about Rawatai?
Shall I describe the pearl-white sands, the sapphire waters, the multi-hued tiles of the rooftops, like a mosaic upon the coast? Sorry.
Like Khan, he's just so, he's the perfect definition of neutral good, to use the D&D alignment chart. He's just neutral good. He just is a good guy. He just wants everyone to get along, and he just wants to go find history and relics and stuff. I have a horrible feeling that what we're going to discover about his people's ancient past is going to absolutely try to break his spirit, and I really am not looking forward to that. That's usually what happens on these. Like, you have a big jovial guy who's friends with everybody, and he just wants to learn about his people's history. That history is going to be so fucking bad that it's going to nearly break him, and I am not looking forward to that. Why don't we just start in general? Tell me about the kingdom as a whole. It is a long journey by ship to the north, past Ixamitil and across the sea. We have settled much of the Gulf and established more recent trading colonies all along the coast. We live as best we can, like anyone else. Our land is plagued by storms, so we stand together, whatever corner of Rawatai we hail from. Otherwise, we'd never survive. And what about the city you're from specifically? Takoa, you mentioned.
Takoa is doubly famed, a royal city and home to the Coral Harbor. The Ranganui's palace is there, and we've a fleet of royal ships sitting outside the Gate of Great Teeth. Every so often, you'll hear the roar of a cannon being tested.
The finest ships in Rawatai, and so the world are anchored there, and some of our brightest minds toil at the artillery. My mother, for instance, Kana grins brightly. Myself, I have no talent with gunpowder. Takoa is also home to the Lore College, of course. And we get a great many people traveling a great long distance to speak with the Lore Keeper, or else hear the chants and peruse the books. At least, that was how it was when I was younger. Things are a little different when I left. How so? You might say the wind are changing. The Pahari, the traditionalists. The Ranganui's son stands among their number. Talk at the dinner table has changed from how far a fleet Rawatai ship might sail to how well defended our borders are. How far we have turned from old ways. Then talk turns to barring the Adiran and Valian merchant ships and, Kana sighs, things were difficult when I left. There was much arguing amongst the elders, and I trust the king has kept the peace, but I worry sometimes that things have taken a turn for the worst. It's sensible to look at your people's best interest, but from the sound of it, that's not what the Pahari are on about. They sound like they have there's an element to that, of course. There's probably members of them that take this stance, but it also sounds like that's also just harboring a couple of people who are just power hungry for their own ends and see turning inward as a way to gain political power. So I take it that you're not one of the traditionalists. Oh, I'm a regular firebrand, and if you ask the other chanters, I don't see why I can't appreciate our traditions and chart a better future. But so goes the debate. Yeah, I kind of figured that would be the case. Kana seems like he is actually trying to strike a balance between the two. But that's only, knowing a society that's already reached the point where they're forming political factions over this, he's going to be despised by both sides. It does sound like you miss home. Oh, some parts of it. The silver cliffs, the sea, those at least, none can change. The day I boarded a ship for Adir, the sunrise was gold upon the water. Oh, and I nearly left overboard and swam for home. Takoa is the home of a lot of artillery developments, hasn't it? Rawatai has a great deal of artillery. We made great advancements with our explosives. One of our artillery masters even advised on the Godhammer during the Saints' War. In Rawatai itself, our efforts are more modest. Bombards, cannons, we're having some luck with mortars too. You should ask my sister if you ever visit Takoa. She captains the Ratuana. She knows far more than I do and enjoys a great deal of fame for it. It may not be very traditional, but even the most strident demagogue won't touch the subject of artillery. They'd lose what support they've gathered. Do only Aumaua live there? Oh, far from it. The Aumaua arrived recently and formed the greatest number, but others have joined us, as long as they call themselves the subjects of the Ranganui. Some of my neighbors are Orlans even, for instance. Fine people, though they care little for the sea. Yeah, I can't imagine. Given the fact that most ships are built for Aumaua and human-sized people, I can't imagine that Orlans are very comfortable on large sailing vessels. I've heard some people say that the coastal Aumaua are a cruel people. There are some traditions and stories that one hears. Could you clear that up for me, Kana? Cruel in the same manner that Orlans are feral and pale elves graceful, yes? Kana chuckles. The Aumaua conquered Rawatai long ago, and yes, we drove their enemies from the lands in the doing of it. Today, the great kingdom of Rawatai has humans, Orlans, elves, and even island Aumaua. Kana flashes a quick smile. What a campaign of conquest says about those responsible, you'll have to ask the Adirans. In any case, yes, the reputation does persist. Good if you want fighting work, less so if you just want to be a cook. This sacred book you're searching for, tell me more about it. Especially since it seems strange that a Rawatai sacred book would be in an Ingwithan ruin that was last defended by Glenfathan soldiers.
The Tanvi Oratoa. It's not really a book. It's been passed down over the years in the form of a chant. I actually found it a little strange at first, seeing it set down in stone. It's not quite the same as a song of worship, though we have paeans to the gods as well. More a kind of moral guide. It gives us something to aspire to. The, model of a virtuous citizen of Rawatai.
Do you think the Ingwithans were possibly the first authors?
I don't know that the distinction is necessarily important. Rawatai has a long history, and our people have come from many different places. It matters less who wrote it than that I have found pieces of the verses all around the world. Wherever it came from, it will be Rawatai that decides what becomes of it. All the races and peoples of our kingdom coming together to create a great empire. You see, then, that I am loyal in my way.
Okay, hold on. Hold the phone. Scroll back up here. 1 second. Oh. Sorry, I had to cough. It's not really a book. It's been passed down over the years in the form of a chant. Strange to see it set in stone. It's not quite the same as a song of worship. More a moral guide. It gives us something to aspire to. The model of a virtuous citizen. Rawatai has a long history. It matters less who wrote it than that I have found pieces of the verse all over the world. Okay, so he's seeing it as some kind of universal morality, or at least something approaching that, like a good set of commandments that anyone who lives by will have a good, virtuous life. That's obviously how Kana sees it. And he sees its return to the Rawatai as a way to help bind their nation together. Basically, he's trying to find something that the traditionalists can't deny as being part of their tradition, but which will still be used to serve Rawatai as it pushes forward into the future. He really is following his middle ground kind of stance. He wants to support the traditions of Rawatai while still allowing his nation to advance. Okay, however, my thoughts. And this is just something that I've seen because we don't know a lot about the Glenfathan, or not the Glenfathans, the Ingwithans, but we have seen some flashes of imagery back during the tutorial of their society when we were in the ruins and we had those visions. This might be out there, and Tenwin, do not confirm or deny anything I'm about to say, please. Don't do it. This is pure speculation on my part, but I wanted to comment on it. I think, based on what Kana has said here right now, the Tanvi Oratoa, this guide to virtuous behavior, was a manual given by the Nguithans to their slaves as a method of control. The fact that it's found across the world, the fact that it's found on an Nguithan stone tablet and is supposed to describe virtuous behavior reads a lot like this was the Nguithans telling other people and other races how they wanted them to act and trying to instill it in them as a form of virtuous behavior. Essentially in the same way that you would see in the American South or even in ancient Rome, where virtuous slaves were often praised by their masters. And I think if that is the source of this, Kana is about to have a major crisis of faith when we find that out. Again, nobody comment on the truth or failure of this. This is just what I'm thinking right now. It's a combination of the way he's talking about it and just Kana as a character. To have this jovial, well-meaning, like as neutral good can be, just wanting to help people and be good. That learning that your society's entire moral guide was originally written to help keep them enslaved would be a massive spiritual and psychological blow. I need to know more, but that's where my headspace is right now. And I'm really disturbed by it because it does not speak highly of the Nguithans. And it also calls into question the Erglanfoth's claim that the Nguithans put them in charge of defending the ruins. Because that sounds more like the Glanfothans used to be another form of like slave soldier or something for the Nguithans. And that what they interpret as a righteous mission to keep relics and other things out of other people's hands was in fact essentially a final commandment to prevent anyone from utilizing Nguithan technology or magic sources. This world seems to tie magic and technology together, so I'm fine with kind of referring to both. Why don't you describe this virtuous citizen, then, according to your people's tenets?
Dutiful, learned, honest. The sticking point is loyal. Loyal to the people of Rauatai above all others. Fearless in their defense and bold in aspiration. Tireless in battle or industry. An inspiration to one's people.
Loyalty is the sticking. Okay, see, that makes me even more concerned.
It seems it's not that far a leap from there to the idea that we must cast out foreign influences.
Is that what you aspire to be, Kana?
Doesn't everyone want to be a good citizen?
Kana looks away. See, this doesn't make me change my thoughts on this. You're not helping, Kana. In universe, my character's just like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Me, the player, is like, I don't like the sound of this. Kana, turn back. My dude, you are going to find something that is going to utterly shatter your worldview, and I'm going to have to try and help you pick up the pieces. Why look for it out here?
There have been arguments as to the chant's true interpretation. New translations, even. But any rendition of it I find in the ruins of Engwith will predate those translations by 2,000 years. And finding it here also proves that we still have much to gain from trading with other cultures.
I wouldn't give it necessarily a 1,000-yard stare. I mean, to be fair, he can't see my eyes anyways because of my character's head. But definitely, like, these are my thoughts of myself, which does kind of reflect what my character would be thinking, I think, which is my character be a little bit suspicious of this. He's not suspicious of Kana. Like, Kana has given me no reason to be suspicious of him, but everything else, I think that would be a little obvious. Kana does strike me as the kind of guy who would notice if I was that inattentive. He seems like he's a good read of people. At least, I mean, he takes the most optimistic interpretation of what he reads, but he still seems like he'd be a decent reader of people. I can't imagine you'd be a very good chanter having to do public performances and the like without at least having some skill in reading people.
I'd be lying if I said I'm not looking forward to seeing the look on everyone's faces when I get back. But in the long term, I just think that we can learn a lot from the Engwithians. A civilization like that is something to aspire to. A model for Rauatai as a whole, and not just its people.
See, that you're not... Kana, stop. You're making it worse. I'm literally going to watch your heart and soul break when we find the truth about this. I can feel it. I can feel the writer at Obsidian laughing and cackling as he wrote this good, sweet boy, and how he's going to just utterly ruin this man through his quest.
And I want to prove that all of this is worthwhile. Traveling, seeing the world for what it is. It's been so different from sitting in the Chanter Hall and studying books.
So, in a sense, you came all this way to win an argument?
More or less. It wasn't a popular theory when I suggested it. The idea that we shared the Tanvi Oratoha with some older culture, I mean, doesn't mean it's not true. It doesn't help that my family is from the Deadfire Islands. If I had a copper pond for every chanter who suggested that it's just not in my nature to conquer, my siblings, my parents, they make up for it. They build walls and cannons and ships.
Also note that the cultists have been trying to stop. That's true. Although that could also just be... We have not uncovered the full extent of what the cultists are trying to do either. So that might not even be related to my interpretation of what's going on. That might also just have to do with the fact that he's seeking out Ingwithan relics and they don't know what type of Ingwithan relics that he's looking for. So, you know.
I've tried to explain. It isn't that I think those things aren't necessary. But if Rauatai closes itself off from trade, turns on its own people over tradition, we will fall behind. And then we'll be the ones getting conquered. I think my father tries to understand at least.
I don't want to... Both of these I don't like. The rational choices are starting to become a little insensitive sometimes. Like, won't it have crumbled away? Well, that's always a possibility, but we don't know, especially since the site directly beneath Kadnua is surprisingly well preserved. I had other questions. The leaden key, given everything we've discovered about them. What else do you know? You said you were being hunted by them. So it seems. It's all rather absurd. What harm could I possibly do them by finding this text? Maybe they just don't like the Rauatai. How did this start? I ran into them in Adir. Or they sought me out. In Adir there were many people who had observed the Ingwithan ruins of the Deerwood, and I spent much time conferring with their experts. And in the libraries, I found accounts of sites in distant Ixamitil, and it was there I traveled next. But just before I found myself approached by a woman in dark robes, who bade me to abandon my studies for my own safety. I ignored her, of course, but I began to have the sense after that of being followed. And not long after that, well, one ambush on the road I could call misfortune, but 3. Do you know anything else about these people? I thought it only fair to delve into their activities in turn, and found word of a leaden key. But past that, it was all ravings and superstition. I might as well have gone around asking whether someone had ever seen a whale flying through the air. Some might well tell me yes, but the validity of their accounts would be questionable. You really don't seem worried about all this. They haven't had much luck. The last one came up to me at a dig site and slipped on a muddy beam. I actually tried to catch him. A reflex, I think, but he went right over the side, down 100 feet. I'm not really sure what he had in mind, but I doubt that was it. Everybody else in this party is having just like the devil's own, just having like the worst luck in the world. And here's Kana being like, I survived 3 ambushes mostly by luck. It's like, what the fuck, man? Apparently everybody else in the party gave their luck to you. What else do you know about Defiance Bay? Oh, the Copper Lane? I suppose the jest is that you might as well be tossing your coin into the streets as you walk. You'll find the merchants, blades for hire, the Goose and Fox is a fair tavern if you need to rest. I whiled a few hours by the theater in the Copper Lane when I came here last. I hope those plays aren't intended to be historically accurate, although I wonder if our theology lessons wouldn't be improved by the addition of funny Orlans. I think both the Orlans and your traditionalists would find that very insulting, Kana, but I know you mean it just... You mean it in the best way possible. Adir could learn a lesson from you on how to speak without directly insulting people. And now we have the big one.
Your mind comes bearing questions, Watcher.
I had questions for you, yes. He's an impressive fighter. I mean, the Amawa have the advantage of, I think their default stat bonus is straight to might, so they're already seen as good warriors. They're naturally stronger than humans, naturally tougher than humans. They're probably still slower than elves, but so is everybody else pretty much. And they invented gunpowder, so their standard tactic is probably exactly what he's got here, a gun in one hand and a two-handed weapon of some kind as backup. I can't imagine trying to break a line of pike and shot made up of Amawa. It's probably terrifying. Because you know that even if you manage to get in close, they're just going to switch to their broadswords or pikes and just utterly destroy you. Let your mind speak. I shall listen past the words. You addressed me as Watcher when we first met, as if you already knew that was what I was. There is a slow chill. For a moment, it seems as if she's going to fade from your vision, as if she can't even bear to be seen.
Title came unbidden. I do not know why I spoke of it. Yet it seemed the right mantle, a familiar one.
Okay, that already sounds like bullshit. Yet I do not know from where it came, if I have given offense. Oddly enough, it seems as if she's not speaking to you, like she's speaking to an audience. The air takes on a curious edge, a chill which persists for a sharp moment, then fades into dull fear. If I have given offense, forgive me. Forgive me. You would know more than I. The VA has so far been the weakest one of your companions. At the same time, I get it. Like, the whole point is she's meant to be unassuming. She's meant to be unnoticeable. She's meant to be quiet. She's meant to be just a normal woman who draws no attention to herself. If that's the description you give a VA, they're going to give a fairly flat performance on purpose. Even her portrait it just looks unsettling. The angle that it's drawn at or I suppose how you could say how it's shot at is just, it makes her look off. The way her head is slightly tilted up, but her eyes are looking down. But because you're looking at her almost straight on, it doesn't look like she's looking down at you, despite her eyes kind of giving that impression. The whole part of the face just looks off. And also this feels like she's talking to us, the player, not us, the character, which is already a disturbing idea in a game like this, since meta commentary in an RPG can go horribly wrong if you don't write it properly. Have you encountered a Watcher before? I do not know. It is an odd feeling. I do not know where it stems from. It was a word that arose when you saw me. It is said that the Watchers see much that others do not, and I have been hidden from the eyes of others for some time. All right. How is it none of my companions can see you as you? And it seems as if no one else can see you at all.
Their eyes see me, but their minds will not remember past the call.
The call?
My face is like the call of a newborn, hiding the face beneath. And for my body, I am able to wrap myself as a mother cradling her child. I am here as you see me, but to them, their eyes see only the cloak that I wear, a peasant mother, dirty, shabby, not worth knowing.
Interesting.
As a Watcher, you see more than others. To the eyes of most, I am as unseen as the spirits you share memories with.
I have to question why you do that, but how are you able to affect their minds? I divert the flow of their senses to a different path, to a place easily forgotten. It is not unwelcome when one does not desire the presence of others. The surface of their minds registers a figure, but the memory slips. They see a woman, but no desire for conversation, no desire for questions, and I have none to ask. When we first met, how was I able to enter your dream?
I do not know. What do you speak of? If you were in my thoughts, I could not feel your presence, nor do I know what you saw there.
As she speaks, you suddenly feel an odd sensation in your mind, as if walking in her thoughts would be as if walking down a back street of a merchant's stall. The claustrophobia of wooden shelves, canvas tarps, made less oppressive by the sheer number of enticing vials and bottles that stretch out the sides of you. You suddenly realize that whether she permits it or not, you could enter her dream and observe it without her ever knowing. And in response, your hand twitches. There's the feeling that you could simply pick up a vial, taste it, sample it, and keep the memory as your own. And suddenly, you find yourself back in your present thoughts. You are away but for a moment, and she's unaware of your diversion of thought. It may be one of your gifts, an ability to walk in memories as easily as someone walks upon the ground. If I may, would you allow me to try again? You feel her slowly nod, though she makes no actual motion. My mind is open to you, as it was before we even met. I could not stop you if I wished. Nonetheless, one should ask before doing such a thing. For God's sakes. I do not want to impose. I seek your permission. My memory is not as it was. Much has been forgotten. If you would walk in my thoughts, I have nothing hidden. Her thoughts feel strangely apologetic and welcoming at once. Perhaps you may learn something that will strengthen you, or a clue to what has caused this terrible burning of the fields of souls and halted Bareth's wheel. So she's referring specifically to the Hollowborn. Her mind gives way, your passage almost unnoticed as you enter her as before, circling the memory you shared when you first met. Once more you are calm. You are on the plateau, almost the height of a tower, several stories high. The plateau is as a table lying beneath a clear sky, and beneath the plateau, surrounding it in all directions, a forest, hazy with mist, though whether it is an actual mist or distance or a recollection. Resting in the curve of a natural arc above you is a great copper bell, half again the size of a man, hanging at attention, as if looking down on you in the event unfolding before you. Sounds good, Tenwin. Always keep yourself hydrated. Speaking of which, almost done with my gamer subs. The plateau has soaked in the sun, and the rock beneath you is rough and warm. The sky forms a cradle around you. You feel different, not disembodied, but you feel your body, your physical contours have changed with the surroundings. And you hear a soft series of chimes, wind chimes. At the sound, the scene gains color, texture, the sound beckoning you forth, filling your senses and thoughts like a mist roiling softly into a sealed chamber, and the chime coaxes you deeper into the memory. You're certain it is a memory, a warm one. You're on the stone of the plateau, your knees on the warm texture of the ground, silver, white, shimmering like Adra. Yes, the plateau is formed from it, glistening in the sun. You feel the heat on your skin, your wrists, your hands. Your hands are in motion. Weaving, not thread, gathering, tenderly moving along the first movements of Bareth's wheel. Your hands are wet. Your hands are upon the flesh of a newborn child. You feel the crowning of the head, turning in your grip, its head slick, wet from the womb. The hands you are wearing, inhabiting, they have done this many times. They are practiced and confident. You feel distant pain in your own head as the head emerges, a stream of fluid from the wound helping the newborn slide forth, and a woman's labored breathing crying out. Focus on the child. As your hands move, you hear the sound of chimes, clear, cutting through the haze of memory. You can't see where they're coming from, but they're close. They're meant to comfort, of that you're certain. Coaxed by your hand, every movement causes the chimes to sound again. Almost eagerly, the child comes forth, and as it does, your hands are in motion, weaving, moving along the length of a wet rope. No, the umbilical cord from the legs of the naked woman before you. You're holding a small child, still wet from the womb. The child cries, full of life, full of soul, the ringing of chimes echoing in its thought, filling it with its welcome. The soul is blurred at the edges, but if you are viewing a soul from within a soul, but it is there, it is alive. The woman before you weeps, and at her first cry, her hands reach out. You surrender the child to her, something you've done many times before, and as your hands move, the chimes echo the movement, and you realize the chimes are hanging from cords upon your wrist. Where they once echoed in the memory, they are now echoing in the child's mind as well. The chimes are intended to welcome the child, to be its first gentle greeting into the world, a soothing sound guided by the tender motions of your wrist. You are helping to weave its thoughts, its perceptions, and the experience. The experience. The woman laughs with ragged joy, laughing from a parched throat. Her emotions seem soothed, but the physical demands of labor have left her exhausted. But the child is here, safe. The plateau is peaceful, calm, distant, flattening out as the memory persists. With effort, the scene finally bleeds of color, and your mind becomes your own once more. The grieving mother stands silently before you. Once more, she seems unaware of what you've seen, or that you've entered her memories at all. I walked in your dreams, and I believe what are your memories. A mixture of curiosity and fear wells up between you. She raises her left hand, the chiming at her wrist quelling the rise within her. She is frightened, but curiosity anchors her.
What did you see in my memories? I would hear you speak of them.
The dream, the memory. It's the same as I saw upon meeting you. It was you, helping to give birth to a child. There is a silence as your breath falls still. You hear the faint cry of a child in the distance, newborn, almost exactly like that in the dream. And as you listen, the grieving mother raises both of her hands as if weaving, her wrists chiming as she does so, in a semblance of the gentle turning she provided while the newborn was crowning. To your surprise, you recognize the motions, and the words from the memory, even as they are new to you. She weaves her hands through the air in front of you. The child's cries continue to grow, yet the sound of the chimes weaves almost hypnotically into your thoughts. The sky seems sharp and clear, and you feel as if you are towering over your surroundings, as if kneeling atop a great pillar, just as she did in the memory. And to your surprise, the grieving mother falls, as if the strings holding her up were cut, and her knees crack against the ground. Her hands cease moving, the chimes echoing her movements. In a ragged voice you hear her speak, a voice that is of a much older woman than the one before you, harsh,
Tell me
almost
what
desperate.
you saw. Show me what you saw. Where were you?
Her eyes are now terribly sharp and real. They are filmed with white, silver white, like Adra. Interesting. As a cipher, we get more options here. It was in the middle of a forest, atop a great plateau of Adra. The sky was clear, and there was mist still blanketing the trees. As she kneels before you on the ground, she whispers to you, hoarsely, even fainter with the distance between you.
Stone of the plateau. Its color. Tell me its color.
Silver Adra, its surface warmed by the sun. As you watch, her hands rise before her. She clasps them, then cups them, as if feeling them for the first time. She stares down into the cradle of her hands. The chimes sound once, then twice as they swing.
And what did these hands hold?
A newborn child. There is a sudden intake of breath, and then a release. Her eyes blur closed, forming into slits, but in the brief glimpse you have of her changing expression, the rippling pain in her features seems to have smoothed. She's silent. She swallows once, then twice. You feel her once again in your thoughts, the rasping husk of her voice swallowed and drawn within.
It was the birthing bell you saw. Has it been so long? Have I forgotten so much?
There is a surprise, followed by rising horror swirling beneath her words. With the words comes a river of impulses, thoughts as if loosed from a breaking dam, and as your mind wraps the impulses into words, you realize it is her muscles in her heart and thoughts relaxing and breathing again. There is such an intensity, you almost want to take a step back from the flow, but you find the wave of impulses causes questions to float to the surface. Among them is a name, Watcher. What is the birthing
It is a
bell?
plateau formed of the spirit stone Audra. At its top is set a great bell, cradled in the reaching arm of the plateau. It stirs in the wind, and it sounds for leagues when struck by kith hands. In distant times, the great bell served as a Glenfathan watchtower, perhaps. Why they abandoned it, I do not know. Other men came in time, settlers, and claimed the tower as their own. I, in turn, claimed it from them. The pillar became a cradle where I could draw new souls into the world.
In a cradle where I could draw new souls into the world, and there was a mention of Bareth's wheel from before. Her story has to be tied to the Hollowborn in some way. I mean, her title of Grieving Mother makes it fairly obvious that she probably had a Hollowborn child of her own, or that something happened in that direction. It's also possible that, I don't know, maybe she started delivering children that were only Hollowborn or something, and something was wrong with the pillar that she was at because it was an Adra construction of some kind? I don't know. In your memory, were you helping a woman give birth?
Yes. Yet, I believe you only saw a small part of the birthing ritual. It is not all in a moment, nor in a day. It is a journey of many years between the child, the mother, and I.
That doesn't sound right. There was much I could do to aid the mother. Some sought the physical comforts of a ritual to steady their thoughts, even Adra from the bell. Others would seek advice, words of counsel for the days ahead. I was able to provide draughts, tinctures, and a reading of the child's spirit to strengthen the mother. What can you tell me about this ritual? It sounds more than simply giving birth, the way you're describing it.
The ritual was one of many steps. It took many tens of years to carve them, but always the child's thoughts were there to guide me from the moment it began to awaken, to the 3 seasons within the mother, to the birthing day, and the years to follow. The child's thoughts That is where it began.
She can interact with souls as they're being reincarnated. Oh. Then could the Hollowborn having happened led to her having essentially a mental breakdown? She would essentially be touching souls or partial fragments of souls that weren't working properly and feeling them being guided into human bodies or kith bodies would probably be deeply traumatizing for somebody who has this
The
ability.
expectant mother, I could often sense her thoughts and those of her child before she could. I would soothe her, free her from the panic of questions. I would sound the memory of the birthing bell atop the plateau in her mind, letting the memory of the vibrations fill my thoughts and hers. Often, the child's soul could hear it too, so the sound of the bell echoed in the mother's thoughts.
You could sense the mother's thoughts as well. Sharing memories and thoughts binds lives together, and hardships most of all, the sharing of what is familiar. The bell itself provides shelter for such thoughts, opportunities to see deep into the crevice, hollows in the rock where one could find shelter, clefts where you could feel the Adra all around you. As she speaks, you feel your legs bent, crossed, and the warmth of walls around you, blankets woven thick beneath you. Such shared images bond souls even tighter and allow them to draw strength from each other. Yeah, she's literally talking about shared experiences and how people can do things like trauma bonding, essentially. Going through any great hardship with anyone at your side tends to lead to a personal connection with that person, almost regardless of what your personal thoughts are on them. You mentioned the ritual could last years. What would you do after the birth? Once the pain is channeled away and the mother and child breathe again, I sound the birthing bells upon my wrists and allow the mother to hear the child's thoughts, the ringing echoing in each other's thoughts. The bells open the way between them, let her feelings pass into the newborn, and let her feel the child in return. And when the feelings meet, that is when I weave another memory and leave it tied in their minds. Interesting. So we made the comparison before that animancy is almost like a magical form of psychology, of analyzing the mind and the soul. We know that women have a almost biological instinctiveness once they've had the child born, that kind of the human brain basically increases all of the various hormones and chemicals in the brain that cause the woman to bond with the child almost immediately. It's why the women report having an almost euphoric effect shortly after giving birth. It sounds like the grieving mother was able to do the same thing essentially on a soul level, not just a chemical reaction of the brain to encourage, mother-child bonding, but to bind it into soul energy through animancy and her cipher abilities. But if that's the case, if she did that with a child that she did not know was going to become Hollowborn, what would that do? And when the Hollowborn inevitably has to be put down, how would that affect the woman who gave birth as well? And given her own mental instability, I have the feeling that something like this happened to her, that she was going to have a child. She tried to join herself in the same way that she had done with so many others, only to be giving birth to a Hollowborn, which probably caused some sort of animantic backlash on her psyche, which might have broken down everything that she was, essentially. Do these bells play an important role in the birthing process? Yes, and for years after. I gave a set to the child after delivery, a reminder of the memory of the mother and child shared. You feel an odd sensation, a warmth, and you can feel a smile being shared, then it flickers and is gone. The bells coax the child forth and accompany the child onward, fastened about the wrists to care for him in mind and body. But it's interesting, she makes it sound like this was something that was fairly common, to have these chimes as like a trinket on a person as they grew up. But we've encountered no one else in this game who has mentioned this or talked about it. There is no magic in it except the magic of practicality. If a child sought to leave their cradles or escape their cribs, the mother would know through the warning of the chimes alone. At times, if the bonds was strong, so would I. Okay, see, that directly contradicts what you just said, though. There is no magic in it except the magic of practicality. But you're saying that if the bond, the memory of what has happened here, that you would even feel it happening from a distance away. So it has to be related to animancy. It has to be related to her cipher abilities. The sensation of a smile comes again, slower, more knowing between you. If not watched, children, much trouble can be had from tiny hands. The chimes are kept until the child needs them no longer. When I no longer can hear them sounding in my mind, I know their spirit has changed, and the bonds we shared are long gone. This shedding may last many years, but for a few, but it is necessary. Interesting. So the memory eventually fades, and the magic of the chimes essentially fades as the person grows up and settles into... given the nature of what we know of Barrett's reincarnation cycle that they've mentioned, she probably means that the various soul fragments that make up a new soul, a reincarnated soul, the little bits and pieces from other souls that it's picked up in the reincarnation process, have finally solidified into a new full soul identity. That is probably what the shedding is. And thus the old bonds that were formed at the time when the soul was not fully forged together are now not necessarily gone, but have now become part of the soul itself, and thus are no longer sticking out from it, so to speak. The metaphor is a little hard to follow, I will admit. I'm trying my best to analyze it here. So you watched over these children for years after their births in some cases. Children are fragile. Even the ties of blood and mind may not be enough. They must be watched, and even then the body may fail the mind. But if watched, even the most sickly child may cling to life if determined enough, and many of their souls were tied to me. If a child's spirit failed, I could sound the chimes in their minds and grant them strength from afar. It did not always serve, but it gave hope. Yeah, she's her cipher ability, like, it's weird that she describes this as not magic, because magic seems to be such a common thing here. Like, even the Deerwoodans, who have a fairly high suspicion about magic, at least understand the basics of it. She's operating as if her cipher abilities are something that isn't magic, but it clearly is. Or at least it clearly is to us. It sounds like you've seen a great deal of tragedy, enough to never wish to feel it again. In the times before the bell, children who died were cast upon the waters of the lake beyond the bell, sometimes while alive if their paths and futures were deemed weak. It was a different time. Children were treated carelessly. Those times are past. Interesting. I can't imagine the Deerwoodans or the Glenfathans in that mindset. The Deerwoodans are a colonial society. Children are considered incredibly important, even a weak child. Anything that puts more hands on the farm and more people who can actually contribute to the society, even a weak child would at least be considered, since in this world with magic and other such things, there's no guarantee that being weak physically is going to make them incapable of contributing to their society. And the Glenfathans strike me as the kind that would, given their worship of Gallowayne, even a weak child would be raised in order to see if maybe the child will overcome that weakness and become stronger. Both Magrin and Gallowayne seem to fit that kind of description, so I can't imagine any society worshipping them would do it. Woedica doesn't make sense either, since she's a goddess of oaths and loyalty and all that. I can't imagine a society that kills children because they're too weak would be very well regarded by her, since that would be a violation of basically the unwritten oath between a parent and a child. I think that she somehow has memories of the Engwithans. I mean, again, this is sort of the great trope of the Engwithans are held up on this pedestal as, oh, they were so great as this ancient society that we know so little about. And I think we're going to find out that they were not nearly as good as a lot of these societies think they were. That's my thought. Again, Tenwood, everybody, do not confirm this. This is just my thoughts on the matter. This is just where my headspace is at. I have other questions about the birthing bell. Why would you give a telling of a child's spirit?
Would come seeking their child's future, or a reading into the child's past, the lives its soul is said to have lived.
There is a slow chill, and for a moment it seems as if she's going to fade from your vision, as if she can't bear to be seen, and there's a spike of fear and alarm. See, she read something. She used her abilities on some child, and there was some kind of backlash. Something broke her.
Such things are not mine to see. I meant no offense.
Oddly enough, it feels like she's not speaking to you. It feels like she's speaking to an... Yeah, we've seen this one again. I had other questions about the birthing bell. Where is it located? It lies deep in the great forests of the Deerwood, the borders of the Glenfathan lands, surrounding it. Barely a town, not one you would find on any map, but it held an important place for those there, even if we were far from the beaten track. Small families tied like a knot, joined at the wrists in mind and thought. All were welcomed. All had a purpose. Take me back to those other questions. Oh, wait. Oh no, we already did that.
Many,
yeah, we did that.
Such
and then,
things
okay,
are
here we
not
go.
mine to see. I meant no offense.
You're frightened. Something about the Watchers, every time you bring it up, your soul recoils. At the thought of Watchers crosses your mind, you again feel a sharp pain, a stabbing, a sudden burn of lashes across your back and shoulder, and then it is gone. And you feel the grieving mother before you, silent, almost fearful, wary. I mean, the obvious interpretation of that is that, given her abilities, Watchers approached her either to learn about what she was doing or because they felt she was doing something wrong and they attacked her.
I was something else, but because the title Watcher was cast on me, the word carried a weight I had neither earned nor deserved. The world seems filled with such titles. They distract, I think, from the actions of the person, from their strengths.
Why did you believe that you were a Watcher?
The world has many corners, and in some corners the name Watcher is more known. It is an easier title than others, and at times it is easier to wear. Placing a title upon what is unknown can dispel the fear of it, and I did not fight it. I even believed it true, though I knew little of the ways of Watchers. It even granted me strength.
But it's interesting because based on what we know of Watchers, her abilities sound similar, but definitely distinct.
I was able to see the thoughts of others, shape them, and help guide souls. Watcher seemed enough, and the name seemed to matter little in the light of one's acts.
But if they came to you to read their child's souls, what did you tell them?
I drew upon the present. I felt the soul of the mother before me, and used that to tell the child's path, to give it a voice. If only the thoughts of the mother and the emotions that lie beneath were mine to impart. I did, and so I used that as the telling of their child's future.
And what happens when you were wrong?
Futures fulfilled by one's own spirit are as strong as anything seen by another's eyes. And if one draws from the emotion of the mother, it matters only when harm is done.
All right, that doesn't make any sense.
And their lives I knew well. I could weave their lives, their thoughts over time, to the mother, to the child, and once the child had been born, was sheltered, I could relax the threads of thought until the child could stand on its own.
So yeah, she could influence the soul after birth because the soul was not fully amalgamated, so to speak. The various bits and pieces it had picked up in its reincarnation process were still malleable. And in that early phase, much like how a child's mind is easily malleable, and what is it called? A neurological plasticity, where the brain at younger ages is able to pick up on concepts a lot more rapidly than it is once it's older. Even if it doesn't share the understanding of those concepts, which usually only comes with time. She was able to manipulate that in order to push people or children in the direction that she believed their souls wanted to be in. But again, well, first of all, this is from a purely non-magic world, just normal human psychology level. This is horrifying. This has such rampant potential for abuse that it's insane. Like, it's one of those cases where I certainly hope the grieving mother before she became the grieving mother was a good person, because dear God, the potential for this power to be abused in a horrible way, you essentially have created, I don't know how to describe it, psychological eugenics, able to manipulate people's minds at birth in order to ensure that they follow specific paths. You've basically found every horrible authoritarian's wet dream. So, quite frankly, grieving mother, I really hope you're a good person. I really do, because otherwise I might be sticking this sword up your chest at some point. Because this is horrifying. Even the existing animancy that we know about now has to work with existing souls, and unless you're literally ripping the soul from the person's body, it can only do so much. Or shoving that soul into something, I suppose, is the other way around. But still, there are disturbing implications with everything she has just said. You shaped their thoughts to make your readings true.
This is my calling, to show them the life I see before them, and even greater, make them believe it.
That is not what a Watcher does. We don't have the power to shape minds. We see them as they are. Even a Cypher's abilities can only temporarily cloud a person's perceptions or change what they're thinking for a moment. Are kind of innately kind of... Oh no, agreed, Tenwin. But as I even pointed out when I'm kind of reinterpreting my character's line here, even in universe, Cypher abilities last for only a matter of minutes at most. And while the person might not remember what they did, they can't permanently shift somebody. What she's describing, again, is taking advantage of essentially the soul equivalent of neuroplasticity in order to push someone in a specific direction psychologically. And, it should be pointed out, she can't do that to somebody who's fully grown. Again, once the soul, it seems, has fully amalgamated itself, once the soul has drawn all of its fragments together and become a new person fully, once the child's identity is fully formed, and as she even pointed out, that can take a variable amount of time, she can't influence them after that point. Whereas the Cypher's abilities can be used at any time, but are far less far-reaching, so to speak. It's weird. Cyphers have a weaponized form of it, but that weapon can be understood and, as even the game itself points out with its mechanics, can be fought against. A person of sufficient willpower can just shrug off a Cypher's abilities or be affected by it for only a matter of a handful of seconds. But she's able to inflict potentially permanent changes across an entire person's life at birth. And since she was a midwife, at least that seems to be the implication, she was present for possibly thousands of births. Like, yeah, that's the thing. It's taking the Cypher's disturbing abilities, but abilities that you can at least interpret in a way of, well, Cyphers are often used in warfare, so it's at least somewhat understandable that it's militarized in that sense. And she's cranking it up to, this could be used to control an entire society or civilization if used, I was about to say if used properly, but quite frankly, if used improperly by anyone who has the inkling of abusing that power. It is insanely dangerous. Like, a sociopath with a Cypher's abilities is scary because he could be a murderous, crazy man and it would take a lot to take him down. But a person with the power of the grieving mother who's a sociopath could change the entire face of a nation just by delivering the right babies at the right time. And that is a scary goddamn thought. We don't shape minds. We don't have that ability. We see them as they are. We communicate with them. We feel what they feel, but we can't change what they are.
Even the most strongly worded tells may not be enough to save a child and allow it to be born. If I have the strength to strip away the stem of a mother's spite to expose kindness, weave nurturing from disdain and neglect, then that is my calling.
And here we have the classic argument of, well, it's fine so long as I use it for a good reason. And if you're a genuinely good person, that might be enough to at least make it understandable, but that doesn't change the fact. If Cyphers can become sociopaths due to the ability to read people's minds, I can't imagine that leading to a normal mental state baseline. Yeah. To be fair, from the sound of it, most Cyphers who don't learn how to control their ability to stop mind reading probably don't make it far enough to actually weaponize it. From the sound of it, they'd probably go crazy enough they'd be put down fairly easily or committed to an insane asylum. Those who learn to control it probably pretty rapidly learn to turn it off 99% of the time because it would probably be infuriating to have it on all the time. But again, this is... I'm not even going to accuse her of being a bad person because we've all thought about this. We've all thought about the ends justifying the means. But it's definitely... she's very human. I will give her that. This is a very human motivation. I can make these people's lives better. I can make the mother a better mother and the child a better child by doing this manipulation. But in the end, it's still manipulation. And I have to wonder if that led to what her current state is. Yeah, I can only imagine being a female Cypher 99% of the time is probably filled with nothing but that. I can see why the Glenfothans give their Cyphers a fairly great degree of latitude if they've had to deal with that kind of shit, especially given what little we know of their culture. I can't imagine that, say, for example, female Cyphers among the Glenfothans have a very... They probably learn how to deal with that bullshit pretty early.
And with the weight of Watcher behind my thoughts, these tells gain strength. Strength I never possessed on my own. They believed. And what they believed became the truth. With each child that was set upon that path, the title of Watcher became stronger.
I have a feeling this is going to come back to bite you in the ass, though.
You must understand, without such weight upon my words, many lives would have been lost, drowned, cast in the lake beyond the bell. Now the trail to the lake is lost and reclaimed by the forest, as was meant. A Watcher was not there to look over us, but it was a Watcher that saved them. And with a Watcher's strength, children were born, were cared for, and grew strong.
Female Glenfathan cipher escapes through it. To be fair, the Glenfathans strike me as the people who would know not to send a cipher into such an arrangement. Especially since the ciphers of the Glenfathans do seem to function as essentially special forces. From the sound of it, they've served the purpose of like the elite among their military. Well, not really a military, since their tribal system probably doesn't have a formal organization, but essentially as the best of the best that were magically inclined, so to speak. But to inflict your will on another, that is not reading, that is control. There is a reason most ciphers only use their abilities as an... Oh, okay, that was loud. Yay, we made another Twitchy buggy. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Wow, that was loud. Holy shit.
Twitchy buggy is now aboard.
Thank you. Oh god, I'm gonna have to lower the... I thought I fixed all of the sound alerts, but I guess I completely forgot about the achievement one because I don't think we've had that in a while. Thank you. 40 out of 40. Woo! 10 more and I can hit affiliate. Thank God. Also, another goddamn spammer. Fine, you want to increase my metrics? Go right ahead. Dumbass bot. Maybe if I insult them again, they'll get even smarter, at which point I'm going to have to actually worry about this shit. Ciphers only use their abilities in self-defense, or at least that's what they're taught. Sure, there's always bad apples, but once you use it purely for control, that is... all you're doing is inflicting your will on another. And that's all you'll ever do with it.
What use is a frightened will when a spirit is at stake? Would you let the fears of a mother end her newborn's life? You felt it in the memory, the weight of it, the importance of the child's life. It was a memory we shared.
Did we share that memory? Or did your powers inflict it upon me? Did you put the weight of it in my mind in order to tip the scales, so to speak, in how I view you? You say it was a memory shared. You say that I was able to walk into your mind unbidden and without restraint, and yet everything you've just explained about your powers leads me to doubt that. Suddenly, there is a rasping cry across your consciousness. She raises her hands and you see the chimes draped from them, yet they make no sound as she moves.
Greater good was done, and children were saved. It is a choice you may be forced to make one day, and when faced with it, you will make the same one.
I refuse to exercise that kind of control over others, even for a greater good. I use my powers to defend myself and my comrades. I will not use them to try and shape a world entirely without the consent of those within it. To try and shape the psychology of untold thousands, if not tens of thousands.
This choice is not yours to make, Watcher. You will do as the world needs, as its children need. It is greater than you and your twist of sight.
That's the closest she's come to actually putting emotion into her voice this entire time. Interesting. Very interesting. I'm getting that feeling of, and I think this was the writer's intention, of screw you, I'm gonna do the opposite of everything you say out of spite. Just because I know that you want to be a controlling ass sometimes. It's a weird combination. I do feel genuine sympathy for her. Something broke her. Like something fundamentally broke her. And that is worthy of sympathy and empathy. But her end state, especially in a universe where such powers actively exist. And she is basically saying, well, if it's for the greater good, then it's fine. That is not a line you can take. Hell, even Aloth brought this up when talking about animancers. Animancers are supposed to be trained. Animancers are supposed to be intelligent. Animancers are supposed to understand the nature of their powers. They have to be held to a higher standard. And so we will. You know the writing is good, because right now, with her having said this, my first inclination was to click number 3 and ignore the rest of her dialogue. I don't want to talk to her right now. I feel a visceral gut reaction of, I do not want to talk to you. At the same time, though, the inner RPG player in me is like, no, we have to know more. We have to fucking know more. As a player, I want to know more. As a character, I want to walk away from this conversation because right now, I could feel my character would be furious. The amount of control that she is attempting to manipulate us and has already admitted to having manipulated others. Like, I can understand from an empathic angle, she was trying to save children who otherwise might have been killed in childbirth, though it begs the question, why? She even said that the ritual, that the abandoning of the infants hasn't been done in so long, and that part of it was because she stopped giving people a reason to do so. I can understand that. The only other thing I can think is that she started to deliver hollowborn children, and she still convinced parents to keep the hollowborn children. In which case, she directly contributed to many of the issues that the people are having with the legacy of Widewind's legacy right now, and possibly even contributed to how badly the so-called salvation was when they started shoving bits of animal souls into these kids to try and keep them alive. If that's the case, I can see why she might have been cast out of her village, because if people found out that she was actively encouraging people to keep their hollowborn children, which then led to those children killing or maiming people later, they would directly blame her. And quite frankly, based on her own mindset, she would be to blame for it. She absolutely would. We'll keep talking to her, but I'm like, again, my gut reaction would be to walk away from this conversation. Something is wrong with what is going on with her. But at the same time, I have to know more. I have to know more. We did get all of these, right? Yes, she just wants to talk about something else. Oh.
The birthing bell.
Yeah, we discussed something different. I heard the name Watcher in your thoughts when you remembered the birthing bell. Why?
It's because I once believed I was one, and others believed I was one.
See, there it is again. She openly acknowledges she was not a Watcher, and yet she keeps talking about how, well, it was for the greater good. It was for the greater good. How many times can you say that and believe it before you realize that you're causing more harm than good? It's a classic, the road to hell is paved with good intentions kind of thing. You can believe that lying for the greater good is fine, that manipulating people for the greater good is fine. And perhaps even in some situations, I would at least be willing to hear out the argument. But the more I'm hearing and especially for someone like her, who maybe not intentionally is obfuscating what's going on, because it does seem, again, that her mind is messed up in some fundamental ways. But it still comes off as really bad that you're just okay with lying and manipulating people for your own, for not necessarily for your own ends, but for the greater good. Big air quotes around that. There is another name for someone with our abilities. The cipher does not define you any more than Watcher does, and it diminishes the nature of who you are, dims the flames of thought and drive. Yet if it calms others to define you in such a way, comfort may be taken in that. That is a cloak as well that serves to dispel fear and hate. She reminds me of Kreia. That's what it is. She reminds me of Kreia with her willingness to say manipulation is just another tool. That it's just another tool in a person's arsenal to be used. She's reminding me a lot of Kreia from KOTOR 2, which shouldn't surprise me. Obsidian did KOTOR 2, and I'm sure someone on their writing staff here was probably there for that. But it's weird. She's far more empathetic and empathic than Kreia ever was. So it's very weird to see these very similar ones. It's ever so slightly using the contrast of GM's soft, emotionless voice and your intense discussion of character. it needs to be. Well, again, I can draw the Kreia comparison. Kreia talks often with very little emotion in her voice, and she has that kind of grandmotherly tone most of the time. You can feel her eyes rolling in her head whenever she talks to you sometimes. But with Grieving Mother, again, look at her portrait. There's no rolling of eyes. This is dead serious at all times, but without the emotion that one would expect. But she's talking about fundamental concepts that should be looked at. Oh, we'll get there, I'm sure, Tenwin. No spoilers, but I'm sure we'll get there. Why did you believe you were a Watcher? The world has many corners. Oh wait, I think we've read this one. Yes, we even read it. Shape them, help guide souls, we've read that. Do you know anything about the Watchers? I feel that they were once marked, hated. Such hate feels dimmed now. I can feel it. Others' hatreds have risen for other titles, but they once burned bright in the past. Now hates have shifted focus, and they may fall on the same again. You or me. Okay, hold on. Let me...
Your mind comes bearing...
I wanted to know more about you
And
specifically.
you. In asking, we reveal ourselves to each other.
Why are you known as the Grieving Mother? The air goes still for a moment. Time stretches as it did before when the two of you first met. There's a wash of uncertainty from her mind, slowly shaping into questions. They swirl and don't coalesce. She does not move. She seems paralyzed, if anything, as if you've just wrapped her in a cold blanket.
That is a question for you, not I. That is not my name, although if you wish to hang the title on me, I cannot stop you. Is that what you see when your eyes fall upon me?
Okay, so she's pretty much confirmed this isn't her true face either. This is what our cipheric Watcher abilities are able to see of her true self, but it is not the whole picture of her true self. That pretty much confirms it for me. Just as everyone else sees a peasant woman, we saw through the first layer of her mental defenses. We are seeing the second layer. There is some truth to this appearance. There is some truth to her being the Grieving Mother. Because I think we're seeing at least an aspect of her soul, but we're not seeing the whole picture. She's going full 40k Emperor in not a bad comparison. We saw through her initial disguise, and let's be very honest, her basic appearance is absolutely a disguise. She's basically confirmed that. But what we're seeing now is the second layer. We're seeing something that either she believes we will empathize with, or it's something that subconsciously she wants us to empathize with. I'm willing to believe the second because she does at least seem to have a genuine core to her that wants to help people. What she's done in the process of that, I think, has twisted it, but that doesn't change the fact that it exists. So, I named you. As a Watcher, you may see what I do, or your mind shapes the thoughts I project into a new meaning. There is truth in that title, but it is not all I am. There it is. That's the confirmation. We are seeing an aspect of her soul. We are seeing an aspect of what she is, not the whole picture. What do you grieve then? You must have felt it. It has as many names as the pain it has caused. As the words take shape, they seem to tumble from her. Oh, sorry, I'm hiccuping. Burping too, goddamn. And the wave is great, rushing into your mind. To your surprise, you feel as if you've been touched by the Biawak again. Biawick? Right, Biawick. For some reason, the WAC is an ick sound. And behind it, cutting through the torrent like a knife, are the thoughts of the Grieving Mother. There is a wound cut across the belly of the world, a jagged knife that has stripped the stems from men and carved furrows across the wombs of women. Wound across the belly of the world. She's referring specifically to the lack of reincarnation due to the Hollowborn crisis. She has to be. There is much I've forgotten, but I can feel the wound all around me. Will not let me rest, not let me be. The children have gone silent, yet their voices may be heard again. You speak of the Hollowborn. That word. There is a slowness of thought, as if the word is being weighed, accepted. It doesn't feel natural to her, you can sense it. Was once unknown to me, as was much of what unfolded in the outside world. When the curse came upon us, I thought it a smaller thing, a thing of communities and hearths. So even she assumed that it was like a local curse or something that was placed by a god on a specific population. Her thoughts seemed to stumble as if on weak legs. It was only when I walked did I feel it stretching out around me in all the cracks of the world. Children have been cursed. I do not think it was something they caused, nor something deserved. That which is inside them has been torn away. I do not know how, but this wound must be stitched closed. So she's... Okay, this might be me being very pessimistic about an interpretation of her. Oh, what did you say, Tom? Even if it didn't make sense in the situation to her, if she was secretly a godlike and used her cipher abilities to hide it, that could be interesting. The question is, what god would she belong to? Because she doesn't even sound like she would fit Bareth, which would be the traditional death god, or Hylia, who's the birth goddess and the goddess of and those two handling the cycle. She doesn't feel like she would fit either of them. She doesn't even care. Or I guess in a way she does care that the curse is causing harm. But in a way, she's more concerned that she can't... Without children to be born, she has no one to manipulate and no one to set on a good path. If children are not being born properly, then her entire worldview that what she was doing for the greater good completely disintegrates because it's gone now. In a way, she's helping for a very selfish reason. Because without this, her purpose in life, delivering children and reinforcing what she believes their mental states should be, is gone. It's almost a disturbingly, like, I'm not saying it outright that it's a totally selfish motive, but I could certainly see how you could interpret it as a totally selfish motive. Her cause in life is gone and she wants that back. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that she's evil or bad for seeking that out. We've got the whole other discussion we just had about her motivations, but still. The world bleeds forth from between a woman's legs. If this blood is not stemmed, the world will die and grow quiet. So souls are being taken from the wheel. Something is definitively wrong with the cycle of reincarnation. That's how I'm reading that. Do you know what caused it? There's a desperation, a welling fear. You can almost feel her thoughts shivering, and you realize she is as lost as you are on the matter, and then a sudden sharp clarity. I shall know it. Through you. Your eyes will track the cause. Find the path, and I will be there. There is no wound that cannot be healed, and if you are truly a watcher, then this wound may be seen for what it is. You saw me where I hid. Whoever's hands have stilled the world, you shall see them too. I mean, she's got a good point there. And what if there is no way to heal it? What then? I will be there, and you will do what must be done. You were given your sight so that you may watch the world, and you will tend it. The children shall have their voice again. If your will is weak, then I shall strengthen it. I feel like that's the closest we've come to a direct conversation in this entire argument we've been having right now, grieving mother. Thank you for letting me know that if I falter in any way, you will basically plant a dagger at my neck because you believe that only whatever choice you make is the right one. You're making it very clear that when we go on the final mission, I should totally bring you just to see what you say. Lean upon me. You feel a weight in her words, as if her hands are on your shoulders. You feel the questions in your mind lose their edge and merely become words. As I lean upon you, you shall be my eyes, as I shall be your hands when the time comes. Interesting. See, that's the thing. I do believe she's willing to die for this. She's willing to die to end this curse because of how badly it's affected her. But again, just everything we've been having in a conversation on her abilities has me double guessing everything she says. At the end of the game, you standing there sweating, GM standing behind you, smiling sweetly, a pistol at your back. Yeah. Well, I mean, she starts with a dagger, so I'd much imagine that she'd be either pushing that into the back of my spine or having it right on my throat. What do you think of Deerwood and the Empire? Those titles are markings on a map, and they channel people's minds in violent directions. Such things are a threadbare blanket cast over the world where men and women seek more importance than simply being. I mean, yes, but there's a reason people seek more importance than simply being. We would be nothing but animals if all we did was literally just survive. How do you see the world, then? The world is a field of souls tilled by the Bareth's wheel. The thought of cultures or territories is of no concern to me. The sowing and harvest of the field does. Bareth's wheel has slowed, perhaps even stopped. Whatever words, titles, laws, blades not devoted to carving away the harm or healing the wound holds little importance for me. Now that This is just for reinforcing that the curse is the priority. The Widewind's legacy is the priority for her. Oh God, okay.
Right.
I was not expecting all of that.
Yeah.
Okay. Shit.
Good day to you.
Now who do we actually want? Let's
See you when I see you.
I want to see everybody here. Let me see here. I want Adair, I want Pelagina, because I want both of them on the front lines. Heravius and Durance
You can
are
trust me.
pretty much vital because of their spellcasting, and that leaves us one slot for one of these four. Aloth's got good spellcasting. Sagani gives us an additional assistance with the Fox, Grieving Mother. I just need to know more. And Kana, as his summons are nice and all. Aloth has a quest in the same. Oh, I know. Once we're done here, my step was immediately to go to Bradenbury. Bradenbury, whatever the fuck the noble district is. We have a lot of quests that require us to go there right now. Let me take a sip. Oh, that's the last of my gamer subs. Luckily, I already have another cup of water with me, so I don't have to get up to refill. Yeah, Aloth would probably be good for right now. His firepower has been most useful, and in terms of damage, he's just straight up superior to the other three. Kana's good for a distraction with his summons, but that might be something we have more need of as we continue. But for right now, we'll bring Aloth. Okay. Now, barkeep. We need to do some... actually, you know what? Much like Rogue Trader, I'm going to hold off on inventory management for off-stream, because otherwise we will waste way too much time. We've already spent a good portion of like an hour and 20 minutes just doing all of this. So we will deal with selling and inventory management later. Aloth's done with his thing? No, he's not. 126 out of 200. He's not ready yet. Oh, via usage. Oh, my apologies. I thought you were saying that it was already upgraded. My apologies. Well, we spent the... Actually, yeah, we didn't really do anything before we came to the inn. Holy shit, you're right. One thing I did want to do... Honestly, Durance... Let me see here. No, not that. Where's the other one? Did I put it on somebody else? I think I put it on somebody else. He's got the sword, crossbow... That was it. Pelagina, we'll get you a different secondary weapon. Durance, since you talked such a big game about your place's usage of firearms, how about you go ahead and wield a blunderbuss for us for a bit? I think that'd be cool. Durance kicks ass for the Lord. Sorry. You have it in your inventory? Wait, what? What are you talking about? I have what in my inventory? Oh, forgiveness, the pistol. Yeah, no. Yeah, we can give that to Pelagina, since I'm not really using it. Because again, I want to get my hands on some fast weapons. What happened to that stiletto that I had? The fast healing one, because I could have sworn I didn't sell it, did I? I thought, because it was a unique one, and I remember you guys saying not to sell any of the unique ones. Sagani has it, right? Well, we'll deal with that later then. Again, I will do inventory management off stream. We don't need rapier and a stiletto. Well, I was thinking of doing double dagger because I want to do as fast as possible. But I don't want to waste money buying stuff again because we've been getting so much equipment that's usually of decent quality.
You work for the Dukes of the Valian Republics, huh?
Ah, for as long as they will allow.
Must be nice always knowing who you're supposed to serve.
Well, there are 5 of them, but even so, knowing who is easier than knowing how.
Okay, Adair did not stick his foot in his mouth, thank God. We need to reorganize this. Doop, 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 doop. Paravius up here with me, and we'll keep Aloth and Durance in the back. There we go. Yeah, I got my formation. Oh my God, we should rest. I just realized we're at half health. We're gonna rest in the inn real fast, and then we will move on.
Good day to you.
Yep. Can I get a room? Intellect and lore, perception and resolve, dexterity, survival, 10 defense with disengaging. That sounds the nicest. 2 dexterity gives everybody a nice boost on their attack speed and ability to dodge. Perception, resolve, intellect, lore. Yeah, we'll go with the Vixen's Burrow. Also, that name just kind of sounds a little suggestive, not gonna lie. Okay. Ooh, that's right. He hopes to gain an audience with you concerning a local... What the hell? He hopes to get an audience with you concerning a local rebellion. Oh god, we're gonna have to go... Bad visitor, leaving in 7 days, 20... Okay, I guess we're gonna have to make a quick trip back up to the fortress. Speaking of which, we completed construction. What else do we want? We've got a good chunk of money. Oh no, wait, what? Oh, that's still going. Never mind. Alright, we will take a quick detour out to Kadnua. What's the fastest exit? This way.
Repeat, please, in Adiran. And stand closer so I can grab your neck if you said what I think you did.
That was Isilmir. She likes your feathers.
Thanks, but I'm not interested, Isilmir.
You know, I've got the distinct feeling that Pelagina does not quite believe that Aloth actually has a second personality. And that he's just using it as a convenient excuse to say bullshit. That's just the vibe I got from that conversation. Which, as funny as that would be, I'm going to have to side with Aloth on this one.
A little healthier than before.
Ooh. Yeah, it is looking better. Do we actually have people here, like at the forum? Are there actually people out here standing because we've repaired it? Hey, yeah, there's one of our little guards. Wait, does that mean I can find the ogre? Where's he? Would he be standing around here? There's the mercenary mind striker. Warden of the Wilds. Bloodied thug. Oh, come on, where's the ogre? Come on, he's got to be around here somewhere, right? By the door? Hey, there he is. Korgrak, my dude. It's good to find a place that doesn't smell of pig bones and spider shit. Yeah, it's nice, isn't it? Don't worry, buddy, don't worry. If anybody gives you trouble, first off, don't kill them right away, please. That's the only rule we have here. And just let me know, okay? I'll set them straight. Now, if they do attack you, then please, by all means, send them flying over the walls with the club. I'd love to see how far you could hit somebody. We can set up some markers, and we can see if you can set some records. That would be hilarious. Any bandits come by, feel free to do that. Unless they surrender. If they surrender, we'll just put them in prison. But if they don't, I want to see how far they fly. Alright, I'm assuming we go talk to the... Yep, Lord Bengwer. Oh, right. You delivered a message here when I was in Defiance Bay. Dipshits. Pardon the intrusion, my lord. Chancellor Warren urgently requests that you meet him at the Charred Barrel in Brackenbury. Is this about Kadnua again? I do not know. My apologies, my lord. I'm merely a messenger. I'll meet the Chancellor when I can. Take a measurement. I want to see if I can set up a... Yes, exactly. I want giant armored ogre. Yes! I want to do it. Though to be... Well, I was going to say a male suit would probably be more efficient, but the poor blacksmith that would have to make an ogre-sized suit of male interlinked locks for that would be... The man would take one look at that commission and basically be like, oh, hell no, I'd go insane doing this. Yes, yes. Thank you, Mr. Messenger. Before we talk with you... Also, is he a dwarf? I think he's a dwarf, because that's not the same model as everybody else. But I think he's a dwarf.
It is good to see you here. I can feel a change in the air already. There is much to do. Is there anything I can do to help?
What is the state of the keep? People are starting to notice your hard work. I dare say we'll have more visitors shortly. I am glad you decided to stay on, my lord. It's been difficult watching this place tumble into decay time and again. To see it restored, oh, I can imagine the great crowds, the petitioners, music even into the evenings. Oh, I've gotten carried away, haven't I? Here's your report. Oh, okay, so that allows you to... Alright. Oh, don't worry, Kana's currently staying here because he's not in the party. Just, trust me, just let him do his thing. I'm sure you'll have all the music you could ever want. Wait, you can?
I
Oh. Wait, what? Oh, we have a whole... Oh, this is new. I have questions about Consulhot and the Torn Banners. Who is Consulhot exactly?
A famed archmage. I am given to understand that the Brackenberry
Wait, no, we've already seen this part.
But he is poorly
This is
regarded
new.
in many circles. Some call him a madman, or else cruel and barbarous. He must be
Yeah, we've seen this.
little...
Random will supplied, provide... Yeah, we've seen this part. What the hell? Why is it not highlighted? You seen this, you just have... Yeah, but why is... It should be darkened like the other ones would. Yeah, we've seen this. And he found the endless path. Yep.
Off.
Yep.
I can only... Not... When it was...
Yep. Okay, there we go. And then... There we go. Okay, and now everything's cleared up. Thank you very much. And we're still waiting on this one. It's not much longer, I don't think, though. Finished in 16 hours. Yep. Okay. Now we'll talk to the Lord. Yeah, just some game check. It bugs me when I see that because it makes me think something's changed in their dialogue, so I have to check. I've heard a lot about you, Lord Savani. You seem like a man who knows how to get results. I have a matter I wish to discuss with you if you'll hear me out. I would urge caution, my lord. Lord Benwagar has gained a reputation as a man of brutal temperament. Some would even call him cruel. You hear the steward's soft-spoken words with... Oh god, I'm hiccuping again. Spoken words within your head. Let's hear your proposal. You call your allies together in motion for the petitioner to step forward. Oh, I see what you mean. We're literally sitting in her lap. Yeah. That is a bit awkward. As the ruler of Caed Noah, I'm sure you've seen your share of troublemakers. People determined to tear you down so you can share in their misery. I've had a few incidents on my land. Rabble-rousing peasants, you see. Shameful as it is, they've gotten somewhat out of hand, refusing to work, threatening my guards, spotting nonsense about unfair treatment. It's not as if I don't pay them, and in any case I fear they won't back down. The situation will only get worse if I don't put an end to it. We don't need to make it awkward, Tenwin. Please don't. Also, she's like grandmotherly, so it's like doubly awkward. Things may get a little bit messy, and I thought it best to consult you on the matter first. Well, firstly, I'd like to know exactly what these peasants have been saying. The usual, Berengar folds his arms, that they don't enjoy the benefits of their labor, that they're treated too harshly. They're lazy, that's all. No. We won't answer just yet. I want to know, well... Do you want a piece of candy? Hey, don't... people complain about the grandmother, you know, the elderly lady candies, but I've found in my experience most of them are perfectly fine. I've seen people complain about Werthers, for example. It's like, nah, Werthers are great. Caramel hard candies are amazing. I don't know why people complain about them. Those strawberry ones, not so much. I've seen those in a lot of places. They're not so good, but a lot of the others, they're perfectly fine. See, this is the... I'm actually leaning more towards the diplomatic because him being too open just at my suggestion... First of all, I don't think he'll go for it. Second of all, even if he did, this might be a case where his people will be like, wait a second, Berengar never treats us this well. Something's up. We should do something about it. But if you actually diplomatic and try to find a compromise, they'll at least come to the conclusion of, okay, he's at least trying without encouraging the worst aspects of both sides. In these matters, I find it best to find a middle ground. Perhaps no direct financial compensation, but grant them a few freedoms, make their lives a bit easier, and they'll be far happier in continuing their work. It's widely known that you have quite the talent for negotiation. I'll admit it was never my strong suit, Berengar sighs. All the more reason to value your counsel, and it seems a reasonable solution. Thank you, my lord. Hey, see? That's not so bad. That's not so bad at all. We actually have... Yeah, we've got benevolent, we've got diplomatic. Plus, yeah, my benevolence is already at 3, so I want to keep the diplomatic and the honest moving up a bit higher. I also want to keep honest above clever, because I have a feeling if people start thinking on the clever side, they're going to think I'm just a bit of an asshole. Like, not a bad ass, like not an evil asshole, like how cruel or deceptive would be, but just generally like, because honest has got me some good results where people are just like, oh, yeah, no, that's pretty good. We'll trust that you understand our problem. Whereas I can imagine clever might be them a little more suspicious of me. Also, Knights of the Crucible neutral, Deerford hero, Gilded Vale defender, Defiance Bay ally. We need to get this up a little higher because we still have to do that quest for Adir. And then House Domino terror, overwhelmingly bad. Go ahead, House Domino. Keep sending assassins after me. I'll keep brutally murdering them. Eventually, you will run out of people who are dumb enough to take your money for that. I believe that's all we've got here. Should be able to head back to Defiance Bay and do the Bradenbury quests now.
Looks a little healthier than before.
Tenwin, I just want you to know the mental image of this guy in plate armor is beautiful, and I wish we could do it. It would be amazing. We can clean up his club, too. We could give him a proper, like, metal mace. A giant two-handed metal mace and a suit of plate armor. Oh, that'd be glorious. That would be awesome. The head of my guards is an intelligent ogre who's in plate mail. That would be... You can't tell me that the mental image of that is amazing. Yes, we've got this. We'll head to First Fires, and that'll direct us to Brackenbury. Not sure he would accept it. Ogre culture is a bit special, but yes. Well, I mean, we've already treated him better than the vast majority of anyone else in the Deerwood. I think as long as we paid him well and he was willing to work for it, that we'd have no problem with him. Also, total wages paid, 600. We got that, no problem. Warden's Lodge constructed, very nice. What else have we got? We've got towers. That's prestige and security. That would be nice. Curtain walls are good. We apparently, yeah, we already built the barracks. I kind of wish that it would move all the completed stuff to either the top or the bottom, so that way you didn't have to wonder if you've done, like, I don't like that it's keeping them in the same spot. The lab, the hearth, the pool, the Woodlands Trail is pretty good. 1 and 2, that's the same as, that's the opposite of the towers, which is 2 and 1. Gives a perception bonus when resting. I like doing both just because I like raising both of the stats at the same time. So we'll do the towers next. Gives us 2 prestige. Well, no. We'll do the Woodland Trails. 2 security, 1 prestige. Because apparently we're still losing money to the bandits. So the higher we get that, the better. Oh, Brackenbury this way. All right, down here. Oh, those are just 2 backer characters. There we go. All right, we are officially entering the 3rd portion of Defiance Bay. Oh, Animancer doesn't want to talk. Nadine.
How do you do?
A woman stands in the shade of a garden, muttering to herself. She's fixated on the pages of a large, well-worn tome, seemingly oblivious to the blooming flowers and the cool, fragrant breeze. She only looks up when your shadow crosses her page. Do you mind? I'm busy. And what are you so busy with? She snaps the book shut. I am studying soul attachment. We all know that souls move into people at birth and out of them at death, but we still have many questions about what makes them stick, so to speak. What do you mean about making them stick? She brushes a stray lock from her forehead. Souls power bodies and give their tissues life, but only when they are firmly attached. Its separation leads to a whole spate of soul-related ailments, including the Hollowborn. But if we understand how to reattach souls, then we could artificially end Widewind's legacy. Maybe even conquer death. She scratches behind her ear. That's the theory anyway. Unfortunately, I don't have all the research I need to put it into practice. What would you need? There's a manuscript called The Theorems of Pangram. It contains research from Pangram's experiments on detached souls at the very beginning of Animancy. The Hall of Revealed Mysteries is rumored to have a copy in the Elder Archives. Oh yeah. I have heard of this book. In Salona, I think, but never seen it. Many animancers speak of it with awe. The theorems could advance my research by leaps and bounds, but Grimda, the High Archivist, worships Wael, which means she has some paradoxical views on sharing and restricting knowledge, and she's not exactly a big proponent of us animancers. She tends to restrict that kind of information that would be useful to me. Sorry to hear that. Look at me spilling my troubles. It is kind of you to listen, but I must get back to my work. Is there anything else? I have some questions about the theorems. What do you believe they are? Because I've got some information on them that I've gotten, and it doesn't sound very good. Such as, why don't you just tell me about them? The Pangrim was one of the first animancers working in the Deerwood. He had some interesting theories about essence and some innovative techniques for studying it. He was able to reattach souls to bodies after death, although he wasn't able to prevent his patients from degenerating. He was controversial, to say the least. But many are starting to realize that he was merely ahead of his time. Okay. Clearly, what do you mean by degenerating? She twists her hands together. There's the tiny problem with reattaching souls after death. The bodies will reanimate and may even retain memories and personality, but they develop a hunger for flesh. Living soul-infused flesh. Without it, they start to devolve, decaying mentally and physically. If the process goes too far, which it eventually does, they become mindless corpses attacking anything that moves. We haven't figured out a way to avoid that yet. That is unfortunate, Pelagina scratches her feathers. Yeah, no offense, Pelagina, because I know you were talking up the whole the Valians understand animancy and all that. Are you starting to see why some people think it might be a bad idea? I won't insult her by calling her a necromancer, because I think she genuinely wants to use this for good, but it's like, that does still sound dangerous. Well, of course it is, but every great discovery carries years of trial and error. This is why we need the research of Pangrim to help us turn those failures into something useful. And why doesn't Grimda lend you these books you need? The Hall of Revered Mysteries is protective, especially the rare books within their archives. Grimda in particular, she despises animancy, thinks it's dangerous. I don't see how you can run the greatest library in the Deerwood and be so adverse to the spread of knowledge and research, but I've never understood the religious types. Aloth scowls at the animancer. Some knowledge is best kept under lock and key. I mean, he is a Deeran, so I'm not surprised he does not exactly have the highest, the theorem, especially the book is hyper rare. Yes. What can you tell me about the Hall of Revered Mysteries? Oh, you'll find it in the Copper Lane. It's dedicated to the god of secrets and revelations. Most importantly, it houses the largest and most expansive library in the Deerwood. And the Elder Archives. They hold the rarest, most arcane, and most powerful texts in the Deerwood. Think of it as a inner sanctum of the Hall of Revealed Mysteries, needless to say. You need Grimda's permission to enter. And what about you? I'm an animancer at the sanitarium. Currently, I'm continuing research into matters related to the Widewind legacy. This is a stupid question at this point, but fine. Yes, the Widewind's legacy. I don't suppose you have any unique insights to share on that. Well, the legacy refers to the Hollowborn children of the Deerwood in recent years. Some have also connected to the so-called Beerwicks that blow through from Ir Glenfath, though there's hardly any reliable data on those, so I honestly can't comment. I don't care for the term Widewind's legacy, it just reeks of superstition, but it's far too prevalent to change at this point. Personally, I'd like to see people take a more methodical approach to these matters rather than just throwing up their hands and blaming the gods. Vers. At least then we'd understand how to fight it if it happens. Yeah, I can see Pelagina's point there. If it happens again, I should say. We can always give her the book later. I'm going to hold off until we... Yeah, because it even says go to the Hall of Revealed Mysteries. I have a feeling Grimda will have some dialogue regarding that, and I would like to hear that. So I'm assuming, yes, that's the sanitarium. Then we have Hadret House. House Dominal. We are not going in there. That sounds like a horrible idea. Or a great one. I'm not sure yet. The Charred Barrel, the Raymont Manor, and that's it. Yep. Okay. Sanitarium. Yep. What have we got over here? Hello. The marble at the base has been worn smooth by the passage of hundreds of feet. Dunrid Agent. Dunrid Agent. Oh, this is the... Oh. Okay. Yeah, the guy was complaining that they had a lot of Orlans on their staff. This map shows the environment surrounding Defiance Bay. Flags marked to points to the city. Yep. So they are sharing information actively with the Crucible Knights, because the Crucible Knights had the same thing. Scrolls are wedged tightly in the shelves. Each has a name scrawled along the outside. Okay. What have we got over here? That's just money. And obviously, yeah, we can't take anything. Wasn't the Raymont the guy that was going to get robbed? Was it? I don't know. We'll find out when we get out there. The Orland man is surrounded by books and scrolls. His wiry hair stands nearly on end, and his ears prick as you approach. You carry whispers, Caed Noah. Gilded veil, old voices indeed. A cipher like me, I'm guessing. He grins, revealing a row of dagger-pointed teeth. You guess what you must surely know. My own modest abilities suggest that yours are quite formidable. Would be quite useful here of all places. His ears twitch downward. Ah, pity then that my duties for Lady Webb require me to focus my talents elsewhere. He regards a table piled with scrolls. What brings you to Dunnard Row? Ooh, we can do that first. I want to talk to him first. Looks as though you could use some help. He wags a clawed finger. Not at liberty to discuss my work, I'm afraid. Dunnard Row is only. A civilian would need the confidence of Lady Webb before I would share. And what are you so busy with? His small, furry hands gesture expansively to the papers before him. Hollowborn, growing unrest, ever-present political intrigue, so many missing souls, missing persons are the least of our concerns these days. What about your skills? You seem to be a cipher of a very particular talent. I specifically check for soul connections. I look for lost things, missing things, troublesome things, particularly where people of power and influence are concerned and willing to pay. I am a cipher, but among the Glanfath, we were once known as the Brishalgwyn, the Mind Hunters. A nice title, yes, but it wasn't until the Animancers began working with my kind 40 years ago that we truly understood the full extent of our powers. Now we make some of the best detectives in the world. We trace souls, we can look at a person and see where they've been, we can look at a weapon and see who's touched it. His nose twitches as he looks at you. Useful for solving crimes, as you can imagine. Ah, so I can easily see how the Crucible Knights on the one hand love having these guys helped, and why the more bigoted members of their order are very much against it. We'll be back to talk to you in a moment. I want to check out the rest of this place first. Especially if we can find this Lady Webb. What have we got here? Either these notes are written in code or the author's handwriting is atrocious. Could be both. You never know. Group of notes speculate about the identity and location of a secret sect in Defiance Bay. Ah, so they're interested in the leaden key too.
Finished. Shh.
Okay, no traps in here, thank God.
Got it. Finished.
Yep, those are both stealing. We've got some money and stuff in here, and we've got a fine armor in here. Don't mind me. Wait for you to leave. Wait for you to leave. We're gonna quick save. Come on. He's gonna keep walking. Good.
Nice and slow.
Thank you for your contribution to the Cade Nua Defense Fund. Don't mind me. Yep, that's just an S stock. Don't care. Fixed to the walls are leads in a case involving apparently a caravan that disappeared en route to New Haomar. Oh. Okay. And why the dozens don't like him much either. Yep. I imagine it might even be a case where the members of the dozen that are honestly there as a we remember the legacy of those who died for the Deerwood are probably fine with the Dunnards. But because members of Glanfath also died in the process of defending their country in the past. But the actual, like, we're using the dozens to become politically powerful probably hate these guys because they very much mess with their plans and are a constant reminder of the Glenfathan influence in the area. What the hell is that? Ooh, chocolate. Well, I guess it's the powder, so that means it's going to be very bitter, but still. The creation of a delicacy known as chocolate. Some of these vintages are even older than Defiance Bay. Ooh, nice. Really, that's it. Okay, I guess we're talking to him now. Oh, I guess there is an upper level. Should we do that first? We'll do that first.
Nice and quiet.
Oh, nothing in there. What's this? Notes are scribbled in a cryptic shorthand. More Dunnard agents. Oh, did we read this one? I don't think we have. Animancy, outlawed while under Adir rule, was technically no longer taboo after the Hadrith's rebellion. Academics began studying it in earnest in 2681, and by 2697 there were almost 40 academics actively researching the field in both the Deerwood and the Valian republics, even though no significant results had been discovered. No, wait, we have read this because this was the first time we heard about the dozen volunteers. This is specifically referencing Pendwith, the first necromancer. Yeah, and then it talked about how the first Animancers and the ciphers of the Glenfathan started working together. So yes, we have seen that one. We have seen that one. Lady Webb wants to see you. She'll send for you. Okay, okay. Don't mind me then. I'm just checking things out. That's a bookcase. Nothing of real value there. Someone decided to hide a bunch of money in it for some reason, but yeah. No trap. That's just more money. Is that really it? There's one more room down here. Oh, hello. Crossbow, some money. Yeah, we'll just take that. Why not? Alright. Back downstairs. We'll go talk to them. Let's see what we're missing here.
How do you do?
Is this affidavit real? It's signed by you. He holds the page, but seems to stare through the words as if looking at something woven into the fabric of the paper. Curran bares his pointed teeth. I remember Penhelm. Preening peacock of a man, his mouth dry and hands moist when I told him he was a sole descendant of an Adiran general, one who fought in Hadrit's rebellion. Or one who fought against Hadrit's rebellion. Oh. Oh. He scans the affidavit. A forgery. Not the first I've seen. He hands it back to you. But I've no time for the knights and their strange obsessions. Bring this to his commander, Cliver. Show him the seal. He points to the wax stamped by his forged signature. He compares it with another. They'll see the difference. Aloth's gaze flickers to you. Doom a man for the soul the gods gave him. Seems rather unfair. Not dooming him so much. Well, to be fair, if the knights would stop obsessing about people's soul lineages so much, this wouldn't be the problem, which would have led to him not being an asshole and stealing another person's equipment. Personally, I'd like to show it to Penhelm and just, if I could show it to Penhelm, I'm willing to be like, hey, look, dude, just give me the armor and let me give it to the other guy, and we can all walk away from this. I don't want to ruin your career entirely. Like, I'd be willing to settle for that compromise. Like, here's the affidavit. Here's... Oh. Well, it looks like we're not going to have a choice in the matter.
Yeah.
Also, why am I in the front? Game. You didn't even put us outside in the right... Yeah, there we go. Penhelm's face is white. Just talk to that little cipher, did you? One of my novitiates told me he'd seen someone in the records room. Wait, what? I guess we didn't stealth it because it didn't mark it as stealing. Okay, so maybe I fucked up on that. He takes a slow step forward. Give me the affidavit. I've done nothing to you. See, that should be an option. It's like, I'll give you the affidavit, you give me the armor. It's a fair trade. Oh, he always sees you no matter what? Ah, that's a shame. See, I don't like any of these. There should be a diplomatic option that actually, like, even if he doesn't agree with it, there should be a diplomatic option that's just like, look, the person who hired me for this just wants his armor back. I'll give you the affidavit, you give me the armor, we all walk away happy. You're a knight. You can get another suit of armor. They'll give it to you. It's supposed to be issued. And yet his armor was his before he even became a knight. I think that's fair. I don't understand why we're having to fight over this. Although I'll admit the clever option is kind of tempting. What does this mean to you? Are you serious? This is my career. I've worked years for this. It hangs on some coincidence of a past life soul. Any dear wooden, rich or poor, can aspire to a position in the Knights. Anyone can rise to the rank of High Justice, except for those born with the wrong soul. Tell me how that's reasonable. It's not, which is why I want to just trade you for the armor. It's not that much. Why can't I even say that? The worst part is the clever option is the closest because it at least implies that I'm understanding of his issue. Ugh. Tenwen, I've got to ask, just for the sake of my own sanity, is there a way to convince him to trade it, or is there a way to diplomatic my way out of this, or is this now the option of I give him the affidavit and I fail the quest, or I don't give him the affidavit and we get into a fight? You simple... Just give me a non-spoilery answer if you could. If you know, I suppose I should say. Oh, that's okay. I guess we'll just figure it out then. Fuck. Yeah, I really don't. You really think you can build a reputation as a knight on a bedrock of lies? Your superiors deserve to know the truth. And if you hadn't taken the armor from your fellow knight, this wouldn't have happened in the first place. What truth? It's over a century ago. That portions of my soul was once an Adirad who's dust in the ground now. His hand grips the sword pommel. I'll ask you one more time. Give that back. I'm not interested in fighting you. Then you should have minded your own business. I won't let you destroy my life over this. Yeah, but he would have attacked me anyways. Alright, how do we want to do this? Well, we're going to puppet master him immediately.
I'm ready.
Get around the side. Edir, you head up this way. Durance. Go ahead and drop. Honestly, give him a second to move into the proper position. Let's go ahead and... There we go. We go there. Edir, move up there. There we go.
I'm ready.
Have her attack here. Already got that. Yep, there we go. Switch over to this. Hit him from here. Did they just knock over like half my team? I think they knocked over both of them. Alright, go ahead and give me Dire Blessing on everybody. Aloth, go ahead and give me Bouncing Missiles on the guys in the back. And go ahead and transform. There we go. Moving around the flanks. How did they... I love how they... Okay, they bypassed everybody to go attack Aloth. What the fuck? Go ahead and blind him. There we go. Keep attacking. Oh, Haravius, get over here. Okay, hold on. He's about to... Yep, there we go. There we go. Everybody attack. I said everybody attack. Come on. There we go. Oh, and he exploded. Well, that went poorly. This old breastplate has its share of battle scars, but it's clearly been well preserved over the years and still bears some of the original shine. The symbol of a flame is emblazoned across its middle. Well, a whole bunch of basic equipment that's not really that useful. I'm probably still going to go show it to Commander Cliver now because I've got no reason not to. Why can't I select that? Why can't I... What the fuck? Why can't I select that? There we go. The marble is cool and perfectly smooth. Droplets of crystal clear water bead the statue. Alright. If you click on the hand on the left side, you'll automatically empty the entire loot into your stash. Oh, good to know. Thank you for the heads up, Tim.
Out of sight.
There isn't so much a spot on these oranges. The thing is, I thought we'd done that before, and it still dumped stuff in our inventory. I guess we'll see the next time we have a whole bunch of shit to pick up. Ark of the Gath. Okay, that's an interesting name for a backer character. What is this? We will save them for another time. I have a horrible feeling that going in there right now would basically just start a fight, so we're going to hold off on that. 2 more backer characters. This. 2 more backer characters.
I'll see what I can find.
Some more. Give me that. Alright, what have we got here? Charred Barrel and Raymont Manor. Oh, yes, Raymont Manor. That's the guy who, yeah, the thieves. So, yes, we want to tell them. Because I highly doubt that we'd want to side with the thieves right now.
On the hunt.
Who's around here? Let me see what's going on. Raymont Guard. That would be stealing. The White That Wins. We've read that book. Lord Raymont. There you are, my good sir.
Greetings.
We bring tidings. Lord Raymont holds a shipping manifest in a well-manicured hand. Despite his expensive clothes, he has a sallow complexion and restless air of a man who devotes all of his days and most of his nights to work. You have business to discuss. Make an appointment with my attendant. I don't have time for unexpected visitors. They're just randomly squatting in the middle. Well, I mean, it's not my fault they made it so you can only detect hidden things if you're in the stealth mode. Blame the game designers, not me. Sir, I've uncovered a plot to rob you. He lowers his papers and looks at you for the first time. Is that so? Let me see that. He scans the parchment with the speed of an expert clerk. Ah, and that was even more negative to House. So they were the ones behind the plan. Ah, I feel even better about doing this now. We are going to ruin House Dominel's day. When he returns his attention to you, his tone is brisk and businesslike. You have done this house and this city a great service. I'm certain you will consider this an adequate reward for your labors. Wait, what? I didn't get any money for that. Walk into a room all at once in unison, squat down for half a second for standing tall again as nothing happened. We're just very serious about making sure we get our squats in for the day. You got to make sure you get that lower leg, that upper leg and lower body exercise in at any time you can. We're very serious about our physical health here in the Deerwood. Very serious. The letter was signed AD. Does that name mean anything to you? There we go. There's the 2000. You gain a ring of unshackling. Ooh, can't wait to see what that does. I suspect it means Abracan Dominal, scion of House Dominal. A look of disgust crosses the man's face. Pampered, pandered lad if there ever was one. He's ruthless, I'll give him that much. Unfortunately, he doesn't have the wits to match his appetites. What's so important about this gem? The heart of the White March is a flawless diamond. It is also the patrimony of the dwarves of White March. It was seized by an Adiran lord in the early days of the colonization, and the dwarves of the north have never forgotten it. Now the knights and the dozens are both bidding for it to make a peace offering. Whatever party buys it, the dwarves will make useful allies for Defiance Bay, especially these days. What do you two know of House Dominal? I've heard some reports and I've had some run-ins with their people. Oh, they were once an eminent and admired house. Now they are but a den of thieves. Back in the Deerwood's colonial days, the Dominals were respected members of the ducal court, which is why it's so surprising that they remained loyal to Adir during Hadrit's rebellion. When Hadrit and the rest of the Direwood won their independence, the Dominals speak English. The Dominals lost their favor, but not their wealth. Rather than return to Adir like the other loyalist houses, they dug their heels in and turned from politics to commerce. He shrugs. In one way of looking at it, they simply partnered with the wrong side. Not that they haven't prospered since in their own ways. He rubs his jaw. Lately, they've been seeking to carve out a new niche for themselves, one between the Crucible Knights and the Dozens, it seems. What will you do now? Lord Raymond pinches crisp, sharp creases into the note. Eliminate the competition. Sounds like House Dominal's about to have a very bad day. That jewel is worth a lot more than 2,000 pans. Indeed, but notice of a plot does not carry quite the same value. The corners of his mouth curl into a wry smile. Still, far be it from me to sour a fruitful relationship. Lord Raymond produces another purse. Now I trust that will be all. So I had to wait for it to show up. Another 500. Very nice. Pleasure doing business with you, Lord Raymond. Pleasure doing business with you. Oh, we can unlock this.
Finished.
What's in here? That is Nature's Mark. All right. The 120 EXP was worth more than the scroll that was in there. There's some milk. And sprigs of dried lavender and rosemary infuse the kitchen with a fresh aroma. Oh, and there's a bookshelf. I'll be honest, I really don't like reading the plays. They don't really seem to lend much to the world building at all. They're just plays. Ritsaran morality play, charity and generosity. Yeah, no. I'm good. Let's stick it up Dominal's ass. The money is just a bonus. Exactly. The Dominals have already tried to kill us. The Dominals have already caused all sorts of problems. And there's no reason to be kind to them, honestly. Hell, I could even see, given how assholish they are, you could be an evil character and still not want to side with the Dominals. They're just jackasses. What did that say? Labels all perfectly angled outward boast an array of fine vintages, however they're all covered in dust. Yeah. Like, I get you're supposed to let wine age, but at the same time, it always feels like a bit of a waste when you're doing literally nothing. Oh. Okay, back downstairs. My apologies. I guess that's only if you want to participate in stealing the diamond from them. Understandable. All right, let's head over to the, what is it, the barrel? The scorched barrel?
How is it you Eothasians stay so optimistic? The world has not given your kind much reason to hope.
You get to a certain point and you realize you got two options. You can go mad with grief and tear out all your hair and check yourself into the sanitarium, or you can wait for better days.
Well, feathers in my case. But I understand your point.
Hey, Ader continues to not put his foot in his mouth. Thank you. Also, Jesus Christ, that's a lot of Audra. Okay, so there's that. I don't think there's anything else over here except the entryway back to the copper lane. Yep, okay. You're going to steal if you can find an entrance via a window on the side. Oh, cool. Yeah, I think that was how they were planning on getting in the first place. But I'd also want a stealth character. God, that would be kind of horrible if I came in, told them all about the plot, got the money for the dominoes, then immediately walked outside, walked up the side of the building, and stole it anyways. Who the hell is Thristwin? The young elf is dressed in gaudy robes that he seems ready to cast off. He picks at a heavy brocaded sleeve and continually adjusts the gold chain about his neck. He looks up at you. Did she send you to run me out of town? You can tell her I'm not going anywhere without that medallion. I told Sorel I wouldn't let her sell it if that's what you hear about. Save yourself the trouble. He puffs up his chest but glances at the exit. Look, I'm not after you. What's going on? He pulls out a shining button. Pulls at a shining button. Oh, that's a relief, but I don't see how. Sorel's a courtesan at the Salty Mast in Undra's gift. We've been working together for a year now. I find a noble with more money than sense, fill him up with liquor, send him her way, they have a good time, Cyril takes her fee, and a little extra. He rubs his fingers together. 100 coppers here, a small trinket there. It's a bounty for us, and these lords and ladies never notice anything missing. I literally defended her employer because I was telling them how they didn't abuse people that much. Like, they weren't abusing their customers and shit since most of them were rich anyways. And here you are literally doing the thing that the dozens were attacking people over. You dipshits. That's incredibly dishonest. He narrows his eyes. It's surviving. He points a finger and one ruby ring catches the light. If those nobles have more wealth than they can hang on to, why should they keep it? Anyway, we always split the bounty until a week ago. He squeezes his lips into a tight frown. She took a necklace off of some noble, a Gwithan medallion. Probably priceless. That relic is sacred to my clan, but she won't even part with it for a sum I could afford. He tugs at the golden chain around his neck. Even if I wanted to, I can't go home without it. Wait a second. Are you a Glenfathan? He's talking about a clan. He's talking about a Gwithan relic, and that he can't go home without it. Buddy. Oh, you have done fucked up, haven't you? I do like that the honest result is just like, fuck you both, I'm out. Tell me more about this. What do you want to know? Why is the medallion so important? I grew up in Glanfath, Shattering Spear clan. We Glenfathans have protected the ruins for thousands of years. It's the one duty the gods ask of us in exchange for the freedom to live as we please. He fidgets with an emerald ring on his pinky. But treasure hunters looted the ruins in our territory. We left the wilds we dwelled in for generations. Most of my clanmates scattered to towns around the Deerwood and probably live on crusts of bread. He looks at the embroidered robes with disgust. Restoring this medallion to the ruins would earn us the gods' forgiveness, and we could go home. Kind of surprised Heravius isn't commenting on this, but maybe he just sees it as, well, they're actually trying to get it back, so I suppose I have no room to comment. Tell me about Cyril. Courtesan, the salty mass in Andra's gift. She wasn't born to much, but she's done what she has in order to escape that. He gazes at a string of amber beads around his wrist. He's also staring at all of his accoutrements a lot. She's a good friend. He folds his arm in his trailing, wrinkled sleeves. Without her, I'd probably be living hand to mouth like the rest of the Shattering Spear, but this isn't about her or me. It's about the 40 members of my clan and the way of life we've held to for generations. A way of life that you seem to be very content to not be a part of anymore. Really? Because it seems like you've done well enough for yourself. Being slightly higher level? Yeah, I mean... Yeah, I got nothing. He clenches his heavily adorned hands. It was this, or scrape by in the gutters like the rest. They'd give it all for the medallion, but I'd give it all for that medallion. I offered to, but it's worth more than anything I've got, and Sorel knows it. I still don't understand why you can't take your money and return to Erglanfath. He sighs, arching his neatly plucked eyebrows. Of course I could, but that's not the point. A community isn't a place, it's a connection to history and meaning. He makes circles with his wrists. It's an anchor. Defending the ruins for the gods gave our people a purpose. Without that, we're adrift. Does any of that make sense to you? We are... Aye, we're duty bound to be wardens of the builders. We do not put relics and riches on a scale and weigh one versus the other. Abandoning the search for the medallion is abandoning his way of life. There we go, Haravius. I was wondering when you were going to perk up. I understand. Then you know what it's like. How to care for something that you can't explain. All right. I'll see about getting the medallion from Cyril so you can end this whole charade. You'll find her at the Salty Mast. The only way anyone sees her these days is by paying, so you'll have to go through Maya. Whatever you do, do not hurt her. He fidgets with his sleeve. Her name is Sorel. He has an inordinate connection to her. I'm starting to believe either she is a Glenfathan or she's related to a Glenfathan. That's kind of the only reason he's giving her that attention. Chancellor Warren, an understudy, whatever the hell, what, like of a play? Scripts and props belong to the production of The Most Fortunate Tale of Favia and Bernat. Fair enough. I mean, I'd rather you didn't tell me that directly because that is still a bit, that's a bit spoilerish. But we'll focus on everything else. Let's finish up. I was going to finish up talking to everybody else before we talk to the Chancellor anyways. The man is dressed in neat but functional clothes. His sun-wrinkled skin and limber musculature reflect a lifespan of the wilderness. Well met. What brings you to the Charred Barrel? This your place? It's my retirement. He thumps the bar. It used to be a warehouse back when Brackenbury saw more ship traffic, but it fell out of use when the area became mostly residential. I inherited it from a great uncle who never had any luck pawning it off to my cousins. Now it's the most popular spot in the Brackenbury. Nobles come to unwind, kith from other districts come to mingle. We got a few rough types too, but they behave here, and the coin's as good as anyone else's. Norton, I think it said was his name. Is that the guy from Gilded Vale? I think? The hunter guy? Or am I misremembering? Ah, okay, we'll talk to him next. Who are you? Well, I was a cartographer for the Duke for a couple decades. He rubs his neatly stubbled cheek. Crossed the White March half a dozen times, mapped most of the ruins of the Thane Bog. Oh. Just make sure you only mapped them. I've got a member from that place, and I don't think he'd be very happy to learn that you went into any of them. He grins, flashing a gold tooth. Good career. One suited to younger men, though. When I came back to Defiance Bay for good, Cleaver and a few other friends in the Knights helped me get it right to refurbish this place. There's strong ale, quality entertainment, and you get a fresh sea breeze. What more could a man want? He raises a mug. Show me your menu. It's just the usual loadout. Oh yeah, I never... Suppress affliction 2 times per rest. Oh. Hostile effects suspended over 5 seconds. It's really not that long. But I guess if it's for short-term stuff, it could still be useful. Alright. I don't think he had anything else. No, he did not. That person... Oh, yeah, this is... So that's... Oh, okay, this is the ex-wife. Or the... Yeah. It's good to see you well. We had a few rough days here, but then we found this place and they were kind enough to hire us both. Things have been wonderful. Can't tell you how much we appreciate what you've done. Hey, there we go. Okay, so I guess whichever one you talk to, they just give you a little update on their lives. That's nice. Good to see that they're doing well. What have we got back here? Cook. Oh, there's a stairway down. What do we got in here? Oh yeah, he did say they were tough types, so I guess he doesn't care as long as they don't. The proprietor has collected a respectable variety of bottles from around the world, from tart Ader reds to sweet summer wines of Rautai. Okay. Oh, how much you want to bet these are the bandits we'd be working with steal from the lord over there? Last of the infamous Soulburn of the Deadfire Archipelago are nestled next to crystal clear Nasitak and Glenfallen spirits. Oh no, they're just hanging out. Alright. Oh, nobody cares if we take this. Sweet. Not gonna complain. Free stuff is free stuff. AKA vodka. I mean, yes, it's from a wintry climate. I imagine it's gonna be vodka if it's clear. Okay, so we talked all that. We're gonna check upstairs and then we'll talk to the Chancellor. Various nobles. Mort du Geste. Okay, nobody there. Ashtray is painted with colorful waves and whirls in the style of Rautai.
I'll get it open. Finished.
Cool. There's some armor and whatnot in there. Map of the Deerwood and Airglomfoth appears to predate the discovery of some of the ruins in the east. It is signed by the cartographer A. Scarian. Oh, so it's the owner. Okay, so he's actually got his own. Oh, here's Merwith. Okay, okay. Merwith watches you through coal-rimmed eyes. She puts her hand on the hilt of her blade, jangling the jewels that hang from her wrist. We don't know each other, stranger. Best we keep it that way. Someone at the old lighthouse in Andra's Gift was looking for your ship. I don't peg you for a liar, at least not what I've heard. She looks you over, narrowing her eyes. But that don't mean I believe you. She leans in, her voice a low hiss. You better explain what gave you such an interesting notion. The last lighthouse keeper watched for your ship every day. It's all here in this log. No. Her snarls flash as a gold tooth. She turned me out. We were poorer than the fishermen who lived there now, and when she learned I'd put food on our table with stolen coins, she told me if she ever saw me again, I'd be the mercy of the gods. Her darkened eyes are filled with rage. I had nowhere else to go. It was a rough life until I rose to captain. She ignored the immediate advance in order to stay behind. I think she was waiting for you. She turns her eyes away. She was always so damn stubborn. I forgot sometimes where I got it. She gulps down the rest of her wine. I'll go. Perhaps it'll give us both some peace. Well, I guess we'll be heading back there. Her crew is probably very confused right now, but map charts routes through the White March. Very nice. Hey. Nobody cares if I take that. Ixmatil water jug fashioned from white clay. Okay. Glad we took care of that. Oh, what have we got here? Alright, alright. Well, the fact that you told me that there might be a fight tells me I'm going to have Ader and her down here, because they're probably going to come from outside, and then we'll talk to him directly. Lord Sovani, what brings you to Brackenberry? You sent a missive. No, I didn't. I received a missive from you. The Chancellor sets down his mug of ale and looks at you quizzically. As far as I know, nothing has changed regarding your rightful possession of Caed Nua. You realize that the charred barrel has gone quiet, and turn to see the last of the patrons quickly disappearing through the front door. A moment later, a group of armed men and women stride into the tavern. See, that is how you do it, Alcat. Voxmaster and Nadira was just best friends, my ass. Well, are you talking about the pirate captain? Because the way I kind of implied it was I thought it was a mother and a daughter, not two women who loved each other. It sounded like mother and daughter because they even had like markings on the wall for like measurements, which is something that parents will often do with their kids. But maybe I'm misinterpreting. We'll have to see when we get back to the Banshee. Oh dear. The Chancellor quickly ducks behind the table. Oh boy. The woman leading the armed group lowers her cowl with one hand while keeping the other on a pistol tucked into her belt. You immediately recognize Gathman's captain. Yeah, you didn't really... Either works? I mean, yeah, either works. We'll see when we get there. Now that the sheep have been herded from their pen, you and I can conduct our business, unfortunate as it may be. I remember. You were with Lord Gathman at the palace. And I, you. She grins. The whole essence of a god thing tends to be easily remembered. I must say you wear it well. Well, thank you. Not many people have complimented me on being a godlike. At least, nobody who I'd actually want to associate with. I think you know Lord Gathman has ordered your death. She forces a frown. Shame, really. I admire your exploits. Even if only half of them are true. Sadly, I have my orders. Then you get the little opposite of the room shouting this over the entire room. Well, to be fair, it even said that all the patrons filed out, and I imagine the innkeeper and whatnot is ducked behind the bar. So it's probably startlingly quiet in here. So it probably makes communication a little bit easier. Gathman will lose. Perhaps I can convince you to work for me. Oh, the man is swine, albeit noble and wealthy swine. Her lips curled in feigned disgust. Were I to do it again, I doubt I'd taken up with him. But what's done is done, and Lord Gathman is as ruthless as he is arrogant. He'll go to great lengths to avenge a betrayal. What could you offer to make me consider such a risk? I mean, that's what I got just for the diamond recently, so I can afford this, no problem. She's putting emphasis on noble, wealthy swine, so I have a feeling that she wants money. I really doubt that serving an honorable lord is anything she cares about. Simple bribe. Walk away, we pretend none of this ever happened. A generous sum. I'll put it to good use. Can't promise I won't kill you next time we meet, but for now, we'll walk away happy. Know this, the day will soon come when you'll need to face him. I've lived this long by knowing which side to be on. Prove yourself on the battlefield and who knows, until we meet again. Well, that was nice and easy. Well, that was unexpected. Warren emerges from beneath his table and smooths the rumpled sleeves of his robe. It does make the strange reports I've received from the grass make much more sense in context, however. What haven't you told me, Chancellor? Badamar decided to keep an eye on Lord Gathbin's activities, and Gathbin has been hiring quite a few men recently. For what purpose, we can't say. I advise you to take extra precautions at Caed Nua. He may be attempting to place spies or saboteurs within your walls. Depends 100% on what So wait, if I had chosen Benevolent, she actually would have gone for it? Damn, now I'm out 2,500 coin and I could have avoided it. Shit. Might have. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Be wary, Savani. I do not think you have seen the end of Lord Gathbin's plots yet. He swallows the rest of his ale, gives you a curt nod, and heads for the door. Well, all the more reason to improve our defenses. Shit's about to go down. She might say you don't have enough reputation to sway it. She might agree that it's better and so on. Well, we do have Benevolent 3, and the choice was, I think, a Benevolent was just Benevolent. Maybe if you're at 3 or higher or something, it works, and if you're at like 2 or lower, it doesn't. I don't know. Still, we're doing this blind, and we're not going back on our choices, at least outside of things that are stupid from the game's perspective. All right, now we're going to do something stupid. Let's do a manual save just in case. Let's go see what House Dominal has to say about us.
Greetings.
The burly guard eyes you warily. I don't recognize you. What business do you have with House Dominal? Help Medros with some business in Dyfur. I just want to know more about them. It's an old and respected family. Much of Defiance Bay's prosperity is due to Dominal's business activities. Now, do you have any further business here? I helped one of your agents, Medrith, with some business in Deerford. Oh, you're Savani. In that case, follow me. They're going to attack us.
Whatever crimes they committed, their interior decoration is impeccable.
Or not.
Slowly now.
Is there someone in here we needed? Ah, there we go. Okay, so let's see here. We've got a guard. We've got guards on this side. And we've got guards who will come in from this side if we try anything.
Right.
Let's just go ahead. Don't mind us. We're just checking things out here. Don't mind us. Aleph, don't be so easy to impress. Yeah, to be fair, he's been away from Adir for a long time, and these guys are Adiran loyalists, so I think he's just feeling a little nostalgic for home. A young man leans against an expensive-looking gall-glass cabinet. He holds a jewel-studded goblet in one hand and an ornate pistol in the other. He grins with wine-stained lips.
Our doormen seem to think it important that you meet with me. Speak.
What is this place? You stand in the Dominal Ancestral Manor. You are either very lost or wasting my time. Well, I guess I am, because our reputation is so bad that I guess we just don't have anything else to talk about. I'll be back later, when I inevitably decide to utterly wreck this place and end your pathetic excuse for a bloodline, because you continue to wreck things for me. Yeah, good. Shoots him. Yeah. Shoots him, stabs him, mind controls him, and forces him to attack his own guards. Something like that. We'll be back at some point there. I'm sure we will have more to do with them at some point. And if not, I might just go there anyways, just to fuck with them. Because they decided to try and fuck with me, and, well, I have no reason not to. These charming windows are reinforced with iron bars and a double thickness of glass. Yeah, I can't imagine why. Before we continue, I want to finish up some of the others, because the sanitarium sounds like it's going to be big. There's multiple things in there. I want to check in on Andra's Gift and some of the others so that we can finish some of these up. Let's actually get some of these side quests off of my fucking quest log. Alright, we'll start with the Salty Mast. And then we will do the Lighthouse. I have not handled it in yet. The quest, I think, even updated. Oh my god, there's so many. And even says to go to the Hall of Revealed Mysteries, even though we already have it. I want to talk to the leader of the chapel there, of the Temple of Whale, and see if she has any insight on this quest before I decide what to do with it. I'm leaning towards giving it to her because at least, I don't know, it sounds like she's at least trying to help. And at this point, they could use all the help they can get in regards to this.
Hail, traveler.
Is there someone here named Cyril? She laughs. Oh, you must be new in town, dearie. She's only the most sought-after girl in the district. You want to spend time with her? Just ask. She's 1,000 for a night, but she's worth every pound, or so they tell me. You fancy a go? I'll give you the special rate, 500, as a thank you for your help with our little problem. She nudges you in the ribs. If this is the only way to talk to her, yes, I would like a night with Sorel. You'll find her in the quarters upstairs. She lays a large hand on your shoulder as you hand over the money. Don't mind the burly fellows at the door. They're just there to make sure everyone has a good time. So, do not directly threaten her because of this. 1, because the quest giver doesn't want to actually threaten her. And 2, because the bodyguards will come in through the door. Fair enough. Yep, she's standing to the side. Got a quick save real fast. We're going to walk in on our own. I want to see if this leads to any differences. Anything in here? Nope. All right.
How do you do?
Powder almost hides the circles under her eyes, and the rouge dusts her 2 prominent cheekbones. Despite it all, Sorel is beautiful. She favors you with a smile she must have practiced and perfected. Well, hello, stranger. Let me make you more comfortable. Fun fact, if you have a cruel disposition, she'll warn you that the guards will be keeping an eye on you. Considering what she's doing. Yeah, I mean, well, to be fair, the reputation system in this is fairly straightforward. If you had a cruel reputation, yeah, if someone is a proprietor of this establishment would be very concerned about someone like that hiring their best, employee, so to speak. Yeah, imagine the 2 are standing in the room while you try and... Yeah, probably. Well, to be fair, it's not so much a room. Like, the only separation are these curtains that don't exactly hide much. I imagine they would just wait outside and occasionally look in. There's something I need to discuss with you first. She runs a smooth finger along her neck and under your chin. Along your neck and under your chin. Oh, I misread that. Tell me what you like. It's extra if you want to bring someone else in, though. Your friend Thristwin sent me. He still wants that medallion. So do I. Sorel raises her chin. I offered him his half of the money. He refused it. She crosses her arm and paces in a slow circle around you. I'm sure he told you all about his broken clan. Did he also tell you that I got him where he is today? I really am sorry for him, but I'll bet you anything that he lives better now than he did in Erglanfa. I've worked a long time for a way out, and I'm not giving it up just because Thirstwin suddenly got nostalgic. How about I buy it from you? It's worth 6,000 pans. If you've got that kind of coin, then I'd gladly spend it. And Gwithan relics are worth a lot less second-handed because of the issues regarding their resale, especially in a place like Defiance Bay, where you're likely to deal with a variety of people who don't want to draw the ire of one of the Glenfothan tribes. You won't get more than 4,000 for this. So you usually pay full price. It is also worth the positive amount, which isn't the worst idea. We are trying to build up our Defiance Bay reputation. Fine. I am a road warden. I can afford it. Steal Googles? At the bag of coin in her hand. She looks back at you for a second before reaching into her bodice. She holds a carved Aedra amulet by a cord, giving it to you. She cradles the bag of coppers. I could be in a cottage in Brackenbury tomorrow. She looks hopefully at the medallion in your hand. I'm not going to tell you your business, but if you do mean to give that to Thristwin, it would mean a lot to me too. I hope he finds everything he's looking for back home. She pulls a moonstone ring off of her finger. And please take this. It's always given me an edge with people around here, but I am done with this part of my life. She Googles the bag of coin to get it reference image. Tenwin, you said there's no romance with the companions in the first game, but there is in the second game, correct? Okay. Farewell then. Have a good night. I'm saving myself for the romance in the second game. Oh, is there something in here? Oh no, there's people. I mean, it definitely seems like this way of life mostly suited her, but I can't. Everyone eventually gets to the point where you don't want to use your body in any form for somebody else's entertainment just for money.
Well met, friend.
She's got nothing else. Also, what was that ring she gave us? Let's go ahead and drop that here. Go ahead and drop that here. Spellbind and just a straight up +2 to resolve. Honestly, 10% area of effect is really not that useful on ciphers. We don't have too many really big AoEs that benefit from it. I think I'm honestly going to go ahead and put that on. That'll get me up to 16 resolve. Wait, hold on. Dexterity +2. Okay, so that overrode the resolve +1 there, but that's still fine. That's still fine. Sorrel gives some sick buffs. Sorrel. Oh, if you rest with her. Oh, okay. I see. Oh, so if you hire someone. Oh, so if you. It stacks with it. Only obtainable once. Wait, is that permanent or is that just a rest bonus? Because if that's permanent, that. Okay, then I'm giving up a lot. It can't be permanent. There's no way something like that is permanent. Yeah, it's a rest bonus. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Okay, so we're done with that. Nothing else there. Now we can go here. Do 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 do. Running through the town. Everybody's running. At least it's putting her in front rather than me or frickin' Durance half the time, where he would somehow end up at the front of the formation. Da, 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 yeah, da, 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 da. I don't suppose you saw the pirate coming here. You'll never guess what happened. I was keeping an eye out for you, and who strolls down the dock but Merwith herself? You should have seen the stare she got. She walks right into the lighthouse, never said a word, and just when I'm sure she's met some awful fate in there, she strolls right out, still saying nothing to nobody. Now I'm hearing all sorts of rumors about Merwith and the last lighthouse keeper. I don't know what to believe, but everyone else around here is convinced that the place is safe again. I've even got a construction crew who's already ready to work. There we go, 1,000 copper back. Lost the evacuation notice, lost the logbook. And I know I've got you to thank. So here, come back when the renovations are done. I've got big plans for this place. What? What the fuck just happened? It's possible to seduce 1 courtesan of your choice to work for you as a hireling in Caradua. Not inclusive. Yeah, obviously, because she wants out. Oh, okay, apparently her renovations were done in an instant. Shit. That means the stuff on the top floor I didn't get because I was worried the banshee would attack. Damn it! Ah, I missed. I don't remember what was up there. I was worried the banshee was going to attack. Oh, fuck. Fuck. Yeah, Lilith Lighthouse Keeper. Yeah, her name was in the book. Damn it. Fuck. Maybe, hold on. We're going to go up to the top. Maybe there's still a chance they're here. Maybe. Damn it. Oh, yeah, we've seen those. Yeah, see, this is still the same because that box is empty, and so is this. Okay, there's a chance. There's a chance. It might not even be anything important, but there's a chance. There we go. The Lilith Shaw. That was what I was worried about. Yeah, Aura of Stealth and +3 to Perception. Oh, okay, there we go. You found this in the Lighthouse of Andra's Gift. The tower has been uninhabited for a century and a half, and its last occupant, the lighthouse keeper, supposedly died there when the Adirans invaded. It was rumored that her spirit haunted the tower still, watching for ships on the horizon. Okay, okay, there we go. Ooh. Oh, the Ingwithan Medallion. Oh, it's a +2 to Might. Oh, we're still going to give it to the guy, but still. Wait, where's the... There we go. Lilith Shaw. Who do we want to give that to? Perception +3. That it provides interrupt, accuracy, and reflex. Okay. I wish I could see... Well, let me see here. Fortitude, reflex, and will. So that would still be good. It does have an aura of stealth. +1 to stealth for everything in 5 meters, which is good, but still very much... I guess I could save that and put it on Sagani, since she's kind of my stealth character. That or the mother. Both of them would kind of benefit from that. Reflex and healing bonus. He doesn't actually have anything in the next slot right now. And he just has a deflection. Yeah, has the Ranger Turkey right. Mother would make the most sense. Let me see. In combat, it contributes to accuracy, reflex defense, and grants a bonus to interrupt. Yeah, we'll save it to put on her then. Save it to put on her. But okay, I'm just glad. So did Merwith go back to the tavern? I mean, are we going to talk to her? Seems kind of weird. She literally just went up there and then came back down. Ooh. Infused with Vital Essence and Copper Pand. I'll take that. Yeah, I guess we can check that out. We also... I don't think there was anything else from her. Nope. Rooms are still under construction, so that'll probably come by later. Probably talking to Lilith. I mean, she was up there, obviously, but how did she disperse it? What happened? I'm just curious what the hell was going on. I assumed we were going to come over here and go up to the top and that we would talk with her, but I guess not. It's ghost sex. I mean, you never know. You honestly never know with settings like this. I mean, if they were lovers, if it was a motherly relationship, like mother-daughter relationship, then, you know, obviously not, but... we'll swing by Brackenberry real fast. Let's see if it's there. Then we'll head up to the Copper Lane so that we can talk to...
Do you still have family living in the Deerwood, Eder?
No, not these days. Parents left the country years back during the purges. I think about them a lot.
It's a shame you and your family suffered, even after the Saints' War ended. You Deerwoodens certainly have a knack for holding on to old grudges.
She's not wrong, but again, I think they kind of picked that up from the Glenfathans that they ended up fighting with for most of their history. Both of them seem to do that. Resolve 19. That's weird. What would require 19 resolve about this situation? She has empathy for Eder because they both are and were soldiers. Yeah, I also think... I'm not questioning her empathy over it. I'm just pointing out... I think it's a cultural distinction. Like, she doesn't get why, and it's partly because from the sound of it, the Valians are very... Yeah, we were at war, but now we can have peaceful commerce, and that's always worthwhile. Like, they're very much not about grudges and things like that, whereas the Derwoodens and the Glenfathans are very heavily built on like, oh, you've insulted or disrespected us, we're going to hold on to that. And it's both of them. Both of them do that, and they do it to each other. That is also what led Hadret to get their support, though, when he started doing things like outlawing the enslavement of Glenfathans and making sure to honor their beliefs regarding the Ingwithan ruins. And that earned the Glenfathans' trust enough that the two worked together to throw Adir out. But the opposite is also true. You have communities like Gilded Vale. You have families like Adir's who spent centuries fighting against Orland Glenfathans, and now half the time fucking Edir just sticks his foot in his mouth with the most fucking bigoted comments you can imagine, despite otherwise being a perfectly wholesome dude. I imagine requiring payment. Yeah, probably something to that extent. Did you get the medallion from Surreal? Yes. Thristwin's eyes are wide and round as the artifact in his hands. Tell him Surreal has already sold it. You get to keep the medallion. There's no reputation change. Ah, interesting. You've given my people a gift we couldn't possibly repay. I'll do the best I can, though. He shoves a bag of coin into your hand. This is everything I have. Take it. Thristwin, while you did come through this through what I would call less than scrupulous means, nonetheless, it's yours. Use it. Your clan can use it to rebuild. The Shattering Spear will sing of your kindness for generations. If you ever find yourself in Air Glanfath, please honor us with your visit. Farewell. He hurries out of the inn, his fancy cloak dragging upon the ground. I hope we see him again. I hope we get to see him again. We do go to Twin Elms at some point because it's on the map, so I have to imagine we'll see him again. I have to imagine treating the Glunfothans well here will pay off for us when we get there.
Sorry about what I said before.
Hey, here we go.
The skin-faced Orlans.
It's all right. I knew what you were trying to say, and that's why I didn't gut you.
I didn't know I was saying something bad.
I get it. I get it. Let's just put it behind us.
Now that we're friends again, is it okay if I pet you?
What? No! Damn it, Adair. Is your family tree just one looping square?
Hey, dear, why? You were so close. You were so close. So close. My God, dude. Like, at the very least, wait for like a couple of hours before you question that. Or ask him to be like when the next time he's in like his cat form where it would at least somewhat make sense. For the love of God, man. What the fuck? Although that makes, Denwin, that makes what you told me about if you're playing a female Orland in the sequel, that makes what happens there all the funnier, because now I'm just imagining Adair having a conversation where he asks to pet your character's ears, and that would be hilarious. God damn it, Adair. Oh, you didn't just trip at the finish line. You stopped at the finish line, pulled out a shovel, dug a hole, and then jumped in it. My God, man. Oh, that's the funniest shit we've seen in this game so far. I also really appreciate that there hasn't been any repeat
Never
of these.
before have I met an Adiran man so hesitant to speak his mind.
I'm not hesitant. I just, like to consider my words carefully.
You should really hear yourself talk, amigo.
Oh, she's already calling him friend. That's a good sign. Female Orla would be 100% chill with him petting their ears. No, I mean, I imagine. So I imagine if you were a friend, like, yeah, like even if you were playing a male Orlan, because Adir's not saying it from like a sexual perspective. He's literally just like, he sees something fuzzy and he associates that with animals. So he's like, and he thinks animals are cute. So he just, he opens mouth and inserts foot. That's literally all he's doing. Though it does occur to me, given Heravius's reaction, that Heravius and his people might actually see something like that as being sexual, which might also explain why he had such an immediate reaction to it. Because despite everything Heravius has said, it's always been about women, so I'm pretty sure Heravius is like 100% straight, so he'd be probably very annoyed by Adair doing that, because it would come off as something sexual. Oh, so, I completely forgot we had to bring this to him. Have you found have you found that Valiant yet? Dunstan needs her research. Hold on, no, I wanted to take it to Dunstan first, because he was not as feeling up for this plan as the other guy, so hold on. I was trying to talk to Cleaver because I thought we could talk about the knight that tried to kill us. Yeah, stop moving.
I suppose Cleaver sent you down here to get me working on those Forge Knights, eh?
I'd rather give him the research because I feel like he'll be more responsible with it. I think this is what you've been looking for. Also notice, this one gives me positive stuff and positive reputation with Defiance Bay, whereas the other one was just a yes. That only happens if you're in Orland. You walk into a mountain's house, they will ask you if you're there to steal from them. You calmly state, sorry ma'am, I can't reach your shelves. Yeah, we would have to do the age-old 2 Orlands in a trench coat. It's pretty good. Yeah, I don't mind stuff like that, because since I'm not playing an Orlan, I otherwise would never see that dialogue. So stuff like that I have no problem with hearing from the sequel. Just as long as it's don't reveal any other story aspects with it. I believe this is what you've been looking for, Dunstan.
That's what Cleaver's been looking for anyway. If you found it, I guess I've got to start.
You don't sound too happy about this. I'm not, and I'm surprised someone as compassionate as you is going along with it. I've made it clear to Cleaver that this is a mistake. Trying to harness souls like this, it's a crime against the gods, and it's bound to earn us more trouble than it saves. But Cleaver's given me his orders, so I'll build these things as best I can. Well, that's why I was giving the notes to you. I was hoping you'd be able to, you know, figure something out to do with this. Anyway, Cleaver's told me I'll sell you any arms or armor you might want. You won't find better anywhere in Defiance Bay.
Now, time to see if that Valian was worth all that blood and copper.
He turns to his forge, hammer in hand, taking a polished breastplate and going to work. As I said, I'm hoping Dunstan is able to work on this properly.
I'll be damned. Be honest, even I wasn't expecting it to work this well. Back to it. Cleaver will want me to finish the rest of them. And it sounded like he has a job for you, too.
What do you have for sale? Let me see. Ooh. An S-stock, two-handed. 5 damage resistance bypass, decent damage, inflicts disorientating for 5 seconds on a hit, grants blizzard 3 times per rest. That's a lot of money, and we did just spend a lot of money on our shit. Again, after stream, I will probably do some inventory management to bring our monetary situation back under control. Eldritch's coat. Ooh. Only weak against corrode. Everything else is 14, but crush and freeze are 18 and 17. 30 defense against prone attacks. So even if someone gets knocked over, he also gets plus 15 defense against push attacks to knock him over. 3 additional damage reduction against freeze. Already has the exceptional quality on it. That's very nice. Yep, exceptional plate armor. 16 damage resistance, 20 against slashing, 20 against piercing. Ooh, Forge Master gloves. 5 damage reduction against burn and grants the Firebrand, which is summon weapon Firebrand for 30 seconds. Oh, nice. Also has Shot in Faith, gains consecrated ground when hit by a critical hit once per encounter. That's pretty good, though you would probably want to not be critically hit at all if you can avoid it. Still, we will keep that in mind. What's in here? Nothing. Alright, I guess we'll go check in with Commander Cliver again. Was there more you needed me to do, Commander?
Dunstan will complete the first squad of Forge Knights in no time. Now the High Justice will want to have his Forge Masters at Fleetbreaker Castle create more.
Okay, see, that's a little much.
I've made a copy of Viana's research, and the High Justice has sent a courier to Anslog's Compass to retrieve it. The dozens have gotten too active for the courier to come to Defiance Bay, and after Viana's kidnapping, we've got to assume they know about our plans. That's why I'm sending you to deliver the research. You shouldn't be recognizable to the dozens. Yet.
You can believe that, but I don't think it's true. Securing the city against the dozens agitating seems a worthwhile goal. It is certainly too important to be entrusted to a common courier. After this, I expect they'll learn of your association with us. They won't be too happy about it. Neither with the Dominals. They're trying to expand the family business and resent the Knights for standing in their way. Yeah, we've already pretty much burned that bridge, salted the earth, thrown a couple of bombs over the side of that building. Yeah, we pretty much... That situation is already shot. Shot, dead, and buried. Honestly, the only thing more I could do is just walk into their house and just start brutally murdering most of their guards. That might send a stronger message, but other than that... I need someone I can trust, and you've proven your integrity both in my service and in Defiance Bay. Consider it done.
Anslog's Compass is a small lagoon just north of Defiance Bay. Your contact will be a commander named Arenroad. She'll meet you by the docks. Return to me when you've finished. The High Justice has made the expansion of the Forge Knights his top priority, which means it's mine as well.
Commander Claver, this is me, the player, / me, the character talking, not to you so much as just in general. If I find out that your order is purposely making these knights with souls from people that they have captured or killed, we're going to have a very serious conversation. And by serious conversation, I'm going to start mind controlling your men and start brutally murdering all of you with them. Just so we're clear. I'm helping because supposedly this will actually help bring some level of control to the city and not have it descend into anarchy. If I find out you guys are using this for a power play, I will kill all of you. And I do mean all of you. This is not a threat. This is a promise. So please don't make me make that decision. Now, where the hell else do I need to go? Don't want to go to Anslog's Compass just yet. We've got more shit to do. Right, we need to return that guy's armor. Coming up on the 4-hour mark. Very nice. Very nice. We're making a lot of progress on our... Oh, right. And we also wanted to check out to see if she has anything to say about the notes. pop in here real fast. Yes, yes, yes. We've been in the Elder Archives. That's not the problem, quest log. You're a bit behind on that. Weaver's song added. Oh, somebody is... Ah, you were able to... Okay, so we'll find out a resolution to that in a while. The colorful clothing of a Spirantan weaver, Bonacetta, is known throughout the Eastern Reach. Over a year ago, she was on a trip to Defiance Bay when her ship sank in a violent storm off the Pearl Coast. Miraculously, many of the passengers survived. Bonacetta's body was never found, and she was presumed dead. However, a Valian merchant Defiance Bay recently recognized some of Bonacetta's unmistakable work in an otherwise unremarkable shipment of textiles. He spoke with others and learned that several shipments to different merchants bore the same telltale patterns. Now, many merchants believe that Bonacetta is being held captive somewhere and is trying to communicate through her work. Whatever the message is, none have been able to decipher it, nor where it's coming from. Kanda's from the Eastern Reach, so maybe this would be a good job for him. Failing that, Sagani is our best tracker and someone who I would trust to find patterns in something. But on the other hand, if the item has been actually touched by her, yeah, we'll send the Grieving Mother. Her Cypher ability should be able to pinpoint the location of the person who's missing, since she'll be able to touch something that they've actually held in their hands, and she can work on the soul connection there. There we go. Is this still going on? I believe it is. We haven't received any update. Yep, 2 days, 9 hours. Okay.
Well met, friend.
Ooh, okay, hold on. Quick save, because I might not like the results of this. I don't want her to just take the book back.
Good day, stranger.
An animancer named Nadine asked me to retrieve a copy of the Theorems of Pangrim from the Elder Archives. Oh, wait, but she didn't take it, which means I still have it. Oh, am I about to get paid twice? I think I do. I'm going to have to check as soon as this conversation is over. That's why I quick saved. Thank you for letting me know. I'll be sure to tuck the tome away from prying eyes and see that this Nady never sets foot in here again. In the meantime, a token of our appreciation. Nope, it completed, so I'm guessing it's no longer in my inventory. We're going to have to reload. Or not. Hold on. Hold the phone. Hold the phone. Where's my quick save? All Revealed Mysteries. Load the quick save. Give me a second. Give me a second. We're about to find something out. Again, I don't mind some reloading because I don't... We're going to make a manual save. Manual save here. Make sure that it created it. All of Real Mysteries. Okay.
Hail and well
we're going to talk to her. She does that. We supposedly still have the book in our inventory, and we're going to make a real quick run back to Bradenbury and find out if we can still hand it to her. Pick up speed. Also, why did it give me another alert? What other alert is there? Oh, taxes collected. Okay. Earned 296. God damn, we lost more money to bandits this time around. What the fuck? Yeah. We only lost 150 last time. This time we lost 494. This was after raising... It's that damn lord who's getting mercenaries, isn't it? He's attacking the people that I'm supposed to be giving random chance. I'm going to blame the guy who's supposedly already tried to kill us once. I think he's responsible. Fuck that guy. I already had to pay 2,500 goddamn copper pand in order to get his people off of me. Oh, goddammit, it put me on the opposite end of the district. Come on. Hoof it, people. Let's move. Oh. You should have seen the looks on the nobles' faces when I moved it. Well, I hope you invest that money wisely or you're not going to last very long here. Just saying. Yeah, she just disappears. Ah, okay, never mind. Because I am leaning towards giving it to her. I think that it's the better choice. We just don't know enough. Half the nobles know her very intimately. That's an understatement. But no, I don't. Also, technically, Whale is all about the revealing of knowledge and the passing of it on. So I can't imagine that she wants it all, that Whale would want this thing tied up in here anyways.
Your own father sold you to the Brotherhood?
He hated me anyway. I was glad to be gone. The Dukes are my parents now. The Republics, my children.
That's an interesting way of looking at it.
Yeah, and given our earlier conversation, Pelagina. I'm not sure you entirely believe that. Well, I'm sure you believe it, but I get a feeling that that's not all there is when it comes to her. Now, these guys are going to be a little bit miffed, given I've been dealing with some of the dozens operations around here. It wasn't Wenin, it was the other dude. Right, it was the one over here. Here's the armor you wanted. Osric wavers in a moment in disbelief. He looks at you, then back at the breastplate. He reaches for it slowly, as if expecting it to disappear before he can touch it. How did you manage this? Well, you were right about the affidavit. Unfortunately, Penhelm didn't give me a choice and forced me into a fight. It's a shame it ended like that. But he's the lying weasel who started it. You did all I asked and more. You are owed much. He withdraws a leather coin purse from his pocket and hands it to you. Stop by Sonald's shop on the other side of the hall. She sells some of the best gear in the city, and I'll make sure she keeps her inventory open for you. Okay, we still got positive reputation with Defiance Bay as a whole, which is good. What is this armor to you anyways? Looks around, trying to appear casual. It's nothing, just a keepsake. He tries to look you in the eye, but when he does, he appears to reconsider. It commemorates the Order of Magrin, the highest order of valor, awarded to the dead, never the living. Us, Deerwoodens, real Deerwoodens, we don't have nobility or birthrights, really. Unless you're some copper fucker from Adir. All we've got is the honor we bring to our family's name. Ah, copper fucker. That's a new one. So's this. He pauses. So this, he pauses, considering the weathered metal, a pale image of its former self but still catching the light, is something to live up to. See, that's what I mean. There are members of the dozens who are clearly in it for the chance to commit violence and the chance to attack people. Osric strikes me as a guy who genuinely believes that what he's doing is for the betterment of the Deerwood. That's what I'm saying. I think he would have been fine if we could have found a way to get the breastplate without even harming Penhelm, because as he said, it didn't matter that Penhelm was a knight. It mattered to him that Penhelm had the breastplate.
Good day, stranger.
Let me... Oh, no. Mary asked her that. Show me your ways. She's got some exceptional weapons. She's got an arquebus, crossbow, fine daggers, hatchet, bracers of all-consuming rage, +2 might, +1 constitution. That's pretty good. The dandy hat of the diseased yak, +2 resolve, -1 intellect. Okay, I'm probably never going to buy this, but I need to read why it's called the dandy hat of the diseased yak. The legend behind this hat is that it once belonged to a famed prince of a small kingdom that was conquered and absorbed into the Adirian Empire. The prince and his court were known for their outlandish dress, but not, unfortunately, their prowess in battle. In fact, when the prince learned that the Adirian army was advancing on him, he threw a fabulous party to welcome the invaders. The hat survived the war and subsequent occupation, has been traded in many a dark corner by those wishing to further their social standing with panache. Lined with a garish purple silk and adorned with a large chartreuse feather, the hat makes a strong, if questionable, fashion statement. But why the diseased yak? You could have called it the dandy hat of literally anything else. Why the diseased yak? Who thought that was a good idea? Snurf's Folly, +1 resolve, +2 constitution. That wouldn't be bad for Adir to further boost his tanking ability. Fetid Caress 3 times per rest and 5 damage reduction for corrosion. Because the name is eye-catching. I suppose that's true. Summon noble creature once per rest, +5 will, +9 reflex to your save. Headpiece, Whispers of Treason 3 times per rest. Yeah, that's my spell. But it's at the base value, so it's not that good. And +12 to will save. Interesting. The Berserker's Belt, only usable by Barbarian with a 20% frenzy duration. Makes sense. Really, the all-consuming rage for 2 might and 1 constitution, and Snurf's Folly for 1 resolve, 2 constitution are really tempting. +12 is very high. Which one was that one? Yeah, but that's +12 to will saves. It is still high. It's also a headpiece, so it can't be used on me. Might be useful on somebody else, though, because 12 will would be worth more than, like, 1 resolve or anything like that. And resolve is one of the main things that affects your will save. For right now, though, I definitely... We're not going to buy it now, because I don't really have the... I don't want to use up all of my money. When we're done with stream, I will come back and pick those up once I do all my inventory management, so we're not wasting too much time here. Also, it is a monocle. I mean, yes. I mean, maybe it would be good for Aloth. It'd be kind of hilarious to give him a monocle, but I can't wear it. As hilarious as it would be to have a chain leading up behind my character's face, or the faceplate. Okay, so we're definitely going to head back to Bradenbury. Oh my god, I completely forgot to check the upper levels of the... I forgot to check the upper levels of the inn in Bradenbury so that I could fucking find the pirate. God, I'm losing track of my thoughts right now. These people are still complaining about shit over here. It's the middle of the night and they're still protesting. There we go. Well, I mean, we haven't done it yet, so I will... As I said, I'm going to be doing inventory management as soon as stream ends, because I'm going to have some time to myself to do it. I just don't want to waste time in the stream doing inventory management, because... Again, when I did that for Rogue Trader, it took too long. And when I did it off screen for Rogue Trader, it took me forever. So I'm really glad I didn't do it on stream because it would just be a waste of time. All right, head upstairs. Nope, she's just gone. She just left. Okay, I guess we're not going to find her again. At least not for a while, maybe. I don't know. All right, sanitarium it is. And yeah, I figured that with Defiance Bay, we're going to have to pick a side between the dozens and the knights at some point. All right, Nadine, I'm trusting you with this. Guess what I found? By the Lady of Lament, you found it. Nadine cradles the musty tome like a newborn. I can't believe it. It really exists. She looks back to you. Thank you. This will be invaluable. She almost turns to the book, but at the last moment she remembers herself and gives you a bag of coin. In theory, the dominoes, yeah, but that bridge went by way of the Godhammer. Yeah, no. If the dominoes try to make a move, I'm going to lay waste to them. We have already established this. If they hide in their house, they won't hear anything else from me. But if I keep catching their agents outside, there's not going to be anything left of that bloody family by the end. I don't suppose you could spare a little more. Of course. She pulls a ring from her finger. It may not look like much, but I've always been able to use this ring to generate a little extra money when I was between stipends. It's critical for someone doing research without the benefit of a wealthy patron. Please take it. You've given me a resource that I simply could not have found on my own. Interesting. What does that do? +5 copper. It's been passed between Animasters, Wizards, and other scholars for centuries because it provides a steady income, allowing him or her to pursue research interests without being tied to a particular patron. Is it like 5 copper per day? 5 copper per hour? 5 copper... It's a dev joke? Are you kidding me? Well, I'm not going to take off my deflection or resolve. I'm going to have to look this up because I want to know what it actually does. If it doesn't do anything, well, then I guess we're just selling it. Oh, what goes on at the castle. So, yeah, okay. Which is... not, it's more... like, a turn is more than a day, even, in some cases. So, that's weird. I'll have to look up the rest of that, but regardless.
Well met, friend.
Oh, she's got nothing else. It's a joke about relying on funding. Even so, I'm still going to look up the specifics of it, because otherwise that seems weird. Like, do I just need it in my inventory to collect the money? Because if so, that's fine. But if I have to actually wear it to collect the money, I'm not going to give up a ring slot for 5 copper every however long a turn is. That's stupid. All right. Time to descend into the sanitarium. I'm sure nothing weird is going on here at all. Sanitarium guards, various nobles. The table is set with an assortment of leaflets and booklets with titles like Practical Benefits of Animancy and Soul Adjustment for the Well-Adjusted Soul. Oh boy. Animancers. Verna. Who the fuck is Verna? Oh, hello. No. I don't need to be reading more plays. Oh wait, did that not count as stealing? Okay, we'll take it to sell. The ring, including its description and the enchantment of eternal funding, is likely an inside joke alluding to the game having been crowdfunded. The fact that you only earn a few coppers per turn and that you still need to complete quests and turn experience in order to progress the stronghold turns further alludes to the mentality and crowdfunding nature of the project. Ah. Oh, it's a backer character. I didn't see the gold lettering because I was too busy looking at everything else in the room. Soul Man was torn asunder by a Beowick. That's not good. As you can see, the patient is unresponsive, common after soul trauma. Yeah, we've read that, but if they're going to give me it too, I'm not going to complain. An animancer places a small stone upon the patient's forehead. Wait, can they actually treat Beowick? A portion of his soul was recovered near his body. We use this stone as a vessel for transfer. Oh. Can you hear me, Oswin? The patient's eyes slowly open before a panicked, wild expression washes over him. Well, this is interesting to see. Unfortunately, the extended disassociation will have permanent side effects. The patient becomes more agitated, grunting and moaning as he tugs at his bonds. Oh dear. With further research, we'll be confident we'll be able to rehabilitate patients like Oswin. That's interesting because the Glenfathan seem to believe that a Beowick is something that you just can't recover from. So.
Hail and well met.
Audemir. A bald man with a crooked nose gestures in demonstration over the still body of a patient before a small gathering of interested onlookers. Feeling your gaze, he pauses his discussion. Have you come to sit in? I want to know more about the sanitarium and what you're doing here. He gives an eager nod. It is the mission that attracted me here. The treatment of the disturbed. No one else seems to care for them. Here, we've worked wonders for them. I've seen people cured of insatiable hungers, uncontrollable urges. I've seen the crippled walk and the dysphoric smile. All within these walls. The thought that the Duke could put an end to it with a single order keeps me up at night. Hey, we are not done here. We're not done here. You have other things. What is it you do here? Close as we are to the Glenfathan Wilds, we get a number of Beowick maimings every year. Survivors dealing with the complications from exposure. This fellow here is a severe case. His essence is but a mere whisper of what it was. I am early in my research, only beginning to understand how the Beowicks work, but in time, I hope to find a way to protect them from the storm's effects. Stop kicking me out of the conversation. We're talking. Do you know anything about awakenings? I'm afraid that is not my area of expertise. Thank you. That's all I needed to know. Stop kicking me out of conversations, game. I'm sorry? Oh. A well-maintained statue of a middle-aged man presides over the room, looking down unblinking over the bustle of harried academics pestered by the hopeful desperate. A strong warmth emanates from the statue. As you could sense from across the room, there's a human soul stored within the stonework. Oh, he's just like the steward of the castle. It has been some time since a watcher graced these halls. His voice echoes deeply, rumbling the floor beneath you. I'm envious of your natural insights, traveler. I can only imagine how it might have helped my work in life. Now, what is it that has brought you to my sanitarium? How did you become this? In the statue, you mean? He laughs. I was old, and it seemed wrong to me. A lifetime spent in the pursuit of discovery, only to lose it all in death. Somewhere, someday, I would wake in a new body none the wiser, and pursue a different course entirely, all of that experience wasted. If I were ever to unearth the principles behind our existence, it will be in spite of our condition. Of that I am quite sure. To live on as part of something I helped build seemed to me a better legacy than what nature had in store. The transfer was quite simple as far as techniques go, and for that I am grateful. Playing with souls is far easier to accept when they are not your own. I do miss being able to make an active role in the scholarly efforts. Now and again one of our animancers will humor me and consult over some problem, but so many of us are a jealous breed and too afraid to collaborate. If you're considering it yourself, I can tell you that it isn't for the easily bored. Tell me about your sanitarium. Ah, a history lesson. A rare pleasure. Most come in here only concerned with cheating death in one way or another. Really wish there was some kind of background music, because it is disturbingly quiet right now. We are an old institution as far as Deerwood goes. This is our 94th year. As with many cities, the growth of Defiance Bay brought with it a host of issues. One of the worst was that those born with, shall we say, ill-favored souls came to populate its streets in droves, thus the sanitarium. Brackenbury was a natural fit. It was growing, but there was also a lot of money here even back then. This place owes its survival to the curiosities of the wealthy more than anything. Our founding came at a time of great suspicion of animancy, much like today. So much progress has been lost to the mishaps of a few careless practitioners. I mean, I wouldn't exactly call it a few careless practitioners. And you've had quite a few that have done some really shady shit. So with cheating death, the girl outside with the theorem sneezes violently. Yeah, a little bit. But in time, it was forgotten, as all things are. Since then, we have been at the forefront of animancy's resurgence. We have played host to many gifted researchers. We have pushed the boundaries of our knowledge in ways never thought possible. Some of the first safe transferences were done here, and we have pioneered work in soul purification, lineage analysis, preservation. It's quite a list, if you'll pardon my pride. Today, it's not exactly the same. There's been some push to shut us down. It comes from Deerwood's more excitable denizens, whose minds are more passionate than thoughtful, I'm afraid. I suppose that's a nice way of putting it. People see this, the legacy. They see it involves something they don't understand. It's natural for them to suspect people whose understanding exceeds theirs. There we go. There's that background music. Give me something. It looks to them like we're hiding something. I mean, as you said, animancers are a suspicious breed. Most likely some of you are hiding something. Whether it's nefarious or not is a completely different question. We have a representative in the palace this very moment, defending the science of animancy at a hearing before the Duke. Absurd as it sounds, if it does not go well, it may be the end of animancy in the Deerwood. I fear Avar may be swayed by all this unrest, and rational though it may be. We shall see. That's true. For all their problems, the animancers are the only ones who are trying to find practical solutions to this issue. I just wish they didn't occasionally cause such massive fuck-ups. Who here would know most about awakenings? There is an animancer on the lower floor who came from Ravua to study them. I would take the stairs down and look for one Beliseg. I'm also looking for an animancer named Modred. Modred. Also downstairs. First room on the right. I also have some suspicions that a member of the Leaden Key may be in your midst. Ilthamor groans and the stones surrounding him shudders. I could have done without hearing that today. Many have their intrusions been into our affairs. Of course, one can seldom be certain whether they've meddled or whether the calamity has struck on its own. Though a few of their less skilled infiltrators have been exposed from time to time, they have been a perpetual nuisance. Once again I am reminded of how envious I am of your gifts. I suspect they will be of some use in verifying their identity. You are at odds with the Leaden Key as well. They are up to something. Something that I witnessed, and I'm trying to determine what. Oh, they are always up to something. Of that you may rest assured. If their plots have come to involve you, then you have my sympathies. Do you have any idea of who this person might be? Shit, it was a patient, wasn't it? Because they were locked up. I suspect that it's a patient. In that case, I recommend you speak first with our resident animancers. They have frequent interactions with both patients and colleagues. You may find them up here or in their offices downstairs. Please report anything suspicious to me immediately. That is my only request. Two-sided, right. That was the quest. Where is it? So maybe the same place I saw in the Acolyte's Vision. Souls, Brackenbury Sanitarium. Okay. Wasn't there... Hold on. No. Yeah, there we go. Prisoner by choice. How's misery? There was someone there. Prisoner by choice. Wait. But couldn't the High Warden be considered a prisoner by choice? He chose to become part of the structure. He chose to become part of the sanitarium. And it would be the perfect cover for a long-term infiltration. We need to be very careful now. We need to be very careful. Okay, he doesn't have anything added despite that conversation. He's been there a bit too long. That doesn't mean jack shit. This looks like field sketches of Ingwithan ruins and artifacts. Adir Customs. We've seen that one, but if they're going to let me take it, I'm not going to complain.
Good day, stranger.
An elderly woman peruses the shelves with a quickness and energy that belie her age. I'm afraid I don't practice anymore, child. Too busy with the records. Oh. Oh, okay. This was the person we were sent. One Imatil sent me. He said you'd be interested in these scepter pieces we found. The chatty old fisher. That chatty old fishwife been blabbing about me, I see. He laughs and rolls her eyes. Never trust your secrets to a man with so much salt in his beard. Anyway, let me see what you've got. Nons examines the scepter, her eyes hooded by crinkled flesh. Imatil told you true. I'll buy this. Unfortunately, a broken scepter isn't as valuable as may have been led to believe. She steals a glance at your face, but her fingers tighten around the piece in her hands. I'll take it off of you for 500. Nonsense. This could easily be repaired by someone with proper skill. Her eyes flash under sagging lids. And I've got the skills all right. And you know more than the average relic hunter. Making it whole again is a matter of alchemy, not mere crafting. An expensive alchemy. I'm going to need to soak the broken ends in fiend's blood compound to reconnect them. Never mind the embalming work to restore the enchantment. I could do it to the tune of 1,800 pounds. I'm giving you a rare opportunity to work on an Ingwithan scepter. Surely you can bring the price down. Perhaps if you want to bargain and haggle with every dragonblood vendor and imphorn merchant in the city. She puffs her sagging cheeks. Very well. You can have the satisfaction of working an old woman to an early grave. 1,500. 1,500 it is. Expect you want to watch and see that your money's put to good use. Get comfortable. He lays out an array of powders, potions, and other obscure ingredients. After what feels like hours, she finally returns to the main hall with you and presents the scepter. Looking at it, you'd never have known it was broken in the first place. This may be the finest work I've ever done. If I do say so myself, thank you for giving me the opportunity. Examining a piece like that is a dream come true for my field. She gazes at it wistfully. Take good care of it. Now, was there something else I could help you with? I'm investigating possible leaden key activity in the sanitarium. Have you seen anything? Oh, I'm afraid I'm too wrapped up in my own research to pay any mind to whatever else is going on out there. One of the other animancers might know more about it. What exactly do you do here? I'm an animancer. Used to venture on all kinds of underfunded and ill-fated trips out of the expedition hall when I was your age. Lately, I found research better suited to my current pace. She pats a creaking knee and laughs. Especially Zayla's got a way better one. Well, I still like completing everything. I want to know more about the sanitarium. It is the official center of animancy in the Defiance Bay, founded in 2729. And before you get saucy, no, I wasn't around that time. It was built to treat ailments of the mind and soul, important sort of place to have in a growing city, and its construction marked the end of the animancy slowdown that followed the Bale Reach incident. The Bale Reach incident? A terrible setback for the entirety of our discipline. A researcher working outside the Bale Marsh shattered the souls of a dozen volunteers. Her voice lowers to a growl. Of course, we'll never know exactly what went wrong because the mob tore him to pieces. This mishap bears some of the blame for the slower pace of research in the 2.5 decades that followed, but it also helped concentrate practicing animancers here in Defiance Bay. What do you know about the Awakenings? Not much, I'm afraid. But the sanitarium attracts experts from all over. I'm sure someone will be able to help you. Thank you. Yeah, Ingwithan Scepter, decent damage, accuracy, attack speed. Wow, yeah, that's... I was expecting it to at least be a unique item, not just a enchanted one. That's kind of really disappointing for 1,500. I'm guessing that's still cheaper than if we had bought a equivalent enchanted one from a vendor, but it's still really not very good. And I guess we'll give it to him as a backup ranged weapon. That's fine. Yeah, I like that. Yep. Also, technically, it's an Ingwithan relic, so here you go, Heravius. Until such time as we can return it to your people, I'll put it in your safekeeping. That sounds like a fair move. Still, it's another completed quest, and that's the important part. We got some more animancers. Psalm to Wodika. Yeah, we've read that. No, because we ran into the Glenfothin in the tavern, and he had no problem taking an Ingwithan relic back to there. I'm merely giving it to Heravius so he can hold on to it until we can figure out what ruin we need to restore it to. Simple as. See, I'm abiding by their customs. It is back in the hands of a Glenfothin, and we will eventually take it back there. If we never find out what ruin they took it from, that's not our problem. It's still in the hands of someone who would at least know what to do with it. I think I'm doing the right thing. It's probably the best thing we can do in the situation. Short of Heravius' answer, which would probably have been to gut the fisherman and kill him. But even though he wasn't the one who even got it in the first place, he was just transporting it. If we find the dumbasses who got it out of the place, then yeah, that's a completely different one. That's a completely different situation. I believe we've read all this. No way, we have. This doesn't look familiar. Animancy in the modern age. Animancy is a science both respected and reviled, sometimes by the same person. For all the research done on the topic, we still know so little. Control over life itself. Something animancers have been working towards for hundreds of years. There are no real records of how the practice of animancy was first discovered. But once the spark of knowledge ignited, there was no stopping its inevitable discoveries. In 2260, animancers, as a result of their extensive research, successfully contained and transferred a soul. The subject of the experiment, whose name is unknown, was young and wealthy but infirm. The idea was to move his soul from the dying body and into that of a recently deceased man who had suffered an accident. The new body, bearing only slight decay, would house the soul and give the man a much better life. The outcome of this experiment resulted in the condemnation and outlaw of animancy in the Adiran Empire. Yeah, given the fact that the guy would have been bound to it and then immediately wanted to eat other people. We have no true records of what happened, as they were all destroyed after animancy was outlawed. I mean, we know what happens when you transfer a soul into a new body. They start to develop a craving for human flesh. So I imagine that probably had something to do with it. A journal was discovered, a makeshift confession by one of the participants. Excerpts from that journal follow. 2260, Von Prima 16. It was done. The gods forgive us for our arrogance. I'm not sure what I was expecting, certainly not that. What did any of us expect? Behind the revulsion, there's a sense of pride, something I can't deny. All the research, the studying, everything we worked for. We wanted to change the world. And it has changed. All was in place. The twisted form lying on the table next to its new vessel. The equipment had been prepared. The tinctures, the potions, all carefully crafted. Every detail painstakingly organized to ensure success. We were, most assuredly, succeeded. The procedure went as it should. The soul extracted from the old body, held, bound in place to prevent it from moving on. And then the next step, transferred to the fresh vessel. It was beautiful. Terrifying. I listened as they spoke the words of binding. I watched the soul, no, not the soul itself, of course, but the vapor we used to detect it as it lowered into the vessel. A gentle luminescence covered the body, and then nothing. Silence. Darkness. I held my breath, afraid that even the slightest disturbance would destroy all our hard work, and then motion, and then, dear gods, then blood. How did I survive? I don't know. The vessel rose from the slab, and the room breathed. Every person crowded around the tables exhaled. Some cheered. We had made life from death. We would become eternal. The body closed its eyes, tilted its head, looking for all purpose to be listening for something or to it. Then its eyes popped open and it moved. Its lips peeled back from its teeth in a horrible expression of fury. It fell on the nearest man, tearing his throat out, knocking him to the ground. The room erupted into screams, shouts, and a flurry of bodies running, pushing, doing everything in their power to get away from the creature sitting on their colleague. But right before that happened, in the split second before the chaos, when there was nothing in the air but stunned silence, I heard it. Sitting there on his chest, face in his neck. It was feasting. Name of this logbook was The House of the Living Dead. Now it's Animancy in the Modern Age. But that's pretty much the end result. Congratulations, guys. You made flesh-eating zombies. Brilliant fucking move. This painting of a rolling forest glen has a strangely soothing effect. Yeah, I imagine they would probably enchant most of the accoutrements in a place like this to try and inspire calm amongst people. Alright, let's find out what's down here. Oh, Beliseg. Strange device seems to thrum with power. That is a cage. That is a cage that looks very much like a torture device. And if it's thrumming with power, it means they've got electricity being generated by something. Or magical. Yeah, here comes the... yeah. Oh, wow. Hey, Alof, remember how you were complimenting the Adiran design of some of the houses around here and how everything looked nice? Yeah, now we're down here. What's your thoughts down here, buddy?
Greetings.
A woman paces back and forth, her feet crunching on the soft red carpet. She gestures and mumbles to herself, shaking her head as she pores over pages of notes. She almost walks into you. Ekosi! Here I am, looking so hard for answers to my research that I do not see Keith standing in front of me. What can I do? I'm looking for an expert on awakenings. She laughs bitterly. That would be me, though the lack of research subject has made me an expert in counting floorboards. I'd like to transfer Animancy's success in buttressing pre-awakened souls to soothing those whose souls have already awakened, but I need subjects, and most of the patients here are too broken to produce reliable results. A tragedy to have come so far for nothing. Well, you're in luck. We happen to have a volunteer. She springs to the balls of her feet, beaming. Gelarde, who is it? Aloth's lips curl into a frown. I don't know about this. She grins more bloodily still. Oh, don't be silly. The process is perfectly harmless. All you must do is stand in that cage. I beg your pardon? I jest. You Adirans are so uptight. I don't even know what the thing's used for. It belonged to the last occupant of the office. Now they upgraded him to a cell. Again, I jest. I'm not so sure. She rubs her hands together, getting down to business. So, I need you to sit here. She takes Aloth by the shoulders and steers him to the couch. And try to relax. And don't try too hard, because then you will not be relaxing. Yeah, she nailed him as an Adiran instantly. Indeed. His eyes are humorless. And you must also wear these. A little cold, but the copper will help to conduct the essence. The Animaster fastens thick copper bands to Aloth's forehead and wrists. As she ratchets them tighter, his face twitches with suppressed irritation. Now, I will examine your soul through my scope. She reaches into her desk and produces a long chambered tube. Knobs, dialed, and small toothed wheels run along the side of the device. It is fitted with Adra lenses cut to different thicknesses and concavities. By manipulating them, I find the angles and densities that will allow me to track the anomalies of your soul. Does this mean we'll get to talk with Isomil more? Because I like that lady. She raises a finger. But first, we must find this cunning interloper. You will answer some personal questions while I make adjustments. Good luck. You'll have an easier time getting straight answers out of a drug priest of Whale. Aloth squirms on the couch. Oh, very well. She holds the scope to her eye and flicks a knob. To begin, tell me something personal. Something from a time before your awakening. There's nothing to tell. I was a normal child living in the Seathwood. He looks to you, his face is set in a frown, but the rigid edges of apprehension show through nevertheless. Don't tease Aloth. I mean, she can get in a little teasing. I've kind of gotten the feeling that everyone in this party is not exactly friends with Aloth. I mean, I think Adir tries, but he's like the one person that Aloth has like nothing in common with. He can't bond over like high culture because Pelagina doesn't trust the Adirans. He can't bond over like the gods and magic because Durance doesn't give a shit. And he can't bond really with Haravius because any mention of the Adirans in this land is the only thing that's worse than the Dear Woodens being in this land. So I can't imagine that they're very happy there. Also, Haravius expressed a little too much interest in the fact that Aloth has a female soul inside of him. Or a second soul that is female, I guess is the better way to put it. Of at least 2 people that is in the sequel during the cover of the game. I have no idea. I vaguely remember the artwork for the cover of the second game, but I couldn't remember any of the real details. So just no spoilers, please. No spoilers, please. There's nothing to tell. Yeah, we already said that. Well, talk about your parents. As you speak to Aloth, you feel your voice like a bell in your chest. It tolls softly, lulling him into the mists of his own memory. Beliseg doesn't seem to notice anything, but you feel as if your words are soothing his essence, helping to untangle its threads. Yeah, just wait, Tenwin. We'll get there eventually. We'll get there eventually. Let me experience all of it. I do appreciate the help. I really honestly do, but let me get a chance to experience all of it. Closes his eyes. Mother is away most of the time, with the Thanes family, but I always knew when she's coming home. Father's bottles accumulate like storm clouds on the horizon. His fits of temper become swifter, more violent. It still shames him, knowing that her hemnig to another man supports us better than his labors as a steward. Oh dear. Casually scouting Steam now and then to look for discounts. Yeah, if it shows up on a discount, I'll definitely pick it up when I get the chance. This is good. I'm starting to see something. Continue. Tell us of the time you awakened. She bites her tongue as she twists one of the dials. The name doesn't sound familiar, but it means she's serving someone, and the fact that his father is constantly drinking, and the line, it still shames him, knowing that her hemnig to another man supports us better than his labors as a steward. This does not... I've got a feeling the Adirans have some form of official, like, mistresshood, or, like, licensed... I don't know, relationships outside of marriage or something, and I've got a bad feeling as to why why Aloth has such a bad relationship. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Oh dear, yeah. I'm starting to see why Aloth has such a bad relationship with his father and why his father was such a bad... Yeah, that's not good. That's not good at all. I'm in my 5th year of training. Mother is home. I can let my guard down a little because when she's around, he's usually only angry with her. But he's heard that I've had trouble casting the missile spells, that my flame shields are unstable. He's furious that I failed. Mother's presence reminded him that he has failed too. And the father's projecting even worse because her relationship with a human brings in more money than his job, and his child isn't effective at has magical talent but isn't very effective at it. It's a double failure. Oh god, Aloth's relationship with his parents is probably horrible. His mom maybe not so much, aside from the fact that she wasn't there very much. The first blow takes me by surprise. 1 minute I'm sweeping the kitchen, the next time I'm on the ground, stupidly looking at the flecks of blood on the tile, his boots glistening with fresh polish dud across the floor. He kicks me in the stomach and I curl up to shield my vitals, but it's pointless. Protecting one thing only leaves something else exposed. I'm still huddled on the ground. I retreat as fast as I can. I retreat until the vision of the kitchen and my own trembling knees is nothing but a pinprick against the field of black. His jaw locks and his eyes twitch beneath their lids. Manticchio. Bill Sage furiously cranks the knobs on her scope. He's hypnotized himself with his own memory. You've got to snap him out of it quickly. I almost have it. Jesus Christ. No, we are not doing that. Jesus Christ. Aloth's backstory is getting darker and darker by the second. We are not slapping him because he's having a massive traumatic, reliving a traumatic experience. We are not doing that to the man. Jesus. Aloth, you're safe. Everything's fine. Breathe. Aloth's eyes snap open, but the expression you see in them isn't his. He's not safe when I hap upon him. Belsage sucks a deep breath through her teeth. That's it. I'm seeing a shift in his essence. I mean, I can hear the shift in his essence. Are you even listening? Something spreading and congealing. She glances at you over her scope. Keep talking. He's responding to you. What brought you here? Cracking bones and voices high in ire. That warm molasses feeling that creeps down your gut when crisis is nigh. That's different. Perfetto. We have flares of a totally distinct essence. She jots shorthand notes onto the pages next to her and turns one of the clicking knobs of her scope. Now, try to get both of them talking. Not with that attitude, they can't. Without effort, you can reignite even a dying star. I'm sorry, what? I'm pretty sure Tenwin is talking about, like, official lore that there's no interspecies breeding. But I'm sure that from the sound of it, the Adirans have certainly tried. Doesn't matter, I'm playing a godlike, so it's not like my character can have kids anyways. So, sorry to disappoint you, Grizzly. No, we're gonna focus on Aloth. Trying to ask Isilmir what she's doing. Okay, Grizzly, calm down, man. Calm down. Aloth's face twists in fury. Sticking weed, worming parasite. He bursts into sudden laughter. You'd say the same of your unkindled twig when it betrays you. Ader grins. Oh, it must be hard to avoid knowing there's a lady in your body the whole time judging you. It's apparently done in the past to sow the Adir Empire between the leaders. Yeah, as I said, I think I get where it's coming from as far as a traditional thing among the high nobility, but it doesn't help Aloth. It doesn't help his father. It doesn't help their family any. Aside from, you know, giving them the money to giving them a more comfortable life, I suppose, but at the same time, yeah. It's definitely not something you want, especially not if you were married to the person. Good, yes, very good. She rests from her scribbling, only to make another adjustment to the scope. I can see now 2 separate entities of essence. Where he ebbs, the other flows. It's as if the awakened soul fills the spaces that he leaves empty. She prompts you with a circling of her wrists, quill still in her hand. Go, on. Isilmir, what exactly are you taking from him? Nigh more than I'm given. Ye should ask what I did that old man of his. Now the last time he laid hands on us, I break it in 3 places. Aloth's head jerks to the side. That wasn't your decision. It was never your decision. I was awakening, but now I'm stuck with ye, and damned if I let your Ninian drag us both to the scupper. Oh, very good. She lowers her scope and consults her notes. I think I've got something we can work with. I've tracked Isilmir's essence as it moves throughout the exchange. She has a particularly high density index during the most heated portions of their argument, and her essence seemed to localize most clearly in the lower portion of the subject's left rib cage. That is right around the spleen, which of course means that she is triggered by the black bile of the body. No doubt the subject's characteristic melancholy is to blame. Very good at the vaguely Scottish accent. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, it just kind of comes naturally. Aloth blinks back at you, and in the midst of his perturbation, you're not quite sure who's looking out of his eyes. That's utter horseshit. How gracious. She glares at him. Yes, never mind my years of training. I suppose you have a better explanation? I think you're close. Isilmir's appearance seems related to potential sources of trouble for Aloth, or when he's threatened. Belsage carefully scratches her jaw, her gaze darting between you and Aloth. I suppose that could be true. She jots another note. I'll check this against our other research. He removes the copper bands. Well, and good for you, but what does that mean for me? Belsage frowns at her notes, tapping her cheek with a quill and making a grand show of concentration. However, you catch her stealing a glance at you over the pages. Honestly, it seems as if she thinks she's doing you a favor by dealing with your father. She's trying to help you stand up for yourself. You may not like her methods, but you should at least hear her out. The four humors in Blackacre. Yeah, good old-fashioned Roman levels of medicine and everything. Early Renaissance period, too. If you had to listen to her half as much as I do, you wouldn't say that. He scowls, but you notice something thoughtful in the frown. I've got a lot to process. Regardless, thank you for your help, Savani. He does not look to Belisage. She sets her notes on her desk and returns to her scope. Well, I hope this has been as useful to you as it has been for me. I certainly have material worth publishing now. You'll be the toast of revue. Ventre, allo. His grimace melts into a crooked smile. Aye, advancing the rightwise principles of animacy. Just what you've always wanted. As you turn to leave, you cast a darting movement out of the corner of your eye. Belisage is humming to herself, still occupied with her scope, but Aloth is holding her notes. He's about to tuck them into his cloak when he catches you watching. He holds a finger to his lips, his eyes wide. Please, I don't want my personal information published like this, especially not after her nonsense. Just ask her to redact your name. Like, surely it can't be that hard. Jesus Christ, you people aren't... No. You got your explanation, she gets her research. If you really feel so passionate about it, just ask her to redact your name. He slides the papers back onto the desk, giving you a rueful look. I'm not gonna help you explain this one, Scholar Boy. Okay, here we go. Aloth, about your parents. Yes. Why was your mother gone so often? She was invited to join a heimneg with a landed thane when I was very young. His estate was a 5-day ride from our home in the Sithwood. That was part of it. He gives you the smallest of frowns. The real issue was my father. Despite his initial agreement with the arrangement, my father was never happy with it. He would hound and harangue my mother when she was home. He wanted to know whether she was intimate with the thane, and no matter how many times she swore that she wasn't, it was never enough. As you can imagine, this led to her coming home less often, even though she still supported us financially. What's a heimneg? It is a ceremonial marriage between folk and elf. Because the Adir mainland has historically been split between the two races, we have many institutions that are designed to normalize relations. Our monarchy is headed by folk, but the elven consort rules alongside the reigning Verkonig or Mequin. This is the most prominent example of a heimneg. In many cases, a heimneg allows two households to pool their resources. Among the aristocracy, heimnegs are used to consolidate power. Sometimes, as in my mother's case, a heimneg is a means for a noble to add another administrator directly to his or her household. Consorts are received with almost the same level of respect as a noble married counterpart, which can be extremely useful. Of course, heimnegs are sometimes used to sanitize extramarital affairs. He shrugs. I don't know that it's really any better, but it seems to satisfy some common notions of decency. And elf and folk users are sterile, which no doubt eases many of the concerns. So here we go. Hold on, there were more options here. Nonetheless, she shouldn't have abandoned you like that. He cocks his head. I suppose I never thought of it as abandonment. She had an important role managing the Lord Thane's lands and administrative duties, and even though she was away, she provided well for us. Nonetheless, it sounds as if your father had quite a problem with his temper. He had a problem with my mother's heimneg. Even though they agreed upon it long ago, the financial benefits would be considerable. that it was little different from his role as the Earl's steward. It still ate as him. And so he drank, and he raged. And when she was home, he raged at her. And when she wasn't, he raged at me. More than anything, he wanted me to become an arcane knight in the service of the Earl. I think he felt that that would validate his career and master. My father was a firm man, as you saw, but in the end, I still became a successful wizard, due in no small part to his strictness. You accomplished that on your own. Perhaps the strictness might have helped in some ways, but not that level of abuse. Are you so certain? I don't know what I wanted for my life then. I surely wouldn't have been so focused without a little direction. A little direction doesn't justify child abuse, Aloth. So now you understand a little bit more about Isilmir. He wrinkles his nose. No thanks to that animancer. My spleen, black bile, please, come on. Belsay's methods were a bit flawed, but she still learned a great deal. And you learned something, didn't you? Only because you and I have a lick of good sense between us. The average person, show them a shiny gadget in the hands of an expert and they'll believe anything. Perhaps. Animancy has its uses, but it's hard to say whether it outweighs the dangers unless we're willing to actually work with it. It's too decentralized. There's no one to keep the practice in check. No uniform principles or guidelines. Well, from the sound of it, that's what happens when two of the initial founders of the entire thing, one turns out to be a horrible evil necromancer lich and the other gets lynched. There's not exactly any founding principles to run off of. Putting too much power in the hands of a single authority is no better. It's not a perfect solution, but it's better than the chaos we have now. Why did you want to take her notes? Like I said, I didn't appreciate her prying. All right. Yeah. Grab everybody, not just me. Also, was there anything else to talk to? Nope. Oh, I've got a feeling we're going to be getting a visit from someone representing his parents at some point in the future once his name gets out. Oh, Modred, you're the one I need to talk to. Why can I see on the other side of that wall? Is that a false door?
I'll stay out of sight.
Or a false wall, I should say. Oh. No, leave the trunk alone. Is that part of the quest? Hold on. Fragment, no. Trials of Endurance, no. I have no idea which one this is. There we go. Ah, so the research is probably in there. Okay. Arcane Knight multiclass in the sequel. Well, I guess we know, oh no, wait. We can't give companions multiclass, can we? Paladin plus the self-busted wizard combined with the ranged alternative. Yep. If we can give him subclass in the sequel, I'd love to turn him into an Arcane Knight. That'd be kind of cool. Let him actually finish what he kind of was originally set on the path to do. An animancer scribbles feverishly on a parchment scroll while his free hand dances through the air, counting off unseen objects, his lips moving in silent discourse. As your shadow falls upon him, he looks up at you with a mingled perplexity and irritation.
Greetings.
Can I help you? He forces a polite smile. Does the name Helig mean anything to you? Helig? Mordred starts. He is, a colleague of mine. He was primarily a necromancer, but he was involved in our animancy as well. He worked at the sanitarium for several years. I dare say everyone here has heard of him. He clears his throat. He left his post recently. I believe he was seeking new opportunities in the Valian Republics. He leans forward. The advances they're making in animancy really are quite remarkable. I'm sure you've heard. He coughs again. Or perhaps you haven't. Do you know a woman named Rowena? No, I'm afraid I don't get out of the sanitarium much. Okay. About Helig, I've heard differently. He slides his spectacles down his nose. What are you insinuating? Is this your idea of a joke? I assure you, it's in very poor taste. So I mentioned for the sequel, when you recruit companions, you can multiply. Ah, okay. I forgot. I couldn't remember which one it is. Helig wasn't joking, and neither am I. I've had enough of these baseless... He pauses, thinking through your words. Wait, you spoke to Helig. Helig lives, in a manner of speaking. But that's the... Mordred frowns. If anyone figures out how to do that, it would be him, wouldn't it? He sighs. He sighs and runs a hand over his hair. Very well. Yes, I killed him. I killed that beast because nobody else had the spine for it. He was a madman. Years of perverse experiments on the people here, twisting healthy souls, torturing damaged ones, and for what? He flayed the essence from a Glenfathan indigent for his amusement. He waves down the hall. If the public had known half of his deeds, they'd have razed this place to the ground. He jabs his finger on the desk. He used the sanitarium to disguise his sick proclivities. He brought shame on us and our entire order and put the entire discipline at risk. I regret nothing. He calms down and sizes you up. Anyway, now you know the whole Grizzly story. I didn't, actually, Tenwin. I just assumed, since you said that the implication was that the second one was a direct continuation from the first one, at least character-wise, I just assumed all of our companions would be joining us in the second one. But I'm guessing it's only certain ones would be my guess. Helig claimed you stole a grimoire from him. Mordred's brow for his grimoire? That madman's been telling you? He said you kept it in a trunk over there. Mordred takes the key with a trembling hand, his eyes darting to the trunk behind you. You've been misled. There's no grimoire here, and Helig never intended you to find one. That wretched thing has an insatiable hunger for blood. Thank you for denying him. I hope I can convince you to return and slay him once and for all. Else, unfortunately, he has something I need. I don't know what he's promised you, but he's already lied to you about the grimoire. I don't have it. If what I've told you about that evil, deceitful man has not swayed you, I don't know what else to say. Trust him at your own peril. No, I believe that. We need to keep talking, though. I'm not done yet. Aloth is on the cover? Ah, okay. As I said, I've probably seen the cover, I just don't remember it. I vaguely recall it's like a bunch of people on top of a ship or a ship passing through the water at some point. Like, I think that's what it is, but I don't remember any details about it. What are you working on? My area of expertise is the wicks, and more specifically how to cure them. The wicks, the leftovers from the attempt at the salvation. Yes, a hollowborn who received a transplanted animal soul during infancy. It was one of Animancy's early attempts to cure the legacy. Not a successful one. He removes his spectacles and wipes his brow. They show signs of developmental abnormalities throughout their childhood, and then they reach adolescence. They become aggressive, feral, but still, they are victims in need of care. Transplanting animal souls into children seems an odd solution. The Animancers at the time were willing to do anything about the crisis. Better than letting it swallow an entire generation of children. He stares at a fixed point upon the far wall. And despite the controversy, it only went so far because at first we thought it worked. The people even called it the salvation. Children that had never been responsive to any kind of stimuli suddenly at least were aware of their surroundings, of their families. He takes a slow breath. The complications didn't start for several years, not until puberty. That's when the incompatibilities between body and soul took full shape. The children became violent, ravenous. The Animancers paid for their mistake, I promise you. Angry mobs hunted down many of our order and burned down their homes with them still inside more often than not. Can be a wizard, a spellblade, and a battle mage. No arcane not option. Oh, that's kind of sad. That's kind of sad. I wish he had had the opportunity to do that, considering that shows up in his backstory. People took to calling it the cruel salvation, and many still loathe us for it. But we wanted to stop the legacy as much as anyone. The public begged us for our help. We did the best we could. I still don't know if that absolves us. So why do you study the wicks? He huffs. What kind of question is that? Just think of all the families that could be healed, the lives that could be restored. What could be more important? His face is red and he turns away from a moment. He shakes his head. Animancy has the answer here. I know it. It is simply a matter of working it out. Has anything unusual been happening around here? Oh, you must be joking. This is the sanitarium. Nothing is usual. He pauses. Though, now that I think of it, the patients seem more agitated. But that's Caedmon Azo's responsibility, not mine. If there's nothing else, I'm just looking around. Well, be quick about it, and don't touch anything. The sanitarium has a lax visitors policy, but I do not. Without another word, he resumes his work. See, this is what people mean, that, like, he wants to help. He desperately wants to help. Unexpected results. The canine host was listless and unresponsive, but it was determined that it was simply an implanted feline soul. Yarn resulted in vigorous stimulation. Oh, they literally put a cat soul into a dog's body and it attacked a ball of yarn. That's kind of adorable and kind of horrifying at the same time. What's in here? Shh. Nothing? The edges of the cage are dented and scored with claw marks. Great.
I'll get it open.
Oh. Hold on. Let's Oh, so there's a whole other section of the sanitarium over there. Note from Azo. Ripley, I require more copper tubing for my next experiment. Do not requisition it from the sanitarium stores. I don't have the time to deal with the head warden's inevitable questions. Interesting.
Welcome.
Oh, it's an Orlan. A young Orlan woman traces her fingers along the spines of the books in front of her. Row by row, her motions quick and skittish like a bird. She does not notice you until you're nearly upon her. Oh my! You startled me. Are you supposed to be down here? What do you do here? I mostly help Master Azo set up and clean his equipment. I also keep his office organized since he's too busy to do it himself. There's nothing else. I need to get back to work. I'm looking for an expert on awakenings. I'm just Master Azo's assistant. There's a visiting scholar from Revoa here named Belisage. She claims to know about them. I'm honestly kind of surprised my character isn't asking about his awakening. Something I want to mention about like 99% you will never see in the sequel, but I'm unsure if it's a spoiler or not. Just hold on to it until we get to the sequel then. Unless it's something that just does not, is physically impossible for me to get, like it has to be a racial option or a class option or something like that, then if there's a possibility for me seeing it, just hold off. Just hold off, Tenwin. We'll get there. We will get there in time. Trust me, my friend. It is a romance option? That depends. I need a yes or no answer. Can you romance Pelagina in the sequel? Because I'm already planning on that if it's possible. If yes, then go ahead and tell me because I'm probably not going to pick another option. You can't? Son of a bitch. Then don't tell me because now I don't know who I'm going to romance in the sequel. Son of a crap. You have ruined my day, Tenwin. You have ruined my day. You haven't really. I'm not being serious. Jeez, ace as fuck. Ah, okay. I guess that does kind of make sense. That does make sense. Also, oh, we can't get any further. That's interesting. Oh, well, we need to take a look at the rest of those things. It is a male romance. Oh, then go ahead and tell me because I'm not going to be romancing a dude. You should have started with that. If you'd said that, I would have given you permission to say it regardless. Aloth is a romance option. I mean, I figured it's usually pretty standard in games like this that one of your starting companions is a romance option. Oh no, it's fine. It's fine. I'm just saying if you had led with that as a qualifier, I could have cleared it up real quick for you. You didn't have to be obfuscating with the rest of it. Now let's, okay, what have we got here? The Pale Lady, Graham, Hiddleman the Midnight Man, and Uskrim. Uskrim, why does that name sound familiar? Subject is female, mid-40s, awakened to a past life as a serial murderer, oh shit, which now frequently emerges as the soul's dominant personality. Subject vacillates between violence and severe depression resulting from guilt of past deeds. Weak candidate for present research. North Ward patient, Graham. Subject is male, approximately early 30s, powers of speech absent, presumably as a result of the overfragmentation of his soul. He's the ideal subject for present research. However, experimentations cause severe pain and induce panic. I've had to enlist the aid of the guards in transporting him for more recent procedures. Interesting. But yeah, if you want to tell me what the Aloth scene is, I've got no problem with that, because I'm not going to be romancing him. Subject is male, mid-20s, displays acute disassociation and paranoid or delusional tendencies, causing anger and extreme violence. Dangers of working with the subject preclude possibility of further use in present research. Subject is male, 17 years of age, admitted for episodes of catatonia followed by occasional violent outbursts. Initial analysis of his soul reveals severe fragmentation and essence deficiency. Said deficiency all but eliminates the possibility of utilizing the subject in present research. Interesting. Yeah. We need to find Azo, and we also need to find... Oh no, wait, we can't open that, right. We need to deal with that necromancer as well. Ah. That is a backer character, and there was no one else to talk to, I don't think. At one point, does the character ask what you will do next? You can respond, you will spend some time with your partner. If your partner is Aloth, you can just calmly say his name. Okay, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. What are you going to do next, Aloth? Aloth just standing in the background like, wait, what?
Good day, stranger.
I found records that Azo may be running some questionable experiments. Experiments? Cademan Azo is in charge of the patient welfare now. He's not authorized to run more experiments. Ah, I am disappointed in Cademan. I had hoped he would be the one to guide your inquiry. He'll be in his office or in the patient's wards. I shall grant you immediate access so you may find him. No doubt you will wish to speak to him further on this matter, and I for one am curious as to what he might have to say. Tread carefully in the wards. There are a few dangerous cases. I would also ask you that you do your best not to agitate the patients. We have enough trouble as it is. Yeah. No, much like the early history of actual mental health and psychology, there's well-meaning animancers who really seem to want to do right by people, and then there's total charlatans who are just doing it either to satisfy their curiosity or to actively make things worse because they can. And because it's a magic system in this universe, it is ripe for abuse. Thank you for letting me in. Oh dear. Okay, this place already looks 1,000 times worse, and I didn't think it could get any worse. Frail, a curved spine twists the woman's posture forward, her greasy hair draped over her large eyes like vines. She smiles at you. You must be visiting someone. Then, noting your appearance, she adds, a friendly visit, I hope. I'm looking for the Animancer Azo. Oh, I like him. Many Animancers could care less about their patients, look at us like vermin for experiments. But Master Azo treats us like humans, even the very sick. You can tell he does it to help people. He's helped me understand so much, and I know he's done the same for others. It's too bad what they did to him. He hides it well, but I know he's affected by it. Yeah. It might be that he's kinder to the people he can't use in his experiments, but from those notes we gathered, he's definitely doing something. Where is Azo? What happened to him? Frail's eyes dart back and forth. Her voice lowers to just above a whisper. They don't like to talk about it. There was an accident. He was said to be one of the brightest in the Deerwood. That was his reputation here, and that was what brought me to seek treatment. People say it was the ego that drove him to try and solve the legacy, but that's hogwash. Even if he was a bit of a showman, he loves his home. He thought he could help. He wasn't one to speak of his work. He suspected his colleagues might have tried to steal it, but he told me once that he figured out a way to create a soul. I mean, not a soul exactly, mind you. A proxy, I think he called it. He had some machine that drew energy out of the ether. That sounds a lot like what we saw in the tutorial where it literally drew the souls out of those people's bodies and petrified them. Can you imagine? The point is, it was going to help with the legacy. It was going to make the Hollowborn into something easier to love and care for. Gods know that's something we need. Do you know what they call those empty little babies in Andra's gift? No, tell me. They call them buoys. Because so many of them are found floating face down in the water. These are mad times. But anyway, Master Azo scheduled a public demonstration of his work in the Copper Lane, and he was so excited. And then the next day, he was locked in his office, turning away visitors, I heard, and he stopped seeing the other patients. I don't know exactly what happened, and I don't have the heart to ask him, but I'm glad they're letting him treat people again. So he was denied the ability to do the experiment, and more than likely, given the fact that he was going to hold it in the Copper Lane, the dozens either petitioned directly or even directly threatened the other Animancers and the sanitarium in order to get the support for the experiment proven. That also might have been his final shift. He might have been sympathetic to the Leaden Key before, and then this denial pushed him full-blown into a full-blown collaborator with them, is possible. Do you know where I might find him? I think I saw him around today. Have you checked the laboratory? It shares a wall with his office. He's been spending most of his time there. Have any of the patients been acting unusual? Well, there's Batixa. Yeah, Batixa. There's Batixa. She believes a murder she committed more than 5 lifetimes ago. And then there's Idelman, who they say only has half a soul, and who was found collecting the faces of others because he believes his own to be false. And then there's Graham, who speaks in a language no one understands, and wails at night. Different from their normal behavior, I mean. Oh, well, I suppose, but nothing they didn't volunteer for. Master Azo lets us know that a number of patients in the North Ward had volunteered for a new therapy and would be escorted to his laboratory to get treatments. The North Ward has the most troubled cases. I'm glad some of them have chosen to get help. It seems to me it's gotten quieter over there since it started. Oh, they are so dead. It's Graham I see them taking in the most. He struggles, but he's always a bit of a wild one. Would I be able to visit the North Ward? Oh, they like to keep them separate. I don't know what I've seen that the guards allow a visitor. You'd have to ask Master Azo. You might ask him. He's very sympathetic. Why are you in here? Behind her hair, her cheeks flush. I don't want to say. You'll think less of me. Honestly, you can tell me. Sometimes I wonder that I might be going crazy too. You shouldn't tease. No one in here can help what they are. I know. I've tried. These last few years haven't been kind to me. They haven't been kind to anyone, really, but I try not to think of it as personal. I lost my husband and both my boys in the Saints' War. My daughter, the legacy took her before she was even mine, and I made do. What else can you do? I moved into a tiny place in Andra's gift. Got by mending clothes and on the kindness of strangers if I had to, but I was surviving, and the gods were watching over me, and I could live with that. Then one day, this noblewoman comes in, wants this fancy gown fixed. Gorgeous thing. A shade of blue I'd never even seen. Only I looked at it and it reminded me of something, and I had an awakening. And I remembered being a noblewoman myself in a previous life. People doting over me, men doting over me. The best food, the most beautiful home, all the things you'd ever dared to dream, they were mine. It was poison, knowing that. All the things I'd never have in this life. It did something to me. All of my food tasted rotten. The walls of my home seemed to close in around me, and I stopped being able to sleep in my own bed. So I came here. It was that, or break into a nobleman's estate and start ordering people around. Oh, it seems such a silly thing to worry about, you don't have to tell me, but I can't get past it. And I start to wonder, did the gods choose this life for me? And if so, what terrible thing must I have done to deserve it? You have to believe that you can get there again one day. If not in this life, then in another. The strange part is, I think even the best wouldn't be good enough for me anymore. I think it must have gotten to that point when I was a noble lady. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Unfortunate. Ugh. Literal flesh golems. Jesus, goddamn Christ. No speak. Oh, hey, lockpicks. Thanks for that. Can we go past you? Yes, we can. Okay. No, nothing there. What's in here? One of the various record rooms they have. Some money and a potion. Go ahead and stealth our way here. Thank you.
Quiet.
And some more money. Sounds good to me. Thank you for your contribution to the protection of the realm. Keep your distance. Wick's in that cell back there. We've got incidents when people get close. Oh, dear. Glad they're not even giving me the option to open that door. That would be really stupid if they did. Another flesh golem. Nothing here. Let's double back into the main room, see if there's anything else in here. Patience. Crooked chalk tally marks cover the surface of this table. Some wine. Or spirits, I guess. It's just hard alcohol. The crooked boards show deep gouge marks. They're spaced like folk or elven fingernails. Alright. That, I think, is his office. So hold on, double back. We still got more to explore. This is probably the northern... Yeah, using key. So we can't get in there just yet. More flesh golems. We have some more traditional sized cells.
Be constant.
No, nothing in there. Master Azo said he'd make me better soon. Sure. Oh.
I shall be discreet.
And white leaf. Of course somebody managed to get drugs in here. No, nothing in there. Check the next cell over.
Margaren's
Still nothing.
cast light in dark places.
What about you? I mean, yeah, they keep the wicks down here. Things want to eat all of you. Maybe don't...
On the hunt.
Probably best that you don't even think of them as children at this point, because they're really not. Still not seeing anything in here.
Slowly now.
Nope, nothing. Alright. Let's go talk to the lead guy. Let's see what his story is. Probably find out something horrible. We all know that's how this usually ends.
I'll get it open.
Do you want to pick the locks? Yes.
Finished.
Hello. One-handed mace. Plus 4 accuracy when attacking the same target as an ally. 25% damage when attacking the same target as an ally. That's pretty good. Legends tell of a druid, wise and powerful, who traveled accompanied by a flock of ravens. In battle, the druid would assail his enemies with his mace while the ravens descended in a swarm, distracting and flanking his foes. Years of coordinated attacks and the druid's lingering magic are said to have gifted this mace with an enchantment that lends the wielder similar gifts. The mace is finely wrought and lightweight, making it maneuverable, not very resistant against direct attacks. Against a distracted opponent, however, a single blow often proves more than sufficient. That would actually be a great weapon for Haravius, now that I think about it. He's only really got a spear right now. So, 12 to 14, 62 accuracy. His accuracy does drop somewhat, but the damage... Oh. The damage increases quite a bit. And that'll be really good since I don't... He's one of my main sideliners. I like him coming in from the flanks in his animal form or otherwise. This is really good for him, I think. We'll keep the scepter as a backup for range in case he needs it. Something churns and bubbles in the tank. Copper wires and conduits are shiny. The device is warm to the touch. Okay, buddy. Let's pop open another one of these. The Blithe Golan. Blithe Golan, Wolfheart, is said to have been blessed by the Lord of the Hunt himself, a human hunter showing skill with a bow and arrow beyond any other seen, caught Gallowayne's attention one day, and he proposed a bargain. If the hunter could best him in a hunting contest, Galloway would present her with armor that would bestow upon her the power of a wolf. For a week, both hunters tracked their respective quarry through the woods. When the contest was ended, the hunter had felled the most game. True to his word, Galloway presented her with the wolf heart, which gave her the crafty and evasive nature of its namesake. DR7, recovery speed minus 25, not bad. Stun duration and knockdown duration are very good. Defense while stunned and defense while prone. Pretty good, honestly. Definitely something we're going to have to look into. Copper wires and conduits are shiny. Yep, we've already seen that. Something bubbles and boils. Yep. A round-faced, balding man turns to face you. His upper lip is pulled upward slightly by a pointed nose, exposing his upper teeth when he scowls. What is the meaning of this? What is the meaning of this? Usually gives same speed and armor, servo with better shame. Nah, not bad at all. You're right. Probably going to end up putting it on her. I'm looking for an expert on awakenings. Oh, he doesn't have time. Yep, I figured that would be the action. I'd like access to the North Ward. Out of the question. Those patients are in isolation for a reason. I've seen your records. I know what you're doing with them.
Those are private. You have no right.
He balls up his fists and digs his teeth into his index finger, a growl simmering beneath his breath and a deep scowl compressing his face.
Speak to them for all the good it'll do you. I'm sure the discussions will be fascinating.
I heard you were demoted. What happened? Azo's nostrils flare and he bares his upper teeth more broadly. That is none of your concern. Did one of the others put you up to this? Oudmare, perhaps? The smug weasel? Things went wrong. Everything. I don't know how, and I'll never know now. He spits on the floor as if to remove a bitter taste from his mouth. Aethelmore told me you're not supposed to be doing any more experiments. Yes, well, Aethelmore hasn't done much good for anybody since he had his soul moved into an inanimate object. So I fail to see why I should let that sway me. If Animancers all followed the commands of their leaders, where would we be? We'd all be as backward and willfully ignorant as the Red Sarens. We would know nothing about life or death, or even ourselves. We'd be lost in the dark with no clue as to why. Animancers must push the boundaries of knowledge, but you must also be careful, Azo. Even Defiance Bay is not as safe for research as it once was. It seems to me that we're still in the dark.
Is that a reason to stop trying? Shall we remain in the dark until the end of time and have the last breath of the last person alive be breathed in ignorance? The gods want us to know. The clues are all around us. In understanding these truths, we honor their creation.
The thing is, he's not even wrong. Theologically, you have both Whale and Gallowayne who both support the hunt for knowledge and both advocate for its usage and spread. Whale has touched this one. Evarvius chirps in from behind you before adding with a whisper, though I get the feeling he doesn't know it. He nods to Azo, touching his eye patch in salute. If only we studied the easy problems, we'd accomplish little and deserve even
Who will
less.
solve Widewen's legacy? Some church? Some warrior? It will be an Animancer, or it will be no one at all.
And have you tried your experiments on other subjects? I have, yes. There's no point in lying now that Aethelmore is involved. I asked for volunteers from our patients, and a few brave souls came forward. I was very close at one time to a breakthrough. They understood that. They understood that their sacrifice would mean something. Okay, now we need to go talk to the prisoners. It's gonna be back up here. The vibe of this place is fucking bad. I'm just half expecting all these flesh constructs to suddenly start attacking me at some point. Okay, so we've just got a hallway with a whole bunch of cells in it. Alright. Here we go. Oh, that's the guy who can't... Yeah, that's the guy who can't tell what face he is. That door's sealed. That door's sealed. Thundering sky, rain of blood, innocence must drown. The flame... Oh, I'm gonna have to... Flames must be fed, watch them rise. So yeah, Idleman, Bataxia, Ram. The man has the look of the eyes of a hunted animal. As you approach, he staggers backward to the far corner of his cell, halfway appearing as though he would climb the walls if you could get him further out. He cries out, a bizarre, primal utterance like nothing you've ever heard. I need to ask you some questions. Graham looks at you blankly. It's unclear whether he even understands your words, but his panic momentarily subsides. He opens his mouth to speak, but the words that come out are half-formed, as though his tongue were cut out. They're impossible for you to discern, if indeed they are words at all. The mutilations of animancy, crueler than any torture to disfigure the soul. Let us return the favor to the animancers of this shit heap. Azor ran experiments on you against your will, didn't he? He looks at you with uncertainty. Slowly, tentatively, he steps closer to the front of his cell, and as he does so, for the first time you can perceive his soul within your ken. It is misshapen, as though maimed by a jagged instrument, and large expanses of it have been gouged out entirely. You feel no barriers, or resistance. If you wanted to, you could look further into his soul. You project outward to the maimed soul in front of you, merging with it, its confusion and fear becoming yours as it whisks you into its depths. You are in a cell, a key turns, the door creaks open on neglected hinges, thoughts come to you in waves, incomplete, broken, fearful. Standing at the door is a rotund, balding man. Upper teeth and pointy nose remind you of a rat. He beckons, apologetic. You don't want to go. Anything else? In your mind is a single word, and that word is no, but it dissolves before reaching your lips. You press against the back wall, cornered. You cry. In darkness, you fight against unseen restraints. You cannot move your arms nor your legs. The man walks into the room carrying a lit candle, its meager flame casting long shadows across books and machinery. Straps bind your arms and legs. Cold metal circumscribes the crown of your head and the breadth of your chest. The man is sorry, but he needs raw materials. They dismantled his work. He needs another source. He needs to show them he was right. He thanks you. Then he turns the knob, and you feel yourself begin to crack from within. You can feel pieces of you being torn away, like having your insides chewed by a horde of rats, and you scream, a scream you can barely hear. Keep looking. Another night, another heavy footstep. They come for you. You look through a slit in your door. The flesh giant, the artificial being just outside, facing left, facing the end of the hall. The boy looks with interest at the giant, then collapses to the floor like a shed snake skin. The giant convulses for a moment, then rights itself, turns away, and leaves. Oh. Oh, did the leaden key attach something to his soul? Then he came here. Then that piece attached to something else and is now possessing one of the flesh golems. Bram looks at you, still wild-eyed but somehow more present. He nods at you, then walks back to the end of his cell. Everything, as you regain awareness of what's happening around you, you realize that your head is in Pellegrina's feathered hands, her golden eyes appearing into your own, as though she's trying to catch a glimpse of activity lurking in the depths. As she sees your eyes respond, she wobbles your head a bit and gives you a light slap. Letting go and stepping back, she regards you with concern. Everything going on all right in there? Yeah, I do like how it seems like she, to be fair, she's lived in one of the only places where animancy is common, so I think she figured it had to be something related to Cypher, animancy, watcher kind of abilities. Like, she's at least understanding that it is a thing. Busgrim, a willowy adolescent boy, stands in the center of his cell, gawkish and stoop-shouldered. He stares straight ahead, the occasional blink his only movement. It's unclear whether he registers your presence at all in his glassy, doll-like eyes. In this state, the barriers between your soul and his are thin and porous, easily bypassed. Yeah, it's like they attached... If this is the boy that it was just talking about, somebody attached something to him, and now it's attached to one of the flesh golems in this place, which leads me to believe we're about to be attacked by them. Reach out for his soul. You close your eyes and edge forward towards the boy's soul. As you near, a sudden malaise comes over it. You are cold and warm all at once, sweating and shivering, straining for breath as you did on the caravan journey. The soul you approach is the wrong one. It's a parasitic plant that's strangling its host. It's predatory and pitiless, and you have crossed paths with it before. Too late does it occur to you to retract. Already you feel yourself plunging into some indeterminable abyss of thought and memory. You're standing in the cell now, the same cell in the sanitarium. The halls are moonlit, empty. You're waiting. At the far end of the ward, the door opens, revealing a flesh golem in silhouette beneath the stone archway. It makes its usual rounds, the same stops every time, the misbegotten child of despondent creators. As the construct comes close, you coil yourself and spring forward, passing out of the boy's body as though it were a membrane. You can sense his body behind you collapsing to the floor. A puppet's strings are cut. You are rushing towards the golem now, bodiless as a gust of wind. Quickly, you think to yourself, quickly, and you feel the strength hemorrhaging from your soul as you dart towards the makeshift abomination. You pass into its shell and overtake the soul implanted within, encircling it, suppressing it, and contained in this new vessel, you are strong again. You step heavy-footed down the corridors, unheeded by the other constructs and scrutinized only by the wary, untrustworthy eyes of the mad, coming at last to an office piled with books and scribbled papers and the perverse implements of animancy. You see your oversized hands upon a large machine, a nest of globes, tubes, and coils in the center of the room, and go to work, bending wires and they sabotaged his experiment. Oh, so he's not anything to do with the lead-in key. He was honestly still trying to help, but they sabotaged it. Your surroundings are pulled past you, or perhaps you are pulled past them. They dissolve into a blur. When they settle into place again, you are outside on a clear day, standing in front of a crowd stacked high above you on the tiered seats of an amphitheater. You are acting for the crowd, standing deliberately still. But this is no play. A balding man with rodent-like features is snapping you to a machine, the one you tampered with, the one you see your arms for the first time, short and fleshy, unmistakably those of a little girl, but this body is not truly yours. Your mind still holds the same determination, the same hard-heartedness as before. The body itself is cold and vacuous, unlike the others. This one has no soul of its own. The man speaks. The crowd applauds with an enthusiasm worthy of a hero's entrance. "Bear witness," he says as he pulls the lever. The machine shivers and sparks. A bead of sweat rolls down the side of the man's brow, but the crowd's apprehension quickly gives way to awe as a crystal globe fills with a radiant mist that casts the entire theater aglow. He opens a valve, and the glow crawls through the tube along the length of copper wiring that runs to a set of electrodes beneath your armpits. Tonight in raw desperation takes to illegal. Yeah, no, from the looks of it, something should have worked. Something should have happened. You feel nothing as it reaches you, as it should be, for you've been leading this work astray periodically for some time, altering notes and settings, and playing puppeteer for the Hollowborn. You make it look how people would expect it to look when a body is infused with a soul. In a moment, the machine goes dark and the man unstraps you, eyeing you with a scientist's concern. He looks back at the crowd. "Behold!" he says, but there's an obvious hesitation in his voice. Slowly, you take a plodding step forward, then another. You look up at the man, giving him the eye contact of which no Hollowborn is capable, and the crowd gasps. The man looks relieved. "How do you feel?" he asks at a volume meant for the crowd, and at this moment, at the top of your lungs, you let out a piercing shriek. The man comes towards you, his hands outstretched, but you run the other way, back to the machine. With all your strength, you drive your head into the crystal globe. It shatters, streaking you with warm blood. You drive your hand down into the surface of the machine again and again, drawing panicked screams from the crowd, and by the time the man reaches you, your body has already ceased proper function, twitching on the cold ground. Satisfied, you depart the corpse in search of another unsuspecting host. Who could put their faith in animancy now? You're pulled again away from your surroundings, transcending the boundaries of memory and lifetime, deeper, deeper past betrayals and murders, lies upon lies that form the thick webbing of plots beyond mortal comprehension, and you settle at last on a room that you've seen before, expansive, with a tall device encasing an Adra monolith at its center. The room is filled with people, and the people all look to the device. You are yanked suddenly back to reality, and the once catatonic boy in the cell is looking directly at you, appraising, calculating. There is no mistaking now that this is the soul of the man who caused your awakening that gazes out from this borrowed husk. Watcher. I honestly don't want him to undo it. I want to know more. I believe we share a common past. I'm searching for answers. Is that so? He makes no effort to hide his disinterest, but he continues to search your eyes. He makes a slight grunting noise, and his eyes soften for an instant, and it seems, for that moment, he recognizes you. He opens his mouth to speak, but seems to think better of what he's about to say, and his jaw tightens. I know your look. You hunger. Hunger for answers that elude you. It gnaws at your soul,
It usurps your reason for being so much like everyone. I will help you. Let go.
He dodges backwards with startling grace, putting himself out of your reach from the bars. On his face there is no malice, only the dispassion of a farmer putting down a sick animal. And then he slumps forward. Yep. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh fuck. Oh. Why do the golems have the ability to control the cell doors? Okay, how do we want to do this? They are immune to charmed, confused, dazed, diseased, dominated, frightened, poisoned, sick, terrified, and unconscious. Well, this is not good. Durance,
yes.
Aloth, make a run for it. Fucking Adir, try to get over here and help. No, this way. Pelagina, swing round. I highly doubt seizing control of Graham is going to help me any, so I'd much rather use a different spell. Soul Ignition. Light him on fire.
Need something?
How may I help?
Aloth, swing this way.
something?
Haravius, this way. Adir, get in here. Thank you.
What?
Shit. Praise Patient. Oh, and he's probably got an ability or something that he's about to cast.
I'm ready.
Pelagina, move in and engage. Durance, move back in closer.
Yeah.
Go ahead and attack. Oh dear, that's a lot of them. Fuck me.
Yes.
Aloth, give me a fireball on the edge of that. They're about to all run into it. There we go. Good shot, good shot.
What?
Durance, give me circle protection. 15 to all defenses. That's useful, but not what I'm looking for. Give me consecrated ground. No, no, no. Don't move. I didn't... God damn it. Shit, she's already taking heavy damage. Haravius, start your lightning spell. Aloth, give me bounding missiles. Hit everybody next to that thing. Adir, see if you can knock him over. I'll take care of Graham. There we go. Graham's down. Pelagina's getting surrounded, though. Cast the lightning spell. Now move in close. Shit. Fuck. Second wind. Heal herself. Come on. What is causing all the damage on her? She has 145 endurance to start. Where did her health go? 3.6 raw damage for 3 seconds per 10 seconds. Are you... That takes effect. Oh, the fucking infestation of maggots shit again. I fucking hate that spell. Yeah, deep wounds, stag horns, wretch. Jesus Christ, they hit her with fucking every goddamn AO, every fucking damage. And the raw damage goes through all the defenses. And then she got the infestation of maggots, which deals percentage damage based on how much life she's lost. Fucking hell, I hate that spell.
Need something?
I am really starting to just fucking despise that spell. Give me an AoE.
Yes.
Why is he not dead? Hit him.
Yeah.
Hit him, please. Thank you. Transform. Give me a heal spell in the middle of us, please. Aloth, go ahead and use an AoE. Thank you. They're still hitting Haravius too goddamn hard. Please, pop that. Give yourself some health back. Keep attacking the flesh construct. Keep attacking the flesh construct. Keep attacking the flesh construct. Me and Adir will deal with the remaining one over here. Go ahead and siphon off its defenses with the Psycho-Vampiric Shield.
What?
Still taking a lot of damage. Go ahead and give me this one. Hit them both and heal us. There we go. There we go. We've got it down to 1. I hate the maggot spell. I hate that fucking maggot spell. Well, we dealt with the flesh constructs at least. Now we get to check this out, and judging from the screams, something bad is happening out there. Copper pans, potion of fleet foot, chains grown with added weight, crescent bite marks on the edges of the cot. The bucket reeks of awful. Yeah.
I shall be discreet.
Yeah. Rogues plus druids is very... Well, it's rogues plus... It's druids plus anything, because it's like once you take one bit of damage, the maggots do more damage. Then on their second tick, they do even more damage. Then on the third tick, they do even more damage. It's exponential damage increase, and it's fucking stupid. All you need is one thing to cause raw damage, because raw damage goes through all defenses, and one casting of the spell, and the next thing you know, you're complete. That person who got targeted is completely screwed. Okay, well, I don't like this, because I doubt it's going to be just the one. Adair, can you try to draw him... Yeah. Draw him away so the rest of us can... No, don't... I don't want you to disengage. Just engage him so the rest of us can get out of the door. Oh, for fuck's sake. What debuff did it give her? -2 might, minus 25% attack speed. Just keep his attention.
How may I help?
Aloth, you assist there. Haravius, transform and assist on this flank. Durance, start attacking. We're going to start siphoning off his defense. Haravius, go ahead and support her. Aloth, go ahead and support her. We've got this. We've got this. We've drained its health. Let's go ahead and give me a soul shock on Eder to increase his damage. Also, Durance with that shotgun is actually doing some good work. Aloth, go ahead and engage that one. Oh, you two actually finished that one off. Good. Good shot, Durance. Good shot. Flesh contrasts like trolls, not big on special, but yeah, they're just big, chunky boys. Durance shot at him, didn't he? Yeah, Durance. 40 damage to the flesh construct. 2 misses, 2 grazes, and 2 hits. There we go, Durance. That's some actual contribution when you're not casting spells. Thank you. Okay, we can't even get any... Alright. I'll bet you this asshole let the wicks out, too. Yeah. You can dual wield them in the sequel. You're really making me tempted to reformat my character more.
I'm ready.
Alright, down there. Durance, take a shot. Thank you, Durance. Alright, everybody deal with this. What is... See? Sickened. Resolve. See, but that doesn't do any damage. That doesn't do any damage, is the thing. So I really hate it when shit like that shows up out of nowhere. Oh, yeah. It's gonna be... Oh, boy, it's gonna be a whole... Oh, no. Haravius, fall back. Fall back. Adair, move around. Haravius, please. Please get in the way of the flesh golem. That is my plan right now. That is my plan right now. We'll see how it is at the... Oh. Oh. Okay. Oh, and it has more lore. Oh. Blue Sun is remarkable. Yeah, in the most famous scepter in Aether past all of Eora is held jointly by the Mequin and Ferkonig as a symbol of royal authority, said to carry the souls of early chieftains in its outer head. Although traditionally thought of as symbolic, there have been a few notable times in history when it was put to practical use. In one such instance, Mequin Alea I had her claim to the throne challenged by her older half-sister, claiming to be a legitimate heir. Alea invited her to the court so that people might hear her words with their own ears and judge for themselves. The woman spoke at length and showed a number of sworn documents to this person in court. Alea summoned her to the throne and told her that the chieftains of Inigrid, judged her worthy, the Mequin would abdicate. Yep, 10% chance to cast Dominate on hit or critical hit. Damn. Yeah, no wonder they made this restricted to wizard, priest, or druid. Could you imagine a cipher with something like this? God damn. Okay. Deal 300... Hold on. Deal 300 damage to dazed enemies with it to unlock the next level. Or deal 1,500 damage to an enemy to unlock the next level. Okay. A lot of soulbound lives, they start to get rather crazy. I can see that. Take the vessel flesh. Oh, sorry, buddy. He's got some regular shit in here for some reason. Doesn't look like there's anything else. Oh boy. Let's check the library. Nothing else in here? Nope. And nothing else in here. Alright, we can head back this way. Yep, let him. Okay. I want everybody to switch to their ranged weapons. I don't have a ranged weapon, but I do have a pike, so I can attack from the rear. Rest of you, shoot him. It's just one flesh construct. We shouldn't have to use any abilities. Let's just clear him out. Nice and simple. Thank you, Durance. There we go. Okay. Ravius, switch back to your melee weapon. Durance is good. Aloth is good. All right, everybody. Did we get any vessel flesh from that? Nope.
Sure.
Oh, great. The wicks. Oh, boy, the wicks are out in force. All right, get him. Durance, if you wouldn't mind moving closer.
You can trust me.
It'll be fine, Adir. Just give me a second. Go ahead and use that. Get her to jump in there.
Yeah.
Get me to jump in there. All right. There we go. I was waiting for that AoE. It takes care of him. No problem. Silver loose. All right. All right, let's see what else is in here. Okay, that's clear. Double back through this way and we'll check the side area. There's probably more shit going on in here. Surprisingly not. I was expecting more shit to be over here. The guy's probably in here. Hello?
What have you done? You've been experimenting on your patients against their will and mangling their souls, and I've witnessed it with my own eyes.
Aizo's face drains of what little color it had.
How could you possibly... Look! Look, it had to be done. Aethelmore and the others, they took everything from me. Everything when I was this close. I had to know. I had to know where I failed and why. Imagine the value if I had succeeded. If I had something that could make all those hollow infants into something much like a real person. With a few more patrons and a few more years of research, I could have. No one has come that close with the legacy. That's why I have to continue. I have to risk everything working in secret. It's why you have to lie to Aethelmore for me. Tell him you've cleared me of all suspicion.
Dude, your guards have just been slaughtered, and this has all been happening from a... Also, why can we not tell him that we specifically saw the memory that showed that this thing sabotaged him on purpose? Why can we not bring that up? That seems an incredibly relevant point. The thing is, up until this point, he had been following all the procedures. He had been doing everything correct. He did have something that looked like it was going to result in maybe not a full treatment, but at least something that would be better than what the current solution is. And the fucking leaded key decided, nope, we're going to fuck all that up just so we can cause everybody to hate animancers again. We'll see.
I trust that you'll do what's right for Deerwood. Don't hold everyone accountable.
Aloth shakes his head, scowling.
The same fools responsible for the cruel salvation thought they'd solve the problem too. A few years of study in a research lab doesn't give someone the moral authority to tinker with souls.
If the game isn't going to give me the option to bring it up, then I'm probably going to turn him in, because this is ridiculous. Why would we not mention that he was specifically sabotaged by these people? Also, can't help but notice that his assistant is now gone. Although that might just be everybody down here, but still, it kind of makes sense that I think the assistant might have been in on it because, yeah. The head warden must be told what's going on today. I think the assistant was in on it because it specifically mentioned that the notes were messed with beforehand, which means he had to have had, the soul that was in there had to have had access to his research notes. She might have also been in on it. It's not safe here anymore. Yeah, no shit, dude. You got anything to say? Nope, she just does not care. Oh, I need some water.
What in the blazes happened down there? You were given permission to ask questions.
It's complicated. A patient of yours, Uskrim, was working for the leaded key.
but without knowing it. You finish your explanation and Aethelmore breaks into silence. I have read accounts of people in history who could do what you described. The accounts are few and brief and never reliable. Some go as far as to suggest that they are the same person. Truly such a person was here amongst us, plotting our ruin. Would that I had a body again, and could be of some real use in our people's time of need. I fear what the future may hold for this place. I am grateful you were able to dispatch the threat before there was loss of innocent life. We nearly had another scandal on our hands. Speaking of said scandal, he was responsible for sabotaging it. What of Azo? What part did his experiments play in this catastrophe? There we go. Azo was only trying to help the patients. The leaded key took advantage of him and of his experiments. I should have known better than to isolate him. Of course he would resort to deception. The wiser thing would be to have allowed his experiments with close oversight. A mind like his must be allowed a chance. Thank you. Jesus Christ. The fact that there was no explicit dialogue option to mention that the experiment was purposely sabotaged by the leaden key speaks... It's one of the great tragedies of CRPGs, which is you can have a really great written CRPG, like this is turning out to be, and still have moments where you go, wait, why didn't the writers let me say X? Don't forget to check the keep. Oh, shit, you're right. Ah, yes. The grieving mother found surprising resistance to inquiries regarding the whereabouts of Bonacetta. Whoever had taken her wanted to keep her location a secret. At the behest of the Duchess Sperento, a team of Valian cryptographers attempted to decipher the fragments of Bonacetta's weaving messages. In turn, they communicated those leads to the grieving mother. After several brutal fights against well-trained mercenaries, the grieving mother reached Bonacetta's prison, a weaving house near Gerara. The Valian textile company that abducted her was immediately cast out of the Valian republics, great and small. As thanks for saving her, Bonacetta wove an enchanted cloak for the grieving mother's journey back to Caed Nua. Oh. +5 to all defenses, +30 max endurance, +3 to damage reduction. Thanks for your assistance and rescue. Well, we're giving that to Ader. Holy shit. That's some good crap right there, my friend. Are we waiting on anything else here? That's still being built. That's still waiting on an update. And, ooh, we made 1,000 copper pieces that time. The bandits didn't have a chance against our boys. You need to collect the cloak. I know. I figured we'd need to. Ah. Well, I guess that's it for this. Oh. Hello?
Hail and well met.
Beg your pardon. I have a message for you. You are being summoned to Hadrat House. Lady Webb wishes to meet with you as soon as possible. I have heard of Dunwood Rose spy network. Why would the Lady Webb be looking for you? Her eyes narrow. How did you know where to find me? It's Lady Webb, sir. She knows everything. Tell me about Lady Webb. You do not know Lady Webb? Well, no one's seen her in a long time. She's the mistress of Dunwood. Has been here as long as anyone can remember. He pauses, eyeing a passerby with suspicion, and then quietly continues. She's supposed to be old. Older than anyone. She never leaves her room. Some say she's wasted away and it's just a pile of bones animated by dark magics. But she's still at it. Best anyone can tell. She learns things. She keeps us safe. She pulls the strings behind the throne too, it's said. Has a ring of ciphers doing her bidding, telling her everything that goes on. You do wrong in this country. Before you go asking the gods for forgiveness, best you ask Lady Webb first. Dunwood Rose, the house over there, right? Yep. Whole mass of ciphers run out of Hadrat's house. They make it their business to keep the peace. They don't like you to see them do it. Problems in this city have a way of going away on their own. And when that happens, you can make a good guess as to why. Hadrat House, right over there? Over there, my lord. Southwest corner of Brackenbury. You'll find the lady upstairs. Interesting. I suppose I shouldn't be shocked that she would want in on this. I am surprised. Well, I was about to say I'm surprised she doesn't know more about the cult, but I think we're about to find out that there is some kind of connection. As you near the apparition, you are overcome suddenly by a powerful anxiety that sits like a stone in your stomach. The feeling is not quite real. The recollection of an emotion rather than the emotion itself, it wrenches your insides nonetheless. The apparition's brow is tense, a look of concern plain across its face.
The other missionaries say you have been neglectful of your duties.
Oh, we're seeing more of the soul that we touched down in the catacombs. My mind has been elsewhere.
Oh? And what troubles you?
The pain in your stomach deepens.
and you feel for a moment as though you're about to be sick. Your mouth has gone dry. Oh, I'm loving the writing, Tenwin. I'm loving the writing. It's very good world building, and it's a very good story so far. As I said, my only complaints with the game have been some of the mechanical issues of the combat. But that's, I mean, for a CRPG, as long as that doesn't completely destroy my ability to play the game, I'm willing to put up with it. Again, it's just as I was mentioning with the writing, it's just a matter of there's always going to be moments where you think of something that in a traditional tabletop game you could say and your DM would roll with, but which, because it's a CRPG, the writers didn't think of or didn't want to create a scenario for, and thus you can't say, which always feels a little bit frustrating. Not bad, it's just a limit of the nature of a video game of this type. Forgive me, Your Eminence. I wish to leave the order. The man folds his fingers together and presses them to his mouth, thoughtful.
You have been an apt student, and your convictions have inspired those around you. May I ask what has changed to make you feel this way?
Or didn't have time to employ. Yeah, but that can be true for CRPGs in general, where it's a case of you could just keep writing and keep coming up with new scenarios and new dialogue options and everything like that, and you'd never actually finish a game. You'd never actually get the game finished because you just keep adding options and just keep adding more things to the story. It's a kitchen sink mentality. You're throwing everything at it. Mission creep, as other groups might call it. So this is the soul we're connected to's past. So we kind of are determining why the people we intended to convert, they committed unspeakable acts, sacrifices, mutilations. The apparition exhales slowly, his lips pressed together. A sympathetic rapport in his eyes, he places a hand upon your shoulders.
These are the ways of the heathen world.
Surely the gods would do better to destroy us all and start anew.
Perhaps they would. It may come to that one day. This is why we must not fail. The heathens are beyond the gods' reach. They do not know better. We are tasked with delivering them to the gods, so that the gods may heal their souls.
See, this doesn't even sound like something that the Wodikans would believe. Like, it has nothing to do with restoring Wodika to her position as the head of the Pantheon, the way that every other writing we've seen about her seems to imply. This is something else.
Is such a thing possible?
I have seen it with my own eyes. You will see it too, if you choose to remain.
The specter smiles wearily.
There is no greater calling than the one we have chosen. Neither words, nor wealth, nor battle will end this suffering. Only the gods. Will you give them that chance?
You choose family arguments, he'll use cult arguments to separate you. I mean, that's kind of standard for this kind of thing. And it's very obvious that even if they have some deeper philosophical rationale related to this universe's philosophical underpinnings, that they're still recruiting in a more cult-like fashion. The knot in your stomach seems to loosen all at once. The anxiety is replaced with something else entirely, warm and soothing, and it's something you know you can never repay. As the vision fades, you start to become cognizant of the many odd looks aimed in your direction, the last response echoing in your mind, I will. Oh. Very interesting. We need to talk. Does what's his name need to talk to me first, or is it?
Hail and well met.
Nope. All right, we'll just head upstairs then. Was it this one? Yeah, it was this door. Lady Webb will see you now. I mean, she looks like a normal human. Hadrod's Rebellion, we've read that.
Light, flame, and sound.
No, there's nothing on the door, so we can pop it open. Contains a single fine stiletto. The woman clutches a thick stack of parchments with spindly, wrinkled fingers, their flesh stretched thin to near translucence with extreme age, a gossamer veil over pale blue veins, ink splotches and candle burns dot and stripe her hands like a quilt patterned after some great indescribable truth. She does not look up from her reading.
So, the messenger conveyed my summons. A miracle that would make the reincarnation of Aothis look like a child's cantrip, surely. It doesn't draw the most inspired minds, messaging. They failed me so many times of late, I nearly sent a cipher after you instead. So this is the Watcher who took over Cad Noir. Oh, don't look so surprised. It isn't an attractive expression. I wouldn't be where I am for long if I let details like that escape me.
That's an interesting way to do a bad end, but I suppose that's better than the Obsidian, or it's not Obsidian, the Bethesda style, you can't kill this NPC, despite every other NPC being killable. That's true.
It seems none of those spies live up to their reputation.
And this fiasco in the sanitarium that you seem to have gotten yourself into the middle of. What in blazes possessed you to stir that nest of trouble?
I'm investigating a strange group.
Strange does not begin to describe them. The practices of the Leaden Key defy all reason. You're not the only one with an interest in their recent activities. I've lost 4 ciphers this year alone trying to get someone inside their ranks. As it is, we only have our suspicions about who is in the group and what they intend, which I suppose means we have much in common with them. I asked you here because I wanted to know what your interest was in all of this. I thought perhaps we might help each other. Why are you looking for the Leaden Key?
I ran across one of their men in a ruin, in Gwithin ruin, and it's important that I find him again. She closes her eyes, and lids flicker. Her face goes still, her mouth parts, a little more than a sliver, and her hand briefly drops down, spilling some of her parchment to the ground, the pages wafting around her legs like leaves of a dying tree. Her fleshy eyelids peel back, her gaze immediately upon you.
The gods are cruel, I'm afraid. The man you seek is Theos Ix Arcanon, Grand Master of the Leaden Key. One of the most elusive and dangerous men Eora has ever known.
Now that's a villain name. Theos Ix Arcanon. I like that. That is a good name for an antagonist. What can you tell me about Theos?
More than most, though very few would know so much as his name. And there is no way of knowing how much of what I've read is true. The Leaden Key dates back more than 2,000 years. If rumors are to be believed, Theos was the one who created it.
Interesting. Does that date back to the Engwithans, or are the Engwithans even older than that?
What evidence exist suggests that he has died many times, only to be reborn each time exactly the same man. Awakened during adolescence with all the knowledge and experience of all his lifetimes. The plots he orchestrates sometimes take hundreds of years to bear fruit. Needless to say, this is not the natural order of things.
No shit.
But he is said to be one of Woodica's favored, and that old bat was never one to let rules get in the way of favoritism.
Even though being the goddess of oaths, you'd think she'd be more inclined to follow the rules.
That may also explain another supposed gift of his. His body is no boundary to his soul, and he is known to take possession of others, if their souls are weak enough. Often it is for elaborate deceptions, but sometimes he simply forces them to kill themselves. He is not known for his generous supply of pity.
Oh no, definitely Tenwin. Like, I can't imagine the poor families, the destroyed families that he's left in his wake, just from a normal child suddenly awakening to thousands of years of memories and having whatever personality they had before completely overwritten by him.
He is also not one to show himself in any but their most critical matters. If he has directly involved himself in whatever the group plots now, it may be your only chance to find him. And once you do find him, if you can find him, I would not hold my hopes too high if I were you. He is a driven, single-minded man. He will not have the slightest concern for your problems.
And how do you know I seek Theos?
Because you have seen his face, and that makes it a simple matter for me to see it. You even happened to catch him in his ceremonial garb, it seems. It must have been a special occasion.
And how do you know so much about him?
The same way I come by all my knowledge. Exhaustive research, spying, bribery, perhaps some less savory measures. Whatever the knowledge demands, I pay in full. There is nothing of greater value. Unfortunately, with Theos, there is also nothing more scarce. He has covered his tracks far too well. His manipulations of the course of history are lost to time now, though I believe they were many.
What else is there to know of the leaden key, then?
Precious little, I'm afraid. You may know much of it already. No one member knows the identity of more than a handful of other members. They are kept in the dark of missions they are not involved in, or sometimes of those they are involved in. They exist to hide secrets they themselves don't know, if you can imagine how gullible someone must be for that to appeal.
It also means that whatever we see in our visions regarding him, we can't fully trust, since it was just the visions of one of our previous souls being talked to by him. It might all just be total bullshit, then.
Despite that, they are very good at what they do, owing much to their founder, who will take matters into his own hands when necessary. And he does not fail.
What do you want from me, then?
Keep me informed. The leaden key has been busy lately, and that is distressing news. I can only guess as to what they intend. You seem to have a knack for turning the stones they've crawled beneath. Keep turning them. Dunreed Row will not stop you. Whatever it is they're up to, figuring it out will be of great use to both of us. In your case, it will surely point you to Theos. In return, I will share our knowledge with you as we learn it, and provide you with what assistance I can.
Very well. I will take your assistance and your friend and your allyship.
If you find your trail has run cold, come to me with whatever you have. There is much I may be able to do for you.
Well, I believe there is something I can tell you of their operations.
Well, let's hear it.
Well, specifically, Theos was in Brackenbury Sanitarium. His soul latched on impersonating a patient. He was trying to damage the public's opinion of animancy, and it appears that he has succeeded.
Forgive me. It is unlike Theos to leave witnesses. He must be furious.
Her eyebrows raised, two painted lines over barren, sloughing skin, her forehead a lattice of wrinkles upon wrinkles, and the corner of her mouth perks. Well, to be fair, he did try to kill us, as well as everyone else in there.
He did not aid you as you'd hoped, I take it? Well, take heart. With any luck, when he has finished his business, he will surely come and find you again, if only to kill you while you sleep. This news of yours makes sense, of course. To dabble in animancy is to puzzle over the secrets of the gods. This would not be the Leaden Key's first action against it. But if this is connected to their other activities, we may be in for something on a much larger scale.
I mean, yeah, we're dealing with somebody who's literally had 2,000 years to put his plans into motion and plan for things. Hell, we could be looking at a situation where he's been systematically attempting to sabotage animancy for the better part of 2 millennia. Well back to the times when ciphers would have been barely understood natural talents, and no one would have had any clue that there was a larger magical science behind any of it.
If we can learn more about their goals and methods, perhaps we can get the palace behind us. With Avar's support, we may be able to put a stop to this.
Oh, that's all for right now. I have other
Yes?
questions. What exactly is Dunreed Row?
All the things there are to know in this world, and you ask me about work. Deerwood is a rebel country. Conflict is in its blood. If you think a few guards posted in our cities keep chaos at bay, You are very new to town indeed. We are Deerwood Cipher investigators, of course. But what we really are is its last barrier against anarchy. People are more at ease when they believe they are watched over by someone more enlightened than they are. It pacifies them. So that is the image we foster.
Seems strange. It's a little weird, but I suppose it could work, especially in a nation like the Deerwood. It already has a long history of working with animancers, or not necessarily animancers, but ciphers throughout its history, and the Glenfothans seem to have a long history of using ciphers in their actions.
And we do try to be enlightened for their sake. The knowledge we gather here is Deerwood's standing army in many ways. We learn what's vital and we act on it while Deerwood sleeps, blissfully unaware of the terrifying truths all around them. I wish I could tell people the things I know sometimes, but the truth is I don't think many of them could bear it.
It's unfortunate, but she's probably not long. How did you come to be here?
Me? I started this place, in a different time, under a different duke. I impressed the duke with my research and my work ethic, and he became possessed of the notion that I would be ideal to lead a secret network of gifted investigators. I don't know how such an idea got into his head.
How old are you? She gives a half-hearted gasp and covers her mouth with crumpled fingers. You wicked man! Where are your manners? Were you raised without a shred of decency?
I lost count ages ago. Such a strange thing to celebrate, getting closer to death. Oh, I've had my share of work done to prolong my existence, if that's what you're wondering. I'm not ashamed of it. I'm not done here. There are things I still wish to learn. And I'll be the effigy if I let Bereth carry me off before I'm through. There was a time when I considered enlisting the theorems of Pondgrum to extend my life indefinitely. I found the thought of devouring my political enemies to sustain my own life greatly appealing. I must have gone soft with age.
Maybe a realization that doing so would fundamentally change you, and you wouldn't be the kind of person who should be in charge of a massive, essentially, intelligence gathering is the nice way of putting it. Secret police might be a more accurate form. Though from the looks of it, they're at least keeping to themselves for the most part. It probably helps that from the looks of it, a large number of their ciphers are Glenfothans, which means if they ever did start using their powers in a way that the Glenfothans didn't like, they could withdraw their support, and immediately this whole network would come to a crashing halt. So are you yourself a cipher?
If you are hoping I can look at your hand and tell you whom you should marry, you can just wipe that notion from your mind. I do not know what will happen tomorrow. That is what I pay spies for. Being a cipher is not unlike being a watcher. You notice more about what is already there.
I mean, from the sound of it, Tenwin, she hasn't, because a lot of her descriptions keep mentioning how many wrinkles she has, so I don't think she's been using
Many can hold an
Botox.
object and know where it's been, or peer into the thoughts of people around them. They can also sometimes affect those thoughts, but that would be unethical, of course. A tiny, talented few pick up so much about the world around them, they can get images of things to come, but these are fleeting and unreliable.
Yeah, it would be really unethical to affect somebody's thoughts in such a manner. Grieving mother, are you listening? I know she's not here, but I'm sure she can hear it anyways, given the psychic connection we seem to have. Cough, cough. Yeah. I thought you said you didn't know what will happen tomorrow.
I was talented. I don't. Least not that I can trust. And with me, it's only ever about one thing anyway.
And what's that?
A quiet day at home.
Is there a Lord Webb sitting around here?
There was.
What happened to him?
He believed in dying with dignity. He was old-fashioned that way, my husband. We saw the world very differently, he and I. But he was good to me while he lasted.
Oh, that's kind of sad, but also kind of, heartwarming that she actually had a bit of normalcy in her life. Well, that's about
Try
everything.
your best not to die out there.
I'll do that. Did we not just do that game? Did you not? Has asked me to keep informed as I learn more. Anything I discover in pursuing the leads, I run across that. Oh, do I? Wait. Game.
How
Did you
fares
actually?
your search? Well, let's hear. You mustn't play with.
Okay, never mind. It's already updated. Don't do that to me, game. Okay, well, we are past the 6-hour mark, so give me one moment. We're going to run over to the inn real fast. That is where I will end stream here in a moment. And it will also allow me to do some inventory management after I get off of stream. But, no, this was great. 6 hours of progress, shit tons of dialogue, lots of world building. Everything has been pretty good. Adair has managed to stick his foot in his mouth at least 3 times over the course of these conversations. While simultaneously attempting to rebuild his relationship with everyone else in the party that he seems intent on causing issues with. Good times. Aloth nearly lost it down in the sanitarium, and now we have a name to put to our enemy. All in all, a pretty damn good session. Oh, save game. There we go. Save manual. With that, it's time for us to find somebody to raid real fast. Let me see what I can pull up here. Boop-a-da-boop. Prophet Oreo is doing Monster Hunter. That's really the only smaller person that I'm really doing. I feel awkward because I'm following a lot of larger streamers and VTubers and stuff, and I'd feel really awkward if I raided into them and they have no idea who I am. It always seems weird doing that, but at the same time, I've seen people do it. Like, I've seen people with like 2 viewers raiding into larger streamers, and nobody's really batted an eye at it, so maybe I'm just being a little bit ridiculous. Actually, if they're willing, I wouldn't mind raiding into Remy. He does some really funny shit on YouTube and Twitch. Looks like he's currently playing ICBM Escalation, which looks like it's a geopolitical simulator that is risking World War III. That kind of sounds funny. Yeah. You know what? Why not? We'll raid into somebody who I have enjoyed their YouTube content in the past. We'll go ahead and raid into them. We'll go ahead and do that. We'll see if it lets me. Yes, it did. There we go. All right. If everybody wants to jump into that, that would be great. Thank you so much for joining me, and to everybody who joined over the course of the chat and wasn't here till the end, thank you for that as well. I will see you all tomorrow at our usual time for our shorter stream, and we will continue with Pillars of Eternity. I nearly said Pillars of Exile. No. Not Path of Exile, Pillars of Eternity. We will continue that tomorrow at the same time as usual with one of our shorter streams. I hope you had a glorious weekend, and I hope you have a glorious upcoming week if I don't see you again. Thank you very much for tuning in. All right, you all have a good one. Bye-bye. Nope. Work. There we go.